As I travel this life alone, two paths both unknown. For what already has this life shown? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Less traveled, dark and cold, I came upon a fork in the road. I pondered, both mind free. The fall had come, for yellow is the autumn tree. Both I long to travel, for I'm but one. I could not see, for both were bent, the overgrowth and canopy. Where will destiny lead me? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. began my journey on the road less traveled. Regret haunts me at times, looking back wondering where the other path myself would find. But both paths are traveled equally, for many take the zombie road to normalcy, and others seek individuality. From the wear on the trail it appears 50-50. With every footstep came pitfalls and risks, rewards and opportunities. Looking back, what did I really miss? The first step I diverged from normalcy. No paper cut out life for me. I did it my way, not much more to say. Nervousness born from the earth, my madness came by storm. I heard heaven and hell, but how can I be mad? Across the table I'll tell you the tale. I wanted for nothing from the old man, not even gold. I'll tell no lie, it was the old man's eye. A veiled pale blue eye, peering into it my blood ran cold. And my heart is where I hold a secret plan for this old man. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. You may think me mad, but how for madness knows nothing. I sit here, my mind clear, this tale I tell. Are these the sounds from hell? 7 days I crept planning, but never did the eye reveal itself till that night. A slip, a sound, awakened did he, but I could not flee. I felt his fear that we tried to comfort and steer his dread, for he lay back in his bed. In flash I jumped on him, dragging him down. Now no more sound, he lie there, dead on the ground. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. Both fear and glee swept over me. No one would ever find the body. Sometime now they came, sat chatting, but I could hear it, the heart beating. It grew louder and louder, I could no longer contain myself as I slid the chair. They still stayed there, not leaving, my anxiety rising. Could they not hear the beating heart coming from beyond the dark? No longer could I stand, it came, my admittance. Here it is, the beating of his hideous heart. A descent into madness, it cannot be, it was the old man, not me. A pounding, a beating, the heart kept screaming. friend's letter. In darkness I travel, my eyes upon a house disheveled. Walking the halls, all the pain I see, paranoia and anxiety. Usher was telling me, paranoia rising, the house is hearing, influencing spirits haunting, the house of Usher is falling. I can't how it can be, the house that leaves its possessing, books and songs to help calm, the words brought sounds from beyond, mental illness growing thin, something's under his skin, what is he hearing? Paranoia rising.
Right, folks, welcome to Paranormal Roundtable. I'm your host, Josh Turner. This is PRT. Join us in the real reality. How are you guys doing tonight? We had a show last night, and we had another one on Saturday, and then we have the podcast episode tomorrow. So, geez, Louise, we got a lot going on here, right? And then we have Wednesday. We have the show again on Wednesday. So, not sure what that's going to be about. We haven't decided yet. I haven't made up my mind, but we have to figure it out. So we got who do we have already? People are jumping in here. We had 2-3 people now. We got a couple that jumped out. No, sorry, I was on a phone call for work. I couldn't get started. All right, let's bring on Richards here.
What's up, buddy?
Mr. Richard, how you doing?
Excellent. Yourself, sir.
I'm gonna start calling you that, Mr. Richard.
Right?
That's how they talk. They always say, Mr. Wolf.
Misa Richards.
Mr. Richard. You're like, that's my last name. Oh, okay. Okay, Mr. Richard.
Misa Dick.
I meant to say that's not my last name. They'll still call you though. They'll be like, okay,
Yeah,
Mr.
it's all good. It works.
Richards.
But if you're out there like Mr. Richard, right? That's what they talk. That's what they say.
Yeah, I was just talking to a couple of those actually.
Well, who else is there to talk to up there now?
I know.
Pretty much it, right? You better make peace. Better be friends with them.
Hell of a situation.
In Europe today, though, they were protesting in all these different countries.
Really?
They're angry because they let their government have too much damn control. That's what they need to be mad about, is their government having all that control.
Isn't that the truth? The government is so evil like that in the first place.
Hold their people out, man.
Yeah, the damage is already done in those places. I'll tell you, it's about to be done here as well.
There was a guy that was in Belgium, and he had just arrived, and he was from Mexico. He was a YouTuber. I posted it on my Facebook, and this Moroccan dude just comes up and starts trying to rob him, dude, like right there at the bus stop, dude. And it's like, the guy's like, "Oh, welcome to Belgium. Here it is." You know, there's no more Belgian people. It's just them.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's been going on for 20, 30 years. They've been like, probably longer even, you know, but they've really been hammering away. It's gone.
Yeah, it's completely toast. And we're about to be next.
Yeah. Well, it's
We're
been
about
coming.
to be next. What are you going to do?
I warned people about this 30 years ago, and they called me a racist. They say, yeah, racist. I'm like, I'm not a racist dude at all. I'm telling you the truth, because I believe everybody's culture should be allowed to live, but they're choking and strangling our culture out. And the real culprits, ooh, you call them out, dude, you'll get attacked vehemently by a lot of people.
They do shouldn't be named.
You shouldn't be named, because if you say it, you're a bad guy for saying it. So you just got to be quiet. Can't really say it.
Yeah, they engineered everything that way, though, didn't they?
They were the enemy within, and they brought in the enemy without. And no, hell no, I'm not going to say who it is right now in here, because then I'll be attacked to the end of time. So just, you can wonder and ponder. I tell people all the time to educate themselves. That's kind of how I figure out how smart somebody is too. If they know about that and they understand who that is and what it is and what the Bible talks about it and how they say it, then I know that
from within.
Yeah. When they start rambling on and say some dumb shit that just quotes Fox News or CNN,
It's the Saudis.
then I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, the Saudis own Hollywood, don't they? It's the Saudis because that's what Alex Jones said. I'm like, you fucking idiot.
It's the Muslims. They run the world.
Yeah. Well, the Muslims aren't our friends. I can tell you that, but they don't run the world.
Yeah.
But nobody, they're being led in by the subversives that are helping that other group of people.
They're our greatest ally, and that's all I have to say about that.
I'm sure they are. But it's not the problem though is you can't just point at one group and say it's just because there's other people from other groups involved.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so that particular group though just donates a lot more than the rest of them.
Yeah.
Let's put it that
and
way.
They kind of run the pharmaceutical industry and the food industry and the law and the education system and the government and everything else. Yeah, media.
Pretty much everything.
So yeah, top marks for treachery. Well done, boys.
Yes, and we're gonna call them the Saudis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what Alex Jones says, because Alex Jones didn't want to be canceled, but he still got canceled because he's a fat idiot. You heard it here first, folks.
His methylene blue works pretty good though.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit. It's just an upper. It's just a stimulant.
Yeah, it sure
I know, I've
is.
known him for years, man. Tiger don't change the stripes. I mean, who you are inherently, you can change to some degree, but you're going to be who you are. If you know the nature of reality, then you can shift those negativities that you have. What's up with this guy here? What's up, Pastor Tony? What's going on?
Well,
so if you
having a great day in the great state of Texas.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you see
One
me?
second,
I got
Tony.
my camo on. I was afraid maybe y'all wouldn't be able to see me.
Just 1 second. I see you just fine.
We can only see
I
your
got
head.
those amazing eyes.
We
that I
just
got to
see a-
squint.
We just see a floating head on camera.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
it. Nothing else.
So what I was saying though, before we get too far, look, I'm going to say this, folks. This is very important. You got to hear what I'm saying. You can take your negative traits and you can channel them into something else. And just because you have risen up to a certain point as an evil person, I can say this with all certainty. There's people that do it. You can flip your polarities.
Oh yeah.
So what I mean when I say this, the tiger can't change its stripes, what I'm saying is if that person hasn't corrected themselves, they're still going, the negative traits are like this and this of whoever you are. Some are to the good, some are to the bad, not negative traits. I mean, your traits, right? So you have to learn to channel that energy and flip that polarity. If you can't do it, then you will be on the negative side. Trust me, I promise you will. And you can tell when you talk to someone or you can see how what their thought pattern is, what they're saying, like they'll go on a show and see if they've really changed. You can tell, I think he's the same guy from when he was on cable access. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think but I still think what they did to him was wrong. They want to make him responsible for whatever these other people did, because by that logic, they could get anybody to do something and then blame you.
Yeah. Such a
You
bad
don't think that's
precedent.
just a humiliation ritual?
Oh, it is.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. 100%.
I think it's all just smoke and mirrors to get him promoted in the lodge myself. But
I don't think you lose that much money to be in a lodge.
did he lose anything? Did you see them take the money?
No. Mm-mm.
I don't, dude. I literally don't believe anything anymore. Like, call me pessimistic or whatever.
No,
it is.
I'm gonna side with you on that. You have a point. Okay.
I don't believe any of it, bro.
But the thing is, though, that there are things that people can check.
Fair enough.
And somebody will check at some point. You know what I mean? They'll
Fair
find
enough.
out if he's using money in another way or whatever.
I think the amount of money they sued him for is like some crazy amount and you can never pay back.
Yeah, like $300 billion or something retarded like that. Like it was,
insane, dude.
yeah.
I think it was to cripple him.
Yeah.
But he wasn't really pointing the finger at the real culprits, but he had enough influence and power to where he was starting to hint around.
Yeah.
He was saying some stuff that was like stuff that me and him talked about in the mid 90s that he was not okay with.
Yeah.
Like, well, not that he was he knew he wasn't going to rise up with that kind of a thought pattern. And I had no plans on rising up to do anything. I was just going to fight or be a coach or whatever I was going to do, you know? And then all of a sudden it was like, oh, maybe I need to, you know, do this. And so this kind of led me into the real reality, like the truth. You know, whatever you had doubts on before, it's gone now.
Yeah.
Because this is what's happening. Oh, you got the book finally?
Hold on. Books.
Oh, that's awesome. How are you enjoying them?
Very much so. I'm on page 49 of the Dogman one so far this morning.
How you doing there, sir? I don't think we've met. Can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you. Shadow Tracker.
Hey, Josh, it's Bob. I'm friends on Facebook. I'm a tracker with Jerry and Ella.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Like we talked a little bit, chatted a bit before on some of those winged monsters I told you about.
Sounds good. So did you want to talk about that tonight? You want to tell your stories?
I have lots of stuff to tell.
Okay.
So it would take a while, but yeah, I can tell you a little bit about how I got started.
Okay.
So I worked in forestry for over a decade, and out of that time, like I'm up in British Columbia, and out of that time, I had a few weird encounters out there. Never really knew what it was. And then, let's see, the first one that was strange, I was on a fly-in job 200 miles north of a town called Mackenzie, which is north of one of the bigger northern towns, Prince George. So I was out on this logging camp there doing on a tree planting contract, and it was hot and sunny near the end of May, and it was pretty still air, very hot. And then it was about a quarter after 1 in the afternoon, and there was no breeze at all. And then I felt a slight breeze come up, and I noticed it right away because it hit the back of my neck and I was sweating. So I noticed the wind moving. And over the time of working in forestry, I learned to be situationally aware of everything that was going on around me, because we got a lot of bears and stuff up here. And, you know, you run into grizzlies on the North Coast and it served me well. I mean, I never had any dangerous encounters with anything. So I noticed that wind come up, and I was just planting trees, and I was listening to the wind blow in the aspen trees on the bottom end of the cut block, and I could hear these birds chirping in the trees. And then just kind of all of a sudden, all of that just stopped. It was like somebody just hit a light switch, and the wind stopped, the birds stopped, everything went dead silent. And then there was to describe it, it was kind of like the sound of a tuning fork going off over my head in the air. So I just thought, stop working. I was looking around and looked up in the sky. I was like, what the hell is that? And then this went on for about a minute or so, and the air was just dead still. And then after about a minute, it just all started right up again. Everything started, the wind, the birds, the leaves rustling. It was just like a dead spot. And so I just finished working, finished planting out the trees that I had in the bag. And then I went up to the road and walked down to the guy that was next to me. And I asked him, just, you know, nothing really excited. I just said, hey, did you hear or see anything like a half hour ago or so? And he says, no, I never heard nothing. So I didn't say anything else about it because back then I was aware of all of this stuff coming down on us. And I was talking about the New World Order, this is probably back around 1992 or 93. So at that time, people just thought I was stupid, crazy. I was known as Conspiracy Bob to everybody. So that was one of the times out there. I had UFO encounters maybe a year before that, which was, it very, actually shocked me when it happened, because I was friends with a guy in the in the US. His name was George Green, and he was a book publisher. And he introduced me to a bunch of different people. I knew Lieutenant Colonel Wendell Stevens, who was an investigator on the Billy Meyer case in Switzerland. So I'd read a couple of Wendell's books, and I thought, you know, that was an interesting case, and like, was there anything to this? So my friend George had told me that there was stuff in the night sky that wasn't stars. So when I was at his place in Nevada, he pointed some stuff out. And then, you know, later on, when I was back at home in British Columbia, I was out one night driving along a road, and it was nice and clear and a nice starry night. And I just focused on one of those objects that George told me about. And I just thought, you know, using my mind, I just thought, you know, okay, if there's something to this, then do something. Show me something, or am I just being stupid thinking this stuff? And I was really surprised when no sooner did I think that, a beam of light came from that object, and then it kind of like, it came straight at me like a laser pointer, then it split in half, and it just was like a lightning flash, and it lit up all the grass in this hayfield that was in front of me, and all the trees on the side of the road that I was on. Then all the street lights went out, and everybody's house power went out. So I was pretty convinced after that there was something out there. So so then that was in the 90s. Nothing really happened after that. I mean, I had out-of-body experiences when I was 20 that really woke me up. You know, I realized that there was more going on with me and the world, and that, like I've told Jerry and Ella this, that when I was in my college library, probably I was about 21, and I just never even expected it. I was sitting there at a table on the upper floor, and somehow I just connected to the planet. And it wasn't a pleasant experience. It was actually pretty terrifying, because I when I connected to the earth, I felt like there was some huge force that was sucking all of the life away from this planet for itself. And the next thing I was concerned about was, and I said this to myself in my own mind, I said, oh my God, I've been seen. And I guess the fear just made me disconnect. And I would just, because when I felt that I'd been seen by something, I just wanted to hide, and I'd climb under the table or something. And so that was kind of how I started with all of this. And then back then, you know, if you guys know anything about, and you guys all do, about the Illuminati and all this stuff, I had a friend that me and him talked about this sort of stuff, and I was in the library with him, and, you know, we kind of snuck off into the bookshelf somewhere, because he wanted to tell me about a guy that he had met from the London School of Economics. So we were in the bookshelves, you know, whispering about this stuff, and then strangely, this book comes off the shelf and it lands and hits me in the feet. And then I flip it over, and the book ends up being Limits to Growth, published by the Club of Rome, which is these conspirators, pretty much their manifesto, their game plan about what they want to do with all of us. So I thought that was more than a coincidence.
Yeah.
And then, so I didn't have much happen until maybe about 20, like I found out about Dave Paulides by listening to Coast and stuff, and I read about a half a dozen of his books. And once you start reading about all these strange disappearances, you get an idea of what's going on. And so I was at a park near where I'm at now, a big provincial park, and it was in the winter of, well, early spring, maybe early March of 2019. And I was out there against Dave's advice, because he always says, don't be in the woods after 3 o'clock, because people seem to disappear in higher numbers between 3 and 5 p.m. So I'm out there at 4:20 by myself. I knew there was no one else in the park. It was a huge 1,000,000 square mile park. And the area that I was in, I passed one car coming out and there was no one else there. And there's a big waterfall at this place I was at. So I'd been there many times before. And so when I pulled up there, I thought it felt odd there when I stepped out of my car, because the ground was shaking. That forms from the water coming off the falls and that. So I just kind of dismissed it as, oh, it's just, water coming off the falls, hitting the ice.
You didn't think it was like an earthquake?
Yeah, well,
Nothing
either
too
that or
severe?
it was just the water and the ice, and maybe ice coming off the waterfall. So I just continued, and I had a little dog with me, and he was old. He was probably 17 at the time. So I went to the platform, took a few pictures of the waterfall. Then I was carrying my dog Jake along in my arms because it was icy, and I'm walking along this fence line. And then one of the steps I took, I just noticed something strange. Like it felt like I got vertigo, and I was starting to like spin in a circle and kind of like being flushed down the toilet or something. So I thought, wow, that like right away, I just thought, what the heck is that? And then I took another step, and then it got even stronger. And I just, because I was by myself, and the only thing that I knew at the time was what Dave had written about in his books, all the people missing in national forests and parks. And I just thought, I don't know what this phenomenon is, but I'm getting the hell out of here. Like, it's safer to just leave now. So I just got in the car and I left. And then, so then about a month after that, I was out fishing in one of the lakes up in there's an area up here. It's a tree farm license area. It's called the TFL, and all the logging companies have licenses to cut logs and trees and that out there. So there's a lot of lakes out there. So I was out there fishing one night at a lake, and again, I had the dog, and he was just kind of milling around my feet and sniffing, and I was casting off the shore. And this was around 7:30 at night, first week of April. So it's starting to get dark a little later. And then I heard this sound of big flapping wings. It sounded like a big bird. And I noticed that, and I was like, what is that? And I'm looking around, and I looked across the road behind me. There was a small provincial campground there with a couple of picnic tables, and campsites where people could camp. So I'm looking at the tree line across the road thinking, it's a big eagle or something flying this way. And, soon I'll see it fly over, and go the other way or something. So this strange sound went on for like 10 minutes or so. And after that time, it's getting dark. It's 7:30, and I'm just thinking, this is just weird. I don't know what this is. It's not coming over. I'm getting the hell out of here. So I left, and so then that was 2019. Didn't have anything go on really after that, because I was back in Victoria, which is where I was living. And so then in 2023, I'd moved out of Victoria and I'd come up here. I'm north of Kamloops. So I was early 2023. I just got this idea to start looking into some of this. Like I knew about Bigfoot and everything, but I wasn't really that interested in it. I saw the Patterson Gimlin films like everybody, and I don't think I'd even read a book on it. So then I started looking into a bit, and I came across Scott Carpenter's channel, and so he was my introduction into it. That was January, so about 4 months I pretty much watched everything on his channel. And then I was looking at Scott's Facebook page, and I was interested in, who he was following on Facebook. So I came across a profile that caught my attention, just the name, Lead Tracker E. So I thought, well, that seems kind of interesting. That's what I need to maybe start looking into, is tracking, because I knew that Native American trackers were the best at what they did. All, the history of them tracking and helping the army and stuff like that. So then, I got hold of Ella. I think I messaged her, and then I found Jerry's channel through her, and I told them a little bit about what had happened, and they said, we need to talk. So Jerry gave me his number, and I gave him a call, told him what had happened, and he was interested. And then and I joined his Patreon group and started participating in a few tracker meetings and that, learning a bit more about it. So then I remember Scott Carpenter had said that Bigfoot will push things down to try and keep you out of an area. So I got to thinking about a road that I explored up in the TFL, because up there there's just a spider web of old logging roads and everything, and deactivated roads and stuff. So I remember I'd been up on this one road, and I remembered it as being odd because only at the entrance of the road there was a tree down across it. So that time I couldn't get up there because that tree would block the road. So the next time I went up, I took a chainsaw and I cut that tree out of the way, and I got up a few hundred feet more, and there was another tree down, and this went on for probably at least a dozen trees until I decided I'm not cutting off anymore. There was just more ahead of me as I went up that road. So this got me to thinking about what Scott had said. So I thought, okay, I'm going to go check that road out again. So I went up there, and I got about 500 feet up that road, and I came across a teepee structure built over top of a live fir tree, which, all my years in forestry, I'd done tree planting, falling, /burning, beetle probe, spacing work. I'd never seen anything like that before, because natural blowdown when you see it, but this to me looked like an intelligently made structure, and I could tell that it wasn't anything that loggers had done. So I took a picture of that, and then I told Jerry about it, and he looked at it, and he told me to take a few other pictures and then send them to him. So I did. And then, you know, like Jerry's sharp eye, he says to me, well, you have Predator Bigfoot right in the photographs. So my immediate reaction was, what are you talking about? I don't see anything there. I see branches and leaves and whatnot. And so then he starts to tell me how he's looking at these photos. So I'm a pretty quick study. I start going, oh, okay, yeah, all right. Now I kind of see what you mean. Like I'm looking for shadows in the darker areas, and then right away I start seeing faces and eyes and shoulders and silhouettes of shoulders and whatnot. And so then analyzing one of those pictures that I took, I have the weirdest photo of like eyeballs right in the tree bark staring at me. And then, so June 21st was the summer solstice, and Jerry had told us, you know, okay, go into your areas that have known active areas, and at 12 noon, I want you to blast your horn for 4 seconds. So I did that. Well, I said to him, well, I'll do better than that. I'll take my shotgun with me and I'll lay a couple of shotgun blasts in the area as well. So I did that. And of course they were all there. I didn't realize that I was surrounded by them there. And that teepee structure, I took a chainsaw with me, made a cross and pounded it right into the front of that teepee structure.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And then, but I didn't know that they were all sitting there because I didn't think anybody was home, because you don't see anything around there. And then later Jerry tells me, oh yeah, they're right there. You're running right on top of them. And then he says, yeah, the ground under your feet is going to feel a little softer than the regular normal ground. So I just thought, well, great. That was nice to know. I'm blasting my shotgun in their face into the tree stand. And then on that picture, I have a picture of one of these Sasquatch back in the trees a bit. His face is kind of half covered. He's got a branch between his nose and his mouth, and you can see half of his face. That one looks like he's out of Planet of the Apes. And then of course there's all the translucents that are there in the leaves and everything, and you can see their eyes looking at you and whatnot. But before I left that road that day, they hit me with a weather attack. The wind came up out of nowhere, torrential rain, lightning, and it took me about an hour to wash all that mud off my car when I got home. So I've been back up there a few times after that. I got some pictures of, you know, translucent standing about 50 feet from me. I got another picture of one that was translucent. I got a selfie of me and he's kind of back off my right shoulder. It looks like he's, and then, so I've been up there a few times. The last time I was really up there was July 9th of 23. And I had a vehicle accident coming back out of there. I rolled twice over down off this road into the trees.
Yikes.
And then I had a translucent in the tree canopy above me, right above that accident.
I'm going to interject something here for just a second, just to along the lines of what you're saying here before the chat carries it away. And Jamie Elleness says, Choctaw Jerry and Trekker, you are the true experts. Finding the truth, no theories, facts for me. Other Bigfoot experts are a waste of time, and therefore info can get you killed. Jerry teaches, shows you. Well, okay, so I want to say something really quickly here. And you went and you found them through Scott, obviously, who's deceased. And I would love to have Well, I'm not going to get into it, but I mean, there's people who have co-opted and usurped his work, and it's not good, really bad. And I'm not at liberty to talk a whole lot about, I didn't realize I can't really say it here, but somebody has interfered, and a lot of his work, I'm afraid, is probably going to just be forgotten about or gone. Because there are people in this community who are not good people who have a vested interest in destroying the truth. And they've attacked me, and they've attacked Jerry and Ella. They've attacked a bunch of people. Hellbent Holler, Abe Seas, Bettina Motley, the list goes on. And Harley Owens, Anthony, Tony, Nelly. So that being said, they have the ear of someone that was close to Scott, and very, very close as you can be. And that's unfortunate, because there goes that. And that person has chosen to believe these lunatics, which is sad. And the lunatics are watching us right now because they key on everything we do and say, and they are here to destroy this community. Make no mistake of that, folks. This isn't up for debate. I'm telling you the truth. Somebody is paying these people to do this. I'm convinced of it. They wouldn't be doing it. And what you're saying, and I'm going to say this about Jerry and Ella, they are finally, you have people who are no nonsense, actually real boots on the ground, who are out there actually doing the field work that needs to actually be done. There's a couple channels that come to mind that actually do that. I'd say there's a few people out there doing it. But like that person says here, Jamie says that their information, it'll keep you from getting killed. Like some of these people, they will tell you, like one of them, this guy has a big show. And I'm not going to say his name. He aggravated the crap out of me because while I was talking to these two witnesses from Washington, he's interfered twice now. This guy with a big show, he has a TV. He's and he says, "Look, these things are nothing to be afraid of." Whatever. He told my witnesses from Washington, he's interfered twice. Two different witnesses from Washington. He told them both that it wasn't going to hurt him. One lady, he told her that she could take her grandson and go down by the creek and play.
Really?
Well, this thing was that, yeah. And I told her, I said, I wouldn't do that at all. What happens when children are around water? Right? She's like, well, it's not real deep. I said, yeah, and that thing will make something happen. And your child, just keep it away, especially from the water. To keep that Bigfoot at bay, you need to keep your child away. That's period. I'm so sick of these people who think that they're not going to hurt them. Now, up there in that Washington area, and we had Barbara Hartman on, to talk about her experiences with them. I don't agree with everything Barbara says. I think she's a great person. I like Barbara a lot, but she needs to have a little more fear of these things. Just, not go around scared, just being terrified. I'm not telling Bob you should go out and being afraid or anything like that. But if you're encountering these things, especially on a regular basis, you need to be very leery of their intentions and who they are, what they are. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to witnesses and they have told me it always starts out okay. They get you comfortable and it turns horrific. Right? We were just talking about bringing people into your country that don't belong there. I'm not ashamed. I'm not afraid to say it. It's a very bad idea. Because if you bring them in small numbers, that's fine. They become acclimated and what do? They just become part of your country, whatever. That's one thing. But when you bring them in mass, and that will inevitably happen, okay? Because they want to make the country comfortable for themselves. That's what everybody wants. And so they're going to go about doing that. And what's comfortable to them is not what's comfortable to you. They come from the third world, dude.
Bob's been to Vancouver. He knows already.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So look at that as an analogy, folks, for Bigfoot. Now, imagine if you have Bigfoot on the property. They're like, well, this is our property. You're like, no, I bought this property. They don't recognize man's law or man's courts. So it's their land. And they are not going to be nice to you. And they're not animals. No matter what people try to say, they try to say, well, they're just like animals. No, they're not. They will absolutely destroy animals. They will destroy you. They will destroy your land. And they bring a ball of negativity with them because they're not from the first world, second, or third. You know where they're from? They're from the fourth reality, fourth dimension, fourth density. It's completely alien to the average person. Even me, who's been there, and we've all been there, all of us. Just as reword that. Somebody who's been there, returned, and remembers it. Most people don't. They don't take kindly to you. They don't like us. I can tell you that. I've been attacked spiritually many times, unprovoked. Now, I have seen Bigfoot, I think 2 or 3 times, probably very quick in passing, and I didn't catch much of, but more than a glimpse. And I don't even count those as encounters, because I haven't had time to sit there and look at it. Like some people get a really good look at these things. I didn't. And knowing what I know now, I'm pretty sure that's what it was. But there are people who have experiences like Bob here. You have these experiences and people see them and they don't know where to go for answers. Like, who do we talk to? Where do you go and say, hey, I'm having problems with this. What do I do? Most of these people are going to tell you, well, they're not going to hurt you. They're afraid of you as you are them, and all this other, not this stupid little,
bullshit.
Yeah, these little party lines or whatever they give you. And that's what people do. They give you a knee-jerk, whatever, like mouthpiece. What's it called? A parroted.
Yeah. They're only 8 foot tall, 600 pounds, so they can be your friend.
Yeah. Those teeth are just made to chew vegetables.
You see, I'm not a fool, and I'm a no nonsense person. Like I want to know the truth of stuff. I got the discernment enough to know who I'm listening to, whether they're telling the truth or they're not.
Mm-hmm.
Like Scott Carpenter, I found truthful. As soon as I met Jerry and Ella, I knew these people know what they're talking about. I never was interested in, like, when I first started, I didn't really know what I was dealing with. So the way I dealt with this was, okay, I don't know what this phenomenon is. So I'm going to poke it a little bit. I'm going to see what happens. And I did stuff that Jerry recommended against. Like one thing he said to us in the tracker meeting was, if you ever see these things in the forest, don't ever let them know that you see them, because they will attack you. So one day here, just down the street from my house, there's this local community hall. I figured, okay, I'm in a pretty safe environment. There's a lot of people around. There's a pancake breakfast there. Vendors set up stuff and they sell stuff. So I was talking to a friend of mine that had a table set up there. She was selling pies and bread to people. And I just said to her, I was looking at the shadows behind the building. And I said, Cheryl, they're over there behind the building and they're watching me. And then I did what Jerry recommended not to do. I let them know that I saw them, because what I had seen was a shadow, and I saw these 2 bright spots in the shadows like eyes. And what I realized what I was seeing was the reflection from the bright sun off of their dark, black, wet eyes. That's what I was seeing. So then I said very quietly under my breath, I said, I see you over there. And when I did that, I saw those 2 little bright spots, like look down and away. And then another shadow moved up in front of it. And this was 11:30 in the morning. And at 12 o'clock, the pancake breakfast is over. Everything gets cleaned up. All the grills go back inside. And there was only a few vendors there taking their stuff apart. So at 12:15, this dust devil just came down on top of this big tent, and there was about 6 of us there, and this tent just went flying. It tore it up and slammed it back on the ground. And then this tornado came out into the parking lot, and it came towards me, and then it stopped right in front of where I was, about 30 feet away, and just spun there. And luckily somebody was driving that day and they caught a picture of all this, and I have the photo. And when I look at it again, it's a dark shadow in the sky that you can see, and you can see its wings and everything. And I was surprised when Jerry told me that some of these things had wings, and now I've had encounters with this a couple of times. The same thing happened in a parking lot in front of the coffee shop when I was warning a guy that I had seen in the park where I was tracking them in the winter. And out of nowhere, the wind came up, and then we went inside the coffee shop. All of the employees were at the window watching to see what was happening outside in the parking lot because this wind came out of nowhere. And then this dust devil takes off, and the shopping cart goes whipping across in front of the windows. And I was looking out there thinking, wow, that poor guy with the blue car, it's going to hit his car. But the shopping cart went flying right past his car, slammed into the curb, and flipped over 4 feet from where my car was. And I just thought, when all this happened, I thought, what did I just see here? And then I realized, oh no, they were not happy about what I was warning that guy about, because I see him walking on the road at night, and I said, hey, I just wanted to let you know what I was doing in the park that day in February when I saw you there with a friend. And I said, I was tracking the Sasquatch in the park, and I really don't think it's safe for you to be walking on the road at night. And as I was telling them this, obviously, I realized that they were following me, listening to everything I say, and they were showing me that they were not happy about what I was saying because I was exposing them. So,
hey Bob, can I add something about your warning the guy walking at night? I lived in Vancouver for 9 years.
Yeah.
When I lived at I think it was either number 26 or 25 or 26 Avenue and 99 Highway. You know that 99 Highway is the highway of tears, right?
Yeah.
So do you know what the local natives believe about those missing women?
I don't know. I haven't talked to them.
They believe that the Bigfoot took them, walking
yeah.
alone on that highway at night.
Yeah.
So
I got to address something here. So Bukaki, whatever, who I'm pretty sure is not a real person.
you know what Bukaki is?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it. So here, the fake profile that I'm sure is from the people. That's dedication, though, because you got to be 3 days to comment. So they've been subscribed for 3 days. So let me ask you this. Buki says here, Oki, we'll just call him Oki. So according to your story, they can understand English. Weird. Here's the thing. If something is on the astral plane, spiritual plane, they don't use English. They don't use Latin. They don't use anything. They don't have to. And most of these entities, because that's what they are, can understand any language. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely.
And even an animal can understand what you're saying and relaying to them in any language. It just people that try to, because actually our brain kind of gets in the way sometimes of communication, because if we don't understand what someone's saying, then that's it. There's no more expression. Yeah. Well, see ya. So we aren't as smart as we think we are. But learning a lot of languages is helpful. It helped me today. I speak different languages. I was able to communicate with someone today and get what I needed. I mean, it sucks. It's just the way it is. You got to do it. But anyways, Bukaki, we're going to let you run. Somebody kick them out, please. Don't ever come back. And I don't care who you are. If you're making fake accounts and coming into my show, let's see, ban user and their comments. There you go. Bukaki's gone. Just like that. See? That's all you got to do. Just kick the cuckoo caca out of the way. Make them go
Tony,
back to Oklahoma.
Tony, can your dog understand English?
Are you talking to me? Who are you talking to?
No, Tony. Tony, can your dog understand English? Yeah, exactly.
I thought we can't hear him.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Yes, he does.
Yeah, exactly. So point taken.
Yeah.
I was going to give him a Czech name and teach him commands in Czech, but my wife said that wouldn't happen, and she doesn't speak Czech, so But there's some people that have like German Shepherds and Malinays, and they speak Dutch or German to them.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard people speaking Chinese
commands in like 4 languages.
Yeah, I've heard people speaking Chinese to their dogs. So yeah.
These
animals understand.
Yeah, I was out in the yard and I was doing some yard work. I finished up and Radar was out there chewing on the stack, and I said, "You ready to go in the house?" He jumped up instantly and headed right straight for the door.
Yeah, these things understand
I
English.
didn't even start toward the door. I just asked him if he was ready to go inside, and that was it.
Yeah, they our dogs know. Go outside. you know, downstairs, upstairs. They can actually differentiate between downstairs and upstairs. That's weird. Like, doesn't live very just a little bit right there. So
Obviously, Bigfoot understands English. It understands your intentions. It knows what you're. It literally can read your mind.
Well, that's the thing. I've always heard that they don't communicate through spoken language. They can, but when they speak to humans, it's mind speak. And also, I don't believe they're good. I don't believe there's any of them that are good. I think they're deceptive. I think that I don't know if they're Nephilim. I kind of think maybe they are. I think fallen angels are the 1% of the 1% running the world, and these creatures come in and out of this dimension. It's kind of like Josh was talking about a while ago. They're and the sightings. I was listening to L.A. Marzulli a couple of days ago, and he was making a comment about how the sightings are on an uptick, just getting greater and greater and greater. Just more sightings, different kinds of cryptids. You know, it's not just Bigfoot. You know, it's Dogman, it's Wolfman. You know, and it's some kind of bird, Thunderbird or something, and just one thing after the other. And here again, if you, like I said the other night, if you go back to the Canaanites, they weren't all giants. Some of them were little people. Some of them were like minotaurs, half horse, half people, or a goat man. And because they were doing all kind of genetic experimentation.
Yeah, the bull man is the minotaur.
Yeah.
To touch on what you're talking about here, Underfire says, I don't think they're Nephilim if Tiamat made them, and that's where all the evidence points towards, unless we want to broaden the term, the meaning of that term. Now, let me say something here. If Tiamat was the creator of some of these creatures, that's just some of them. And you could look at Tiamat and her son Marduk and her husband, the one that Marduk killed, as part of the bloodline. They themselves would have been Nephilim. Because if you look at them as the Anunnaki, they could also be the Archons. They could also be the fallen angels. And before anybody gets upset and starts arguing and blurting out a bunch of crap in the chat, let me just say this is my show, and I'm going to say what I want to say. I'm not going to be influenced. But I'm open to discussion. If somebody wants to jump on and talk about it and discuss it with me, I'm okay with that. But the evidence, if you really looked at the evidence of what we have and not just what we believe because we were taught to believe it, which is what some people do, is that they could be one and the same, and you could have multiple stories going on that were at different times. Now, I'm going to give you an analogy real quick, gentlemen, and everybody in the chat. People look at dinosaurs, right? One of the most popular dinosaurs is a Triceratops, right? We can all agree on that. It's current. Its what do you call it? Its contemporary was the T-Rex. Commonly held that the T-Rex hunted these Tyrannosaurus Rexes, hunted the Triceratops, and the Triceratops gave it back because they found broken ribs with Triceratop horns embedded into their ribs. So we know that they fought back and they weren't easy prey. But we know now that T-Rexes may have hunted in groups of 3 or 4, which makes them have a pretty formidable opponent. Somebody's trying to get in. Try again, guys. And so we know that those were contemporaries. What people don't realize is that one of the other most notable dinosaurs is very popular, the Brontosaurus and the Stegosaurus, they all lived at different time periods. That's the thing. These different time periods were not small little gaps either. I believe they were like 10 million to 20 million year gaps. So people just go, oh, well, the dinosaurs, right? The dinosaurs inhabited a niche. And I'm going to tell you this too. We don't know that there weren't giants around at the time that the dinosaurs lived. Because I believe that we were all bigger and taller at one time. Not we as in us individually, but our ancestors. That's my opinion. Can't prove it, but there's a lot of evidence that says we were. The Smithsonian, every time a giant skeleton comes along, they run out and grab it. If you haven't noticed that, that's what they do. I've come across that many times. And so we say dinosaurs, and people don't realize that word is just, it reflects a prehistoric reptile type of creature, right? But there were thousands and thousands that we know of these different type of beings, and they did not live all at the same time. The ankylosaur is another one, and it existed way before these other ones. So you have 10, 20 million year gaps, and then you have a couple of them that were contemporaries that everybody, talks about. Then you have this different types of brontosauruses. There were different classifications of them with these long necks. They were a species that went on and on and on. There was this one, and there was this one, and there was this one. And then some that were like the plesiosaur that lived in the water, had the same build, but with flippers. And you had all these intermediary characters, right? So some of them, people will say, well, it's evolution. Others will call it adaptation. It doesn't matter what you call it. It is what it is. That is what's going on. And then you have all of these creatures that are just lumped together, and they're called what? Dinosaurs. And a little kid doesn't know. He's just putting stickers on his wall for the different types of dinosaurs. Text it, my man. How's it going? So you have all these different creatures, and then everybody lumps them together. The same thing. Somebody said something snarky about Bob's. Oh, his language is whatever, whatever cockadoodle, whatever the guy's name was, whatever it is that he is. And it's crazy because like some of them may understand the language, maybe some of them don't. But I guarantee you that there have been different niches of these creatures. Mm-hmm. It is said that Tiamat was also the creator of the hairy man, not just the Minotaur. So if these creatures were created by
Tiamat's also the father of the black-eyed children.
That would be, well, I don't know. Tiamat wouldn't be Tiamat was a woman.
That's what I mean. So who knows what's going on there? But that's what they called her in ancient Babylon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I believe she commissioned some sort of science, black science, because black magic is just black science that we don't understand. We don't grasp it. The Archons and their descendants, the Nephilim, they practiced this. So you had all these different bloodlines that were going and going and going. You had brothers, sisters, cousins. It was all mixed up. They had their own race of Nephilim, and some of them were very different because a black person is very different from an Asian person. Have you guys ever stopped and wondered why this woke bullshit is so prevalent? Do you understand what it does to your mind? It makes you believe that there is no race and that there is no gender. It makes you believe that there is no relationship with God because there is no religion, there is no nothing. There's nothing. So if you don't believe in anything and we're all homogenized, then guess what? You're going to accept whatever they tell you. You have these movies where women are beating the crap out of guys that are 5 times their size, and they're wearing heels. So then you have these young men that are raised up thinking, oh, well, I could just hit a woman because they're tough and look at what they do on TV. And then women go, well, don't do that because you don't want that, right? Then we shouldn't have these men dressing up as women in women's sports. I'm going to tell you what this has to do with everything. All of this together leads to a very bad thing, the cult of ignorance, right? It's okay for anything goes because we're just animals, right? It just breaks us down to animals. Therefore, everything is an animal, including Bigfoot. He's just an animal. He's not a spirit. He's not an entity. We don't even have spirits. We are there. There's no, and then they want to say there's no God, which is ridiculous. And they want to say that there is no Christ. There's people who try to say he didn't exist and that the Roman record doesn't even exist, right? It's all Tartaria and flood, whatever the shit. Okay, yeah. And you know how dangerous all that is when you start throwing everything out the window? Then what happens? Our science is leading us, right? But look at how incomplete science is. They can't even agree on the time of day. Science gave us the worst genocide in history once it's all said and done, the JAB.
Oh, yeah.
You wait, you watch. I'm watching people drop every day. Yeah, and I know why. Too. And they none of their threats or their bribes worked on me. Okay. Now, nobody bribed me with a lot of money either, but I still wouldn't have done it. They did offer me sausages and corn dogs and hot dogs and other phallic things to eat in my mouth while I got the shot. Listen, while you get the shot, they want to give you something phallic so they can, it's symbolic. They think they're being cute. Because the people that run this world used to, that's what they did. They worship those things. Phallic symbols.
Yeah, they worship Osiris's wiener. Literally. It's ridiculous.
That's what the obelisk is.
That's what it is.
Yeah, it's an obelisk.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
then
it is.
we remade one here in Washington.
Yeah.
to show our submission to their culture.
Mhm.
They erected
Now,
one.
if
and
they tell you to
they
bomb somebody, you go bomb them. You do what they tell you because they're in charge. They eat they feed you your own children at lunch, breakfast, dinner, whatever. And then they brag about it. Everybody's just like, we got to go over there and serve them. I ain't talking about the Vatican. Vatican's involved. The Vatican is submissive to them too. So are the Masons. They do what these people say. And they're going to do what they say. And everybody thinks that they're the good guy. They're not the good guy. And I can tell you this right now. They come from that same bloodline. It's diluted, but it is a reptilian bloodline that they hail from. And that bloodline specifically comes from Marduk. That's only because they usurped it during an invasion. So that is something that people don't understand. But that doesn't change the fact that that everything in the Bible is correct, and nor does it change our place in the cosmos. Everybody wants to argue and fight about these little semantics, the minutia. What you don't understand, it doesn't change anything. And even if evolution exists, it still doesn't change the word of God. Because what if God used on a different time scale? He used evolution to create us. It's not out of the realm of possibility. Nothing is really off the table until they take it off the table. And once they take something off the table, then you need to really question it. Because like you were saying earlier, Richard, you're a very suspicious person. So am I. I'm very suspicious. So when people come along and they try to attack people, like one of my guests here that was talking about the different, and then he says the language, it doesn't matter what you say and speak. Language is for us. The angels, the demons, they don't care. They speak every language.
Absolutely.
They're like computer programs that it's preloaded onto. Your computer can speak every language on Earth. And our computers are mock-up of basically of the power of the cosmos, right? I'm telling you, this is the infantile whatever that they have. They're like mega computers that are linked into everything. What do you think AI is?
I've always said that the computer and the internet was the best and the worst invention we ever had.
Yeah.
Mhm. Dual-edged sword.
Evil, but also good.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy that
there's so much potential good that could have been done or that can be done, but there is double the amount of evil that does and can happen. I mean, you start talking about the dark web, and that's where all that evil hides. That's not accepted by society. The really good stuff though is the stuff that's hidden that we absolutely swallow every day.
Exactly.
They just feed it and we just eat it. That's
microchips are literally demonic sigils.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All you have to do is study Edward Bernays, who was Sigmund Freud's nephew, and he was a psychologist here in the States, and he's known as the father of advertising. And the CIA snapped him up when they saw what he was doing and how he could control people and how they would do it and not even be aware of it. It was basically mind control. And, that's what one of my degrees is in psychology. And let me tell you, that guy was smart. He really, I think he observed people and he saw what was going on. He was the guy that figured that if you wanted to advertise something like a sports car, well, it was just like they had that model wearing a skimpy swimsuit, polishing this black car, and also I don't know whether they were pushing the Whopper cheeseburger, and she's eating one of those Whopper cheeseburgers while she's polishing that car in that skimpy outfit. You tie sex to whatever it is you want to sell, and subliminally it goes, and it works for women too. You just make the model a guy, unless they're gay.
Well, the thing about it is, there's a reason there's a saying out there that says that sex sells, because it does.
Mhm. Yeah.
Plain and simple, it does.
Like these lower vibrational habits are like they're weaponized and used against us. Like like whatever our base like reptilian brain the impulses are like eat, like sex, anger, like these
the base emotions,
very primitive reptilian brain emotions.
Yeah,
they're turned into weapons and just like
and the people that are responsible for the subliminal whatever, that they are reptilian themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They understand it very well because they tap into that amygdala.
Yeah.
So let's get back to you, not Tex. I'm sorry, Shadow Tracker. Welcome to the show, Scott and Tex. What you guys are up to today? Good? Everything's good?
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. Let me get back to Shadow, and then we'll start talking, guys. So go ahead and continue on there. I didn't mean to segue off into a bunch of stuff there, Shadow. Thank you for being patient.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I always got something going on here because I'm tracking probably about 8 different groups of them right now. I'm always finding more. I think, Josh, I sent you that picture of that weird nest that's up the road from the house here. It's like a big, huge ball.
When did you send that through what?
I messaged it to you through Facebook.
Okay, man, I get so many, dude. Was it a Bigfoot nest? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. It's just the weirdest thing.
I might have seen it. I get a ton of pictures, man.
Maybe another time I'll come on. I'll show some photos if you can do that.
Well, let me see if I can find it on my Facebook Messenger. Or you could send me another one right now, just anything, and it'll bring you to the top. Because I get about 30 or 40 a day. I'm not joking of messages from Messenger that are just show related. So that
okay, hang on. I'll have to log into Facebook and send it.
Check the messages on the.
Have you ever been to the Nahanni Valley, Shadow Tracker?
No.
No. Don't send them over there, Richard.
Well, I was going to say I wouldn't suggest it either.
No.
Richard wanted you to go there. Is
that located in Canada stand somewhere?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's in BC, isn't it? Northern BC, Nahanni Valley.
I think it's in the Northwest Territories.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Call it the Headless Valley.
Yeah,
Headless
exactly.
Valley, that's right. Yeah.
Valley of the Headless Men. Yeah.
All right, Bob, you could send it again if you want to send me. I can bring your thing up on Facebook.
Okay, hang on there.
I see BD in the queue. BD, just hang on. Got a lot of people in here tonight. Well, this is about average, right? Last Monday was weird as hell. I got kicked out of my own chat. Did you know that, Tex? I literally was not the host for like an hour.
Yeah, we didn't even notice, bro.
They just kept talking. They were just like, "Well, Wolf is gone. Let's talk."
Yeah,
he can't.
That's the great part about having. That's when you know you got good folks up there. You can just wind them up, and let them go.
Yeah,
yeah.
He's like, he can't stop all of us. It was on my birthday too. My own birthday.
Took on a life of its own.
Yeah, the internet went out, and I had to get back in as a guest. Had to come back in, but Anthony was able to go in.
Have you ever tried to leave a comment in your own chat and YouTube kick it back on you? Spam. What?
No. I don't think I've done that.
But yeah, that's on my bucket list, is up there in Canada to go to the Headless Valley or what, Headless Man Valley or whatever.
Yeah, you got to get flown in, I'm pretty sure, don't you?
I think so.
Yeah.
But it's
all right.
The Bigfoot up there, a wild one.
Look at that right there.
Sorry, Tex. Yeah, that's no squirrel, eh?
No. But lately they've been mimicking squirrels. Like on this road just up the street from me here, there's a forestry road, and I've been cutting firewood down there, and it's right at the back of the firing range where everybody's shooting their guns. And so I was out there last week. I was out there later, like 6:30 or so, cutting, and I heard this squirrel chirping in the trees there. And I've never heard anything over there. I see a few birds, but I think they've eaten for almost everything over there. And when I heard that, I just I said, "Oh, hello, Mr. Squirrel." And then I opened the door of my truck and got the shotgun out and laid it on the tailgate and kept dragging the trees out of the woods. I'd hooked up a cable and I was pulling this tree down that got stuck in the canopy, and I knew they were there because I've been tracking them right in that area, and they've been trying to gift me over there. So, and then a few nights ago, up the street from my house is that nest that you just showed, and it's across the street from my neighbor's place, and we were sitting out there on her deck chatting about 12:30 at night, and I hear this squirrel just going off chirping in the woods over there, and I listened to it for a while. I was shining a light over there, and it really sounded pretty good. I thought it was a squirrel, but you know, I've realized now that when I hear stuff like that in the dark, like one night outside the house here, I heard a chickadee going off at midnight, and I knew it wasn't a chickadee because they're right across the street watching my house all the time. So these sort of mimics, I knew that, you know, that wasn't a squirrel, it wasn't a bird. And like Jerry always says, as one of the things to do, hear a bird, find a bird. If you hear a bird, you want to find that bird before you believe it's a bird.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're stalking you?
Pardon me?
Do you think they're stalking you because you're watching them?
Oh yeah, definitely. They know who I am.
Yeah.
Like on my birthday, I had them in the yard here at night doing crazy stuff.
Like wasn't celebrating your birthday, eh?
Well, I don't know. Not sure what they were doing. They like I'm here with my mom now because she's 81, and I got to try to keep things cool because of her. We've had weird stuff happen here, like weird poltergeist activity inside the house.
Yep.
So on the 3rd of June, I don't watch much TV. We were sitting upstairs and I was watching TV with her, and it was 11:30 at night, and the alarm outside in the garage went off. Like we got a thing set up so if cars come in the driveway, you know somebody's out there. So this thing goes off, and I jumped up. I get out on the deck and like, okay, I see a little 1-year-old black bear out there in front of the garage. So I said to her, well, I'm going to go outside and close the main gate that the car drives through, and then I'll come down to the bottom part of the house here and close the man gate into the main part of the yard where the garden is and the compost bins, because I said to her, you know, maybe the bears are going to try and get in the bins. And being that he was a 1-year-old, I figured it, you know, the mother will be around close by. But I also thought of what Jerry had told me, you know, they'll push an animal out towards you to see what it is that you're after, especially if you're in the woods. They may push a deer in your way, or a pheasant or a grouse or something to see if you're hunting or something. So when I saw that bear, I thought, well, you know, that could be, but then again, it could be a decoy. So next morning I wake up, compost bins are both pushed over. The pile hasn't been dug through, nothing ate anything. And I got a wet, hairy arm print on the bin. I can see that the hands had grabbed the bin and pulled it forward. There was muddy, wet, greasy fingerprints on the bin. And then this time, he took a dirty finger and wrote on the bin. It looks like a D and a D. So I told a friend about that, and he said, what does that mean? And I said, I don't know. And then he suggested maybe it means doomsday.
Dead duck.
Yeah, could be that too. Because like I can't go anywhere. I can't go anywhere without them watching or knowing I'm there. I can't sneak into the woods. They know who I am because I've tracked them in so many areas. Actually, when I first tracked them up in the TFL, they never knew where I lived. But one day, it was in the summer, and I saw these 2 ravens flying over the house, and they started crisscrossing like flying in an X pattern. And I kind of hid out from the open. I was under the deck, and my mom was out in the garden, and she saw it, and I knew right away what that was when I saw it. They were pinpointing my location. because then after that, all this stuff started happening around the yard. One night I went out and I saw one. He was like pitch black. The light, you could tell that he was absorbing light. It was a dark shadow. And I saw him turn his head and look right at me as he walked behind the garage. And I never went around there to have a look. I just thought, well, I better go back inside, you know.
I've got a question. Do you think that the Bigfoot is afraid of some people?
I don't know. I never really felt that they were afraid of me. Although, you know, like I've told Jerry and Ella, I went to church when I was a kid with my grandmother, and I used to fall asleep in church. I never really read the Bible much or nothing like that, but I listened to what Jerry and Ella were saying and what Scott Carpenter said about rebuking them. And one night when I was in the park where I was tracking them, I noticed things happening and changing in the park after I'd rolled my car in July of 2023. And then in August of that year, I noticed weird things in the park, like, you know how in nature you never really see right angles. So on one of these trails, I noticed these logs placed in a right angle. And, you know, I'm always skeptical about my own thoughts and what I see and what I take photos of. So I was like, okay, well, maybe the tourists did that. And then after a while, I was like, there's no way the tourists did that. They're not that ambitious. One of the trees would have took some incredible power to wedge it onto another tree. So then they made an X. They pushed a tree and then broke one, made an X, where the year before I put rocks down, like Scott Carpenter did. He'd put rocks down and they'd move them around a week or so later. I tried that. They never moved them around, but they made that X there. So then I started thinking, okay, well, they're in the park here now because I haven't gone back to the other site after rolling my vehicle. So that was in August of 2023. And then following February of 2024, I was up there in the winter tracking them in the snow. And then once I suspected they were there, I started talking to the woods and I said, you know, I know you're in here. You've been stalking me for 30 years now, and I'm getting sick of it. If you have something to say to me, then come out and say it. Show yourselves. I was walking back to my car on February the 9th of 2024 at 5:30. I was 60 feet from the car, and I looked up, just kind of glanced up, and I could see the side of my car, and I saw lights against the driver's side door, and I just thought, oh, well, maybe somebody's backing in, and those are the headlights of the car shining against mine. And I was 60 feet from this gate because in the winter there's a lot of snow here, and they locked the gates, and my car was on the other side of the gate. So when I got up to my vehicle, I was surprised that, man, there's no other car here. So what did I see? These lights. And then I smelt a smell in the air. And it was one of the 5 smells that Jerry's told me about. It was a smell, a sweet smell, like a woman's perfume. And as soon as I smelt that smell, I just thought, I know what this is. I'm gone. I jumped in the car and I was gone. And then I went back the next day at 2:00 in the afternoon, stepped into the tree line from sort of where the lights were from, took some pictures, and I've got some pictures of a translucent kind of looking half from behind a tree at me. And then after I realized they were in the park, I rebuked them. And 4 days later, I woke up early in the morning and I was looking outside the kitchen window at 4 in the morning, and there was one probably 16 feet tall standing outside the fence with glowing red eyes. And when I saw that, I realized, boy, they are not happy with me. I did something that they probably never expected I would do, and rebuking them brought them under control. At least it let them know that I got some power. So whenever I go out, like when I was go cutting wood, I just do like a blanket rebuking. I say, you know, any of you that hear the sound of my voice, I rebuke you in the name of Christ. And it seems to be effective. They don't show themselves to me. I don't want them harassing me, throwing things at me, trying to ambush me or anything like that. So I'm always carrying a big machete on me, or I got my shotgun there.
What does it say to you about their nature, Bob, that a rebuke in the name of Christ works and pisses them off?
Well, they know, like Scott Carpenter said, they try to claim they don't know who that is, but I could, from my experience, I would say they do know who that is.
Hey, anything with glowing red eyes, man, ain't your friend, right? So there's only, yeah.
And like go ahead.
You believe that these are Bigfoot that you're having issues with?
Yeah. Although, like I discussed this with in my last tracker meeting with our trackers, you know, these things come in all different sizes, and they look different too. Like it's not, they don't all look like the Patterson Gimlin version. Right. You know, and like I got a degree in biology too, and I think I wrote this in the chat here once on PRT. There's an idea in biology, and it goes like form equals function. And what that means is from a form of a creature, you can kind of infer what its function is. So if you look at, say, a beaver or a deer, you look at their teeth. They don't have sharp canines for ripping and tearing flesh. They don't have sharp claws. So a lot of these things that I have pictures of, like across the horse field from the nest that Josh showed, I've got a picture of one in the trees there, translucent, but I can see his huge fangs. And I've found claw marks with the footprints that I've seen. So like I've said in the tracker meeting, these things try to, you know, propagandize us and say that we're friends, we're not harmful. I call crap on that, because if this is why they hide their disgusting faces, because if we saw their faces right away, we would know that that thing is not a friend.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
I've heard that there's one set of them that have only 3 toes, and I've heard those are the bad news ones. You don't want to mess with them.
Well, I don't know if it's just those either, because here in Texas, in particular Central Texas, I would take it a step further.
None are pretty good.
East Central Texas over here, Apache Pass comes to mind. The stories in that area, in that corridor, they're always ashen face too. Now, other people have told me that that's some sort of like clay or something they put on their face. We were thinking like it's ash, and they figured out a way to use fire, but you know, or they just use it because they're a lot more intelligent than they let on. Somebody asked me the other day, and it was somebody up in Montana. It was a rancher, and he was actually a friend of somebody that we did a story on. And he was telling us that very interesting. He had a question. He said, you know, what if these beings are hyper advanced, like you say they are? Then tell me why they're not using the advancements that we have. And I said, think about it. People in our society drop out of society all the time. and then they go and they become homeless. And not all of them are doing it because they are down on their luck. Some of them do it because they like living that way. And some people are very trashy. This isn't attacking any our enemies that have always attacked us. What I'm saying is I'm just being in general, right? Although these people are very trashy too. What I'm saying is there are people out there that they're very trashy. Have you seen how they live? We did security at a I guess it would be called a manufactured home place. Let's put it that way. And it was here in Austin on the east side, at Trailer Park, yeah. And I can't tell you, dude, like these people, not all of them, but a bunch of them there in that particular one, they choose to live that way. They are very trashy. They'll even leave trash in their yard. It just blows my mind. I'm like, how does somebody do that? And if you're somebody that does that, I'm sorry, but I just can't understand why you would do it. And so they throw their trash all over the place. They don't pick up after themselves. They let their pets or whatever it is, poop everywhere, pee. They don't pick it up. They don't, you know what I mean? They just don't have any self-respect. And so these beings could be very much like something that decided to drop out and just kind of be there. And they do have the ability, they do have intelligence, and they choose not to do it. Now, it is said, in particular by the Levant, the people of the Levant, that the Shadim or the Shaitan, whichever one you want to call it, basically the evil jinn, term that's been around in the Middle East a lot longer than Islam. It predates Islam by thousands of years. These beings, some of them choose to live in trashy, dark, nasty places. Restrooms, for example, full of disease and germs and all kinds of nastiness where we choose to. The restroom is made for us to go and put it there. and they congregate there. I know people recently got in touch with me. They run a landfill. And that landfill that they run, they see spirits in it all the time. They see spirits and they thought, oh, well, maybe the ground is cursed, or maybe it was, there was a Native American battle, whatever, burial ground. Maybe there was a battlefield.
They're called unclean spirits for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I told them this, it could be very simple. I don't know for sure because I haven't seen all of the footage yet, but I told them it could be very simple. It could just be as simple as, they're demons and they go where the trash is. It's as simple as that. Or something got thrown away. Maybe they were attached to it. Who knows? But these entities, they do what they do, and that's why they're where they're at. So you have to stop and take a look and say, hey, there's a reason why they live the way they do. Maybe these Bigfoot over here have figured out how to make fire and put ash on their face. Or maybe they just rub clay on their face. But from what I have heard, they're very much five-toed, but they're extremely, extremely aggressive. Hostile. I would typically say I'd rather run into a Bigfoot than a Dogman, because the Dogman that I saw, just that thing, there's no way. I don't give a crap what anybody says. That thing is built like a Bigfoot, but with more weapons. It's a simple math. But those particular creatures, the gray-faced ones, and we've taken to calling them the grays, which is kind of, we have aliens that are called grays, and we deal with that quite a bit too. But these grays, they are so aggressive and violent, dude. Like, there was a woman that told us about it. Was her cat? It ripped this cat like it just in front, just to be mean, demented. Yeah. And there's always 2 or 3 of them together, and they're not huge. And you know what freaks me out? It's kind of tricky when you stop and think about it. Like, how the elites, we talk about this, they do this soft disclosure. Do you remember the movie Congo?
Yeah.
You remember how if I remember correctly, they were smaller and like gray or something, like smaller than regular gorillas or something. It makes you wonder what these people know. What did they know that we don't know?
Something about that white face too, because what other animal, like whenever they have that white gray face, is a bull. Those ghost face bulls are so aggressive. So like even mean. For a bull, dude, they're so freaking mean.
You remember when we were at Scruggs?
Yeah.
And that bull would not get out of the damn pen.
Yeah, that bull was like bleeding all over the place too. And was still just not stopping.
They had to bring another bull in and then 3 cow dogs to get him out.
Yeah.
Him and the bull the other bull were going at it, and the cow dogs were going at him. And even then, the other bull left before he did. They finally got his ass out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you, I said, watch that brindle ghost face bull. Watch what he does. There is something to that. I don't care what anybody says. that ghost face that it just looks. I mean, there's something about it, dude. I mean, I don't know what it is. Even with the Gray Pope, a lot of people don't realize that the Gray Pope is the most evil.
Don't those headhunters paint their face great? Sorry, Tech.
Like,
sorry, one at a time. Tex, what were you saying?
I was just going to say, what if we're talking about different things? Because I've never had these bad experiences, and Josh, you know, I've been up close and personal with these critters, you know, on numerous occasions. And if they'd have wanted me, they could have had me 10 times over.
Well, Tex, maybe it's one of those situations where it works right up until it doesn't work.
Well, I guess that's true.
Maybe they can't touch you because you're sealed with the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, maybe
that's possible too.
They're your buddy because they want something from you, and they're being deceptive. I, for one, I don't want anything to do with them. I believe they're demonic. I think they're quite possibly some type of Nephilim or creation by Nephilim. And, you know, I just think they're no good. If they were so good, then why do their first go-to action with a human being is to scare them to death? Just give them an overwhelming sense of fear. If they're good guys, why are they doing that?
I've never had them do that to me.
Yeah, but
I'm just wondering, you know, if I don't think they're good, I don't think they're bad. Okay, I think they're just, but I don't think that all of them are a spiritual entity. I think there's a physical creature running around out there. Okay. I've seen too much evidence of it. And I've never had that overwhelming dread, you know, especially with Dogman. A lot of people call it the Dogman sickness. When I had my encounters, I didn't have that, but that doesn't mean anything. In my point of view, it really doesn't. Because I know people that have had that, but I think we're dealing with so much out there, so many different things, so many different phenomena, and it gets crammed into one box a lot.
To go along with what you're saying, I've heard some people think that some of the Bigfoot are created by Nephilim, but they're so far down, their bloodline is so diluted that they're not nearly as evil, or maybe they're not evil at all,
right?
Compared to somebody, you know, 30 generations back. Now, you know, and I'm open because, you know, there's none of this stuff that any of us could say, I've got definite proof. You know, it's just all you can go on is what people tell you about or what personal experiences like you've had.
Exactly.
And so, and I think it's right on target that they're not all the same. Just like people aren't all the same. Dogs aren't all the same. Cats aren't all the same. You know, living things that we deal with on a daily basis, they're different. I've owned several dogs and a couple of wolves in my lifetime, and every one of them had its own personality.
Yep.
And acted differently. And you know, there's a lot of people, they just look at a dog is a dog, and a cat's a cat, and but they've never been up close and personal with them or had a relationship with them. But here again, there's good dogs and there's bad dogs.
That is true. And you know, and I know Josh was talking about how, you know, there are critters down there, and especially the big thicket area. They're known for being waspy down there, you know. Skunk apes, what everybody calls the skunk apes are known for being waspy. Well, I don't blame them. If I had to wander around in a swamp all day at 100 degree and 100% humidity, I'd be a little waspy too. But I just really think, and like you said, going from my personal experience, I think we're dealing with a lot more phenomenon and trying to cram it into one box. Because don't get me wrong, there's some evil crap out there. Okay. And I'm not saying I'm going to go. I don't think they're all tree hugging lovebirds. Okay. I no. Okay. But like I said, if these critters wanted to kill me or hurt me, they could have done it 10 times over. All right. Do I protect myself when I go? Do I protect myself when I go out there? Absolutely. You know, I'm prayed up and packed up. You know, but I've experienced so much, and what's weird is so much paranormal phenomenon in the same areas that these critters are. You know, and I don't know what is drawn to what. I think it's an energy thing, or, and I don't know. It seems like, especially these places like LBL, Blind Frog Ranch, this Brown Springs, Boykin Springs is another one that not a lot of everybody hears about. Skinwalker Ranch, all these areas, if you look at them, have ley lines that intersect. Okay. And of course, ley lines move. We all know that they shift. Yeah. But what if when they shift and that's why we have sporadic sightings of, especially the paranormal stuff, is when those ley lines are intersecting and that energy lines up, that's when that veil really thins. You know? And what if these things are not evil per se, but they're no different than us? They're no different than any other animal. That anything can be, if it's open, anything can be
possessed.
Well, I don't even know if possessed is the right word. It's they can these evil spirits can jump in and persuade you to do stuff, you know, and influence you. That's the word I'm looking for.
You remember Scott Carpenter? He had a picture of an alien on a Dogman.
Yeah.
I remember. You stop and you look at that, okay? And I've had, I could tell you this. We had what was that guy's name? JJ. I'm trying to remember his. I mean, he was very open about it. He was on somebody's channel the other day talking. Because he sent an email to, it was read, I think, by what's the guy's name that reads all the emails? Isdall? Is it Steve Isdall?
Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, I think he sent him, but then the guy reached out to me and he said that he had sent his thing into Isdall and he read it or something like that. And I just remember him telling me this guy's from the Houston area, but he lives north. He's up about 45. It's like northeast of Houston, and it's just outside the city limits. But what's crazy though is that there have been a ton of people reporting Bigfoot. And let me say hi to Tiara. Tiara, thank you for being patient. I know you jumped on, and so, but there are a ton of people reporting things just around the. You can bring Joe on. There's Joe. What's up, Joe? How's it going?
What's up, buddy? Hey, how are you, man?
Joe? Good. The one half of Hellbent Holler there, Joe Doyle. How you doing?
Doing fine, buddy. Yeah, I happened to see you were on. I popped on and said hey, and then you sent me that link. Jesse just hit the bed, but I figured I'd pop on and say hi. I haven't talked to you forever, so
yeah.
And Jesse and Nelly talk like every other day, it seems like, but you and I are usually running, like crossing like two ships in the night. So,
dude, it's like That's kind of me with all of my friends. I have friends that reach out and say hi or whatever, and we have a lot of mutuals. And I tell everybody, I'm like, it's nothing personal. I used to talk to certain people in the community, like like I'm really good friends with Ken and Lyle and Chris Garitano and people like that, and I just don't have a lot of time. Everybody's got their own projects and doing what they're doing, but
well, you're always at work like I am. But by the way, we're next to Ken Gerhard at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Conference.
Oh wow!
This weekend, we're literally tables are right next door, like next to each other. So I'll make sure to tell him you said hey. So.
Oh yeah, I just talked to him I talk to him every now and then because I just don't have time for anything else. But it's nothing personal against anybody in the field. Tex, you and I are friends. We talk pretty regularly, but not as much as I would like. But I work all the time. I have a ranch.
Oh yeah. Well, I hear you, brother. Of course, you don't want me. It's not like you don't want me contacting you on my lunch hour at 3:00 in the morning. So
I don't. I'm up at 3. I sleep 4 to 5 hours a day. So that even then, I don't have enough time to do everything and I'm pushing right now to try to get the book. I just I wasn't happy with. I'll just be honest. The first chapter, I went back and I was like, I don't like this. So I gotta keep tweaking because I want this to be good, and I think I'm overthinking it. Maybe I don't know.
Well, hey, I'm going to bow out of here, and because I want to kiss my lovely wife goodnight before she hits the bed. So, but y'all stay safe and keep your head on the swivel. And Shadow Man, I hope things, I hope you get to where you're feeling safe around there because I think you got some other stuff going on.
Before you jump off, though, Tex, I wanted to finish what I was saying. Somebody, is that your mic? Whose mic is giving feedback here?
I don't know.
Not mine.
I don't know whose that is. But before you jump off, one of the things I wanted to say, and I think it's important, is that what you were saying about two different things going on, and things can be, so we were talking about Scott Carpenter's famous picture of the alien creature. There have been at least half a dozen people. One guy named JJ recently reached out to us, and he sent us a photograph. And we got Jerry Williams there too. What's up, man? The man himself. What's up, Jerry? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good. I guess we got the whole crew here tonight. We're just everybody's in the house here.
Got the heavyweights.
We got some heavyweight hitters in here tonight. So at least good friends of mine. I like being around people that I can trust and that I like. Last Monday I got kicked out of my own live for an hour. So my birthday, and then the show just kept going. And Richard, you took over and you did a great job.
Well, thanks, brother.
Then I got angry and jealous, and so I attacked you. Because you know how I am. I'm like, I come out with a knife. I do the things. So
it's part of your charm.
It is. It is. And some people love it. Some people don't, So what I was going to say, though, Tex, is what you have going on there. Like you said, two different things. I think that there are creatures that can be influenced by these entities because I think they're better vessels than we are because they were created that way.
Hey, Tex, do you remember Bigfoot in Germany?
Yeah.
So he sent me a picture of a Bigfoot that come out of the bush in Germany with him. And it was a big white mother. And it was as scary as the day is long. I still have the picture. And you could see a gray alien beside the thing. And then you can see that other weird man-looking face beside the thing. As plain as day. So...
what is it with those white face? I'm telling you, there's something to that.
And it was violent, too. He said it almost killed him. Sorry, go on.
I said, I'm going to stick with my deal. I don't believe any of them are good, but y'all were talking about being suspicious. My kids used to tell me when they were in junior high school and high school, if I saw 3 young folks walking down the street, I thought all 4 of them were up to no good.
When I was young, definitely if I was with 3 of my friends, we weren't up to as somebody who was locked up 4 times as a kid, luckily not as an adult, but I was a juvenile delinquent from hell. I did all kinds of stupid things.
Well, good, though. What would make one of these Bigfoots good to somebody? That it didn't eat them, or?
Yeah. But I'm not in that camp. I don't think they're good at all. I don't.
When people say they have interactions, show us the picture where you're hugging the Bigfoot.
I think they're being conned.
Show us, those kind of photos. When we hear people talk about interactions, they're saying, "Oh, I've seen it, 20 miles, or I heard it over there," or, it's not like it's coming to their house and having dinner with them. they're not going out and sharing apples with them.
Yeah.
So
they do share
they
apples
not have
with them,
eaten
but that doesn't
people
mean
at
that they're
that
good.
time. You know, the forest may be full of food, or this person may be gifting it. You know, but there's a lot of people who has had those face-to-faces, those interactions, and none of those have been good.
Well, let me ask you a question, Joe. I've never asked you this. So this is directed at Joe Doyle. I don't know. I don't know if the answer here represents Hellbent Holler as a whole, because there's you and Jesse, but for you personally, and I would assume, maybe wrongfully, I don't know, but your significant other, Jesse, would agree with what you say, right? So what are your guys' stance on what these things are? Let's go with Bigfoot. Let's just say Bigfoot, for example, because, you know.
I think there's more than one phenomena that's being lumped under the Bigfoot umbrella. And it's weird because we were just talking about this, because the presentation we're doing at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Festival is on the Southern Sasquatch. It's on Bigfoot in the Southern Appalachian region. And when I talk to people from across the country, a lot of times they're dealing with things that are just, they share a passing physical resemblance. Yeah, they're tall and they're hairy, you know, big feet, obviously, but it's almost two different things. It's one of the lines that we keep coming back to is, for example, the Pacific Northwest, Bigfoot is something to find. People are out looking for it. Well, you know, in the Southern Appalachians, Bigfoot's something to fear at that point. You know, it's very ingrained in the folklore, from the Cherokee and Catawba tribes here on through the European settlers that came up into modern day, especially the people that live in the more rural areas. It's usually not very pleasant encounters. It's always wrapped in the paranormal to a greater degree than what you would see out in the Pacific Northwest, where a lot of these encounters just seem like a big gorilla, big smart gorilla going around at this point. I don't have a favorable outlook myself on a lot of these things. I don't really think that they have your best interests at heart. You know what I'm saying? That maybe you had an innocent encounter with one of them. Well, you know, you can walk past a rattlesnake and it chooses not to bite you. That doesn't mean that rattlesnake is your friend at that point. Exactly. So I keep coming back to the fact that it's not a monkey. I don't think it's a relic hominid, at least in this region. It's something that we're not keying in on. I think we're missing something here when we actually talk about this thing. Because when you look at the phenomenon, at least in this area and in its totality, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, we just did a documentary for Small Town Monsters that's coming out. And it was based on Bigfoot and the Uwaris, the Uwari National Forest in North Carolina. It's not that big of a place. And when we were going up there, I was just going, this is going to be a waste of time. It's going to be just misidentification, you know, people wanting to see Bigfoot. It could have been furthest from the truth, man. I mean, whatever is going on if Bigfoot exists in this region, it's there. And it doesn't make sense. The area is not big enough. It's crisscrossed with private property, but it's there. The people are seeing it. I mean, we caught some crazy audio that it's not coyotes. It's not any sort of like owls or night birds. It's not dogs. It's not any of the natural wildlife up there, but it sounds pretty darn close to like the Ohio house that got picked up. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, all the skeptics' arguments about why Bigfoot doesn't exist, a lot of them carry weight. A lot of them make sense. And I'm just looking at it going, all right, there's something here, but if it was an animal, we'd have one in a cage by now. That's all there is to it. I don't care how smart the animal is. If it was an animal, we'd have one. And then you get you get the argument that like they're just a different tribe of people. And I'm like, well, you get a group of people, some of them are stupid. Some of them have poor judgment. Some of them just have bad luck. And if that's the case, then where's that one that just misjudged crossing in front of that 18-wheeler one night, you know, was a little bit too slow and just got splattered all over the road. None of the answers that we have for everything else on this planet really apply to these things. And I understand why people don't believe in it. If you haven't had an experience, if you just look at it on its face value. So for me, it's an enigma at this point, man. I mean, I know it's there. I know it's real. But as far as like what it is, I don't know, man. I don't know. Sometimes you see them, they behave like, you know, you get accounts, they're behaving just like an animal. they're eating berries, eating roadkill, chasing wild hogs, which we got a lot of those reports in this area. And then other times you get the weirder stuff, man. So I don't know. I mean, that's not even dodging the question. I literally don't know. The more I look into this stuff, the more confused I am.
When you take Bigfoot or Dogman, of course, Jerry, you and I have talked at length about this along with Ella, and it's come up many times. And I've talked with you, Tex, about this, Richard. I've talked with everybody here on the panel, with the exception of Tiara and Scott. I've talked with you somewhat. But everybody else, I've talked at length about it. You're going to be, like you said, at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Conference in Gatlin. Now, you said that something very interesting, that the Bigfoot tend to be very violent. The ones down here are too.
Yeah.
They attack people pretty regularly. It's not that when you see one, it's not something you have a lot of time to you make a decision. It's fight or flight. Usually it's just to get the heck out of there, because the next step is probably going to be an attack. I'm just telling you the truth. People can say what they want. We don't have very many pleasant stories from this area, but now, if y'all guys remember, Bob Hartman was on the show. In the audience, you probably remember it was a good show. We talked and had fun. Barb's a lot of fun, but we were talking, and she's up in the Northwest. And when I've been up there, I've been all around that area. And that sound up there, where she's from, and you stop and you look. All of those different islands, there's all these different stories of Bigfoot, but not a lot of people talking about them attacking them or doing anything aggressive. They are not like, I don't know, I'm not going to say that they're not, it doesn't happen, but it's not like with the alacrity that happens down here. Let's put it that way. Down here, it seems to be like quite a bit, and if I had to say something, you have this Ryan Edwards, which is one of our colleagues. He's written 2 books, a young guy. Good author, but his book is very just much like information and what he believes, and then like the stories mixed in. But the hominin versus hominid thing, he spoke on that at our conference, and I think that he's onto something when it comes to that, because there are 2 different things when it comes to this, that they're either from the ape family, which I don't believe, or that they could be a type of prehistoric human. But my thing still stands. If it is a prehistoric human, that is even more of a ready vessel for something evil to attach itself. Because if there are werewolves, people that practice lycanthropy, saying, I can change into this, I can go into the spirit world, I can do all these things if I have this other that attaches itself to me. Same thing with the vampires. They say that they have this other that attaches themselves to me, but it wants blood, a supplication to it, right?
Well, there's something physical out there. I mean, I've got
definitely 100%, but that doesn't mean that it can't be metaphysical. Metaphysical can manifest as physical.
Oh yeah, but like you said, and I think you hit on something really interesting here, because when you say it, they could be, they're just as apt to be influenced by demonic stuff as we are, right? Probably more so, because I'm not sure they have a soul. Okay. And I don't want to jump off into the religious aspect of it, but I'll just say this. God said he created us in his image. I don't necessarily think that was the way we look. I think that may be what he was talking about, is he created us with a soul. Okay. So maybe these things don't have a soul, and that leads them, like you said, to a vessel that is very apt to being influenced by demonic stuff. That being said, when you start talking about these things being prehistoric type of human, I think that they have, for a lack of a better word, a shaman in their group, a healer, if you want to call it that, whatever. So if you go down the skinwalker path, why couldn't these things be just as involved in that as, some other, peoples were? And, I think it depends on how they were raised up. If Grandpa Bigfoot was shot in the ass, well, he don't like humans. He's going to raise his kid not to like humans. So,
I don't think demons or anybody likes being shot.
Right. So
I've been stabbed in the butt. Wasn't pleasant.
You never tell. But I don't think they're all demonic. I think they can be influenced like anything else. But for the most part, I think they're just like, leave me alone, I'll leave you alone.
Depends on what region, though. I think Joe hit the nail on the head with that one. But where you're from up there in Brown Springs, though, there have been.
I think regions has a lot to do with it, But it's like I said, if I had to run around in a damn Okeechobee swamp all my life, I'd be pretty pissed off too. But
that's their natural habitat. But if you know about the spider and the spider DNA that they have, that's why you got the fish DNA, the serpent DNA, the bird DNA, the animal DNA, the human DNA, all mixed in with this abomination. It's not something God made. This is something that was mixed together with the Nephilim, with the spider DNA.
I believe that's how.
That's why it has no neck. That's why it has a different size appendage. That's why the torso is bigger than the bottom part. Everything is misproportioned, and those are the same attributes as a spider. And when you mix all that together, it makes perfect sense to have so many abominations. And what it eats, just like a spider, whatever that spider eats, it's going to take that DNA and produce a bell spider, a wolf spider, a bird spider, wolf, dog spider, whatever. It's going to continue to make different hybrids. So if these Bigfoots, and they don't have to be a Bigfoot like we think, it could be a Wendigo eating a lot of snake. Now it's going to have a slender body. It's going to have more fangs. But if it's eating more moths or birds, things like that, you're going to form a Mothman out of the next one. And it's not going to produce the same thing, or you're never going to see twins, because with the spider DNA, it continues to turn. So this one's going to, when the hybrids have the offspring, this one will be a Wendigo, but the next one that comes out may be a Mothman. Or this one may come out with hooves. This one may come out with fish DNA. So if you think that nothing makes sense, it all makes sense. But if you think of a spider and how a spider uses that DNA, these things have that spider DNA. So it uses that same sequence. Melba Ketchum was using a genome sequence. She wasn't using a spider sequence. Mm-mm. If she uses a spider sequence, it'll make sense. It's repetition.
Your mic is kind of cutting out a little bit there, Jerry.
I don't know.
It's in the hieroglyphs.
Before we go, hold on. I want to say something else to touch on what Jerry's saying here, and to kind of add to that. If you understand the nature of reality, and it's not like something that's just so metaphysical you can't attain it. We talk about it on the show all the time, but if you are in the fourth or fifth density, things are more literal, right? I know as a weightlifter, there are certain things you eat to make your body bigger and stronger. I've put on 40 pounds of muscle in over a summer when I was young. I did this a couple times, and I could do it. Just hitting the weights really hard. You don't have to even take steroids. It just depends on your genetics, right? Genetics is very important. Don't let them lie to you. That's another thing they're trying to do away with. Just to pretend like genetics doesn't exist. And they're going to be like, well, Shaquille O'Neal is the same as a little Japanese guy. Can that Japanese guy, can he slam dunk a basketball? No. Right? No. But he can do things that Shaquille can't do. And Shaquille was one of the people that said that. He was like, look, how are we all the same? Do I look like a little Korean guy? No, I don't. It's a difference in people, but they try to tell you we're all the same. We're not. And neither are these creatures. But I can tell you this, what Jerry's talking about, when they come from the fourth or fifth density, the higher up the density, the more literal it is. You can speak and will things into existence. There was a Sufi mystic that once said the most powerful entity that you will encounter other than the heavenly realm, the sixth and seventh heaven. This is what he said. He said is a human thought form. Think about that. He's saying that when you think something enough, you can literally manifest it and make it happen. So if that is literally what can happen, because this thing is only bound by the human consciousness. And God gives us free will. So our creations have free will. And when you blow it into the ether and it becomes, then guess what? That thing doesn't play by any spiritual rules or laws. It's not bound by anything. You lose control of it. That's it. It is gone. It is done. It does whatever it's going to do. However much energy can bind up and become physical, then it becomes physical. I'm telling you.
I was going to say, if you look at the Egyptian Dendra zodiac, it shows the hybrids, the change. It starts off with the serpent, then it goes to the ram, and that's talking about the Great Flood, because the rams were in the mountains at that time. That's why that hieroglyph is right there. The next one is the bird, because the birds flew back in looking for land. So that's the next DNA, and you got people with wings. And then the next hieroglyph is fish, because now they're going into the water to find, to eat. So all these hybrids are being made, and also in the Aztec sunstone, but it's on the side that you have to read, and it has the Bigfoot in there. It has the same story as the Bible, just told different. You got the giants, you got the Nephilim, you got the demonic spirits. It's all there in front of us, and if you read those hieroglyphs, it makes perfect sense, and it shows you where the Bigfoots are coming from, and the mixture of the DNAs, and the spider as the number one thing that mixes those together.
When you look at these genetics, from these creatures, that's what I'm saying. They become more literal the further up they are. These creatures are on the fourth density, and they're coming out of there. And if it was something akin to a child of the Archons, the original Archons, which we know there were only 200 of them, if they are the Watchers, but they had lineages. Each one of them had a lineage, and they all interbred and they intermixed, and they did their own mixing and DNA and whatever. And they would understand the black science. They would understand breathing life into, we were talking about Tiamat earlier. That was somebody brought that up, and then I expounded on it. Think about it. I mean, they can bring something literally to life. If we can do it ourselves, there are Buddhist monks that do this. In fact, one of the stories that I got not too long, well, it's been a few months now, we haven't done it yet, but it was about the Xianjing in Western China. And they call them the immortals, the lords of the mountains. And the military was sent there to take these monks out, and they were being helped and guided by these Xianjing until the last minute they turned on them. And these monks had tulpas that they had created. This was a guy who was in the military. Now he's a mercenary and he's living down in South Africa. But he was telling us he was part of a mission in China. He was a Chinese mercenary, originally from Hong Kong. And I met him through a friend of mine who kickboxes there. But it's crazy where he lives there. He's retired. But the thing is, this guy says, look, this is a true story. This is what happened. And they encountered these beings that were really just guardians that were created, manifested by these Buddhist monks. What I'm saying, though, is the point stands that these things have a more literal, advanced whatever. And I do agree with Jerry quite a bit. Because, and I didn't, when I first met Jerry, he told me his stories, his theories, everything. And I said, okay, duly noted. I didn't just go, well, let me sign up right now and I'm going to believe everything. Because if I believe everything anybody says, I'd be so contradicting. It'd be unbelievable. But I did my research. I did a lot of research and talking to bunches and bunches of people and having bunches and bunches of people come on the show. And they all say the same thing along with me, that this is what's happening. Every now and then you'll say, hey, there's somebody that's, and we'll let them have their voice too. We did this just the other day. And they said, well, I'm around these Bigfoot and they're not so bad. But that is over there in Washington, Port Williams. I mean, that's a different ball game. I mean, and I'm telling you, they may have their own reasons for being not as hostile, but if a human they get a chance, I promise you that human is not going to exist. I'm telling you this with all my heart.
In all the tribal reaccounts, you're getting reaccounts of all the tribes saying this is what we call the arrival of evil. It was a man-like cannibal that had a bite like fire and paralyzed with his bite. And that's also the same attributes as the spider. But now you have the new age Indians, the residential trained Indians, who'll give you a different story about a Bigfoot that say it's a forest giant or ancient people or it's a protector of, but those are New Age kind of Indians. And so we always have to, we always say, well, what Indian told you that? Give us their name. Give us what clan were they? Where is this a medicine man? And they'll kind of drift off or blank off. They can't tell us where and who told them that. So we always try to trace that back because they'll say, well, the Indians say this, Indians say that. We've had meetings with Indians from Alaska, Canada, even down to Bolivia, and not one of us say that these things are good. We all say that this is a predator and it's hunting people. So whenever we hear, like, just like I was saying, whenever we hear people say that, we're saying, what Indian said that? All you got to do is tell us who said that. We can track it down. We can, because like me, I'm connected to pretty much every tribe in the United States and most of Canada. But I also know that a lot of those tribes don't have the information, or they're residential survivors. So they only get the information that's given to them. They don't have ancestors who are ceremony people, who are traditional, who carried these stories, but we still have our accounts of that time. So that's just to us, whenever we hear that, we want to track it down. We want to know who's saying this to other people so we can track it down and correct them. And we've even had other, like Navajo people, kind of do that too, and we try to track it down and they disappeared. They even dropped their channel.
Josh, expanding on what you said a while ago, what if they are a vessel because your demons are disembodied spirits of the children of the 200 watchers of Nephilim?
Mm-hmm.
My definition of a Nephilim is a fallen angel mating with a human woman. And that's what I consider to be a Nephilim. Well, okay. So we've had all of these Nephilim that have died over the millennia. And what if they are a vessel for these wandering spirits? Because see, they had no soul created by God the Father, therefore they couldn't ascend to heaven. And then you also factor in that you've got the powers and principalities that are over different parts of the world. Maybe, Seattle, Washington, and the Bigfoot in that area have a different prince than the people on the eastern seaboard, and they act differently. I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility, because I when you said a vessel, that really rang home with me.
Yeah, and let me say something else. So, Joe, you're going to be at the conference, at the Smoky Mountain Bigfoot Conference, along with a lot of our other colleagues. Say hi to everybody. I know Harley's going to be there and a lot of other people that I'm fond of. But you're going to be next to Ken Gerhard. Let me give you something that Ken went through. Ken is the one that actually penned werewolves and the Dogman phenomena. That's no secret. I've been very open about it. I had him write it. But it is my work. Now, one of the things that Ken did was he helped me by interviewing and re-interviewing some of the people I had already interviewed. Every one of these was my witnesses. Every one of them, every word is my word. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you holding that book up. So this isn't a plug for the book. Get it or don't get it. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care. If it came down to getting my book or getting Jerry's book, I'll get Jerry's book. I'm just, mine is what it is. But here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this. Ken, at the beginning of it, and I have witnesses to this. You can ask Sibylla Irwin. You can ask David Wesley, a bunch of people that were around this subject when we were doing it. I did the same thing I did. I helped them in different ways too, with witnesses and things like that. When Redfern did the Chupacabra, I did, I contributed. I give him people to talk to people, whatever. And I've actually done a manuscript with him, but it didn't see the light of day. So there's work, and then things happen, things get in the way, whatever. But I'm going to say this. Ken was very much, I don't really know what this is, but anything and everything has got a physical sort of explanation. Maybe there's an energy there. That was his simple kind of just, this is how he believes. So it was like, how does the Dogman exist? Because he's looking at it from a 3-dimensional standpoint, and the Bigfoot is a Bigfoot that is a physical creature. That's what it is. That's what he believed. Now, bless you. Now, I'm going to say this. When he was done, we had this long talk, me and him. And I remember him saying, he goes, dude, I'm thoroughly confused. I'm blown away. And he said that at the conference, too, the second one in particular. And he said, dude, this is something that I don't understand. I don't understand this. He goes, we interviewed 40, 50 people. And just I interviewed another 20, and people made the cut. We decided maybe we'll make another one, whatever. And he asked me what I wanted to keep and what I didn't. And I told him, this is what needs to be in there. This needs to be da-da-da-da-da. And he basically transcribed it. And at the end of this, interviewing all of these people and then me going over and reading what they said and matching it up if they had said it to me before, whatever, blah, blah, blah. 99% of it was the same. And one of the things that he pointed out was, he goes, I know 100% now, I believe in the Dogman. He's like, you can't interview all those people and not believe in it. He goes, these people, and what got Ken was they would repeat the story. What it is or what it was, he's not sure. He goes, this is his exact words. He said, if I had to put my finger on it, it's something demonic.
Well, Aaron Deese, who lives down near you with Small Town Monsters, he had a very, because I didn't really put a lot of credence behind the whole Dogman phenomenon, because even if you're open to some weird stuff, werewolves, man, come on. That's a bridge too far for a lot of people. And it was certainly a bridge too far for me. We went to the LBL and I got that thing on thermal that you and I, that you've seen before, which looks like an upright canine figure with really large eyes. And it just completely blew me away. And it really opened me up to the phenomenon. Well, so Aaron Deese decides to write a book on the Texas Dogman Triangle, because again, like the Sasquatch in Texas, Dogman, it's very prevalent down there and they're very aggressive down there. And he went into the whole book writing experience just the same way Ken was, that, all right, maybe there's something there. But his pet theory is that there were coyotes that were developing an evolutionary leap to be able to stand on their hind legs. And he was convinced that was the explanation. Okay. And I remember when he was about 3/4 of the way through the book, his opinion started to slowly change a little bit, or at least openly slowly change. I think he was a little bit more convinced privately, but by the time he was done with the book, he's the exact same place where Ken's at. There's something going on here. It's unlike anything else that he's really, prepared to believe. And he thinks it's something demonic at this point. And I think pretty much anybody that gets into this, you have to at least entertain that thought. And that's wild. But if you look at the Sasquatch behavior in the Southern Appalachians, it's got its pattern to it. The Dogman behavior through this area does as well. And you see some of this in other regions, but we get a lot of reports around areas where it wouldn't make sense for a biological creature to hang out. And it's some of the things that everybody talks about: cemeteries. One of the big ones, which is weird here, is old bridges. And the only thing you can really point to is it's a liminal space, that liminality, that kind of a place that's between two others that seems to attract Dogman activity. And they seem to hang out there against all rhyme or reason if it was just an animal on the prowl for a few calories that night. But it's odd that Ken went through that, because he's not the first one. And, Ken and Aaron Deese are both really intelligent guys. Yeah. Very intelligent guys. And they're guys who are willing to kind of put their preconceived notions to the side and go to where the data takes them to. Even if it's taking them to a place where they don't really want to be, they'll go there with it at that point.
Yeah.
Hey, Joe, on October 29th, 2016, I saw 2 Dogmen fall out of the portals in the sky 30 feet up and hit every branch in the trees on the way down and harassed my friends and I for like an hour and a half in a cornfield.
Changed your life, I'm sure, man. I mean,
yeah.
The LBL changed my life. We went there, the LBL as a joke. We were basically cryptid legend tripping at that point. The areas in this part of the South are usually too hot to do a lot of distance on foot. I mean, we're very kinetic. We don't really set up camp and wait for them to come to us. We go out in the woods and see what we can kind of rustle up. And we went to the LBL making jokes about it the entire time, man. And when I saw that thing on thermal, it took a while to kind of process. And I tried my best to debunk it. You know, it's not a coyote, it's not a bear, it's not a feral hog. Yeah, you and I talked about that, Josh. I was sending it out to predator hunters, people that I know that use a lot of thermal technology. Nobody could identify what it was, and nobody's still been able to identify what it was. And what I saw was obviously a lot less dramatic than what you saw. I saw something through the imager of a thermal camera, and it shook me to my core. So I can only imagine seeing what you saw and have the effect that would have on you.
So think about this. I'm going to say something here, and you know, so you have Joe saying what he said. Now here's what Jerry's saying, that these Bigfoot are the way they are. Here's what I'm going to say. And Tex, you can rebuttal on this if you want to, but you know, because everybody's free to speak their opinion here. There's no judgment or whatever. Everybody has a say, and people don't have to believe the way I believe. I hear people talk all the time, and I'm like, I don't believe that, but they say what they want to say. That's how it works, right? So nobody get offended or anything, but I'm going to say this. If Bigfoot and Dogman have intermingled and they've been seen interacting many, many times, we've had witnesses come on the show and say this. We've had people that told me their story. We've retold it. They've told me, Anthony, Tony, Nelly, all of us. We've been to properties where people have seen both. And I can say this 110%. They do interact and they do come out in the same areas and same spaces. Now, if Dogman... like you said, I'm glad you touched on Aaron Deese, because Aaron and I are friends, and he wrote his book the same time I did, and we were writing it at the same time. So we talked a few times, and I told him, I said, there's no, like, if you have a witness and I have a witness, let's just figure it out, right? And so he says, if it comes up, you call me. If it comes up, I'll call you. And he did interview a few people in the area that I knew of, that I was like, hey, that's fine. Do what you got to do. And I interviewed in a different. But we really did. There were so many. And Aaron said this. He goes, because we kind of compared notes, and he was like, there's so many people who've seen it in this area. He's like, there's no way we won't be starving for witnesses, and we won't overlap. And it didn't. Like, we didn't run into each other doing it. Like I said, there were a couple out in, I think, Lakeway area that I knew about. One of them that I had interviewed from the Hernandez Ranch thing. He took them on the other side, and I just got mine. And it was like, there wasn't even any competition at all. And us both releasing our book at the same time, I think it helped, just to say that.
Well, think too that statistically speaking, most people don't even report their encounters.
Yes.
So for you guys to find that many that are willing to speak about it, that's the tip of the iceberg. So
yeah, and so many. Ken was blown away by the sheer number and the list of people. I was just like, this is how many, whatever. And he's just like, good grief, dude, and that's a dream for a lot of authors to have that many people to come out and say about this or Bigfoot and whatever. And then this show that's coming out. And this isn't me bragging or whatever. I'm just saying that I was going to be on that show, but I don't have time. It's a History Channel. Joel and Hannah, really nice people. Not Joel, Jared. Sorry, I talked to so many Joels. Not Joel, Jared. So I gave them a lot of witnesses, like a bunch of people's names. So there's guaranteed there's going to be people that I've interviewed probably on the show or whatever, and that's going to come out on their show. A lot of these people, like, look at Jason Bland's encounter. Like, that thing was like a shadow creature up until the point where it showed itself to him, and then it was like a werewolf. And Bigfoot does the same thing. There's a lot of this interdimensional shifting back and forth, and it happens way more often than not. The thing that people get confused and hung up on is that Bigfoot and Dogman both do the same thing. They appear to be physical. They can kill your pets. They can kill you. There are people who claim to go that people that they love have been attacked or they've gone missing. They've attacked cars. Goatman, same thing. They attack cars. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. They push animals out in front of your vehicle, like Shadow, what you were referring to. I believe it was what you were talking about. These beings do what they do, but they're so similar that even there is a creature. I know in Giddings here in Texas, we interviewed a rancher, and it's been an ongoing thing with him and his brothers, his cousins, his nephews, his sons. And they see this creature that looks like an in-between, like something that's in between a Dogman and a Bigfoot. Now you might say, how does that happen? If they are interacting and they are pure predator, do you not think that they would eat each other? It's very possible. And they would do something physical, not necessarily because they needed to, because, what we need for the flesh isn't necessarily what we need for the spirit. But if they are from a higher dimension, it's more literal. So they are what they eat, right? When I'm lifting weights and I'm working out, I eat chicken and rice. You eat certain things that produce muscle, right? You need certain types of protein. And if you eat enough of a certain type of protein, I mean, your muscles are going to be made of that protein. Except our body is a little more advanced to this world. Theirs is not. They're more tuned to the spirit world, that dream world, that wisp world, which is the fourth dimension, where things are spoken into existence and they're more literal. That's the world that the natives go to when they travel, you know, and they understand that it's as real as this. And that, what Jerry was saying about how, oh, they said, well, a native told me this and that. What native, though, are you talking about? Because that's the thing. A lot of people just throw that out there. Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of people going around saying that they're natives, and they're really not. They even get a card with a booger on it that says, hey, look, I'm a native. That doesn't make you a native. Mm-hmm. Because people could pay their way onto those DAWS rolls. I could go to HEB and bag my groceries and say, I'm a bagger at HEB. Are you really? Yeah, I was there for 10 minutes. I did some bagging. I'm boots on the ground. I go out and I walk around in my backyard for 10 minutes and I see a quail and I run back inside. That doesn't make you boots on the ground. Joe knows that. Jerry knows that. And Tex knows that. Y'all are real boots on the ground. When I'm talking about real boots on the ground, that's what you guys are. I think of you guys. I don't think of people joking around out there playing in games and stuff. You know what I mean? So that is the thing. It's like there is, to me, the literal definition is a metaphysical creature, something that Ken could not wrap his mind around until he wrote that book with me. And
also, I was going to say, also, if you can change your shape and form at will, what do you really look like?
Exactly. A shape-shifting whatever. Now, let me ask you this, Jerry. What would you call something that they change their shape and their form, right? Do you believe that that's what they are? They're just a constant shapeshifter, or do they pick a form and they stay with it? What is your opinion on that?
Well, one thing when people talk about dogmen and werewolves, and it's kind of like a lion, a tiger, and a cheetah. Like someone was talking about a rattlesnake a while ago. They're all predators. And there's so many safari hunts where they go and get to walk right next to the lion. They get to, see the tiger out in wild, which is only, maybe 30 or 40 yards away. But the lion also knows that this is not the time to take that person. So if that person's out there by themselves somewhere, that's a whole different story. But as far as the shapeshifters, we know that the Bigfoot, if it turns its face this way, it could look like a bear. If it looks you straight in the face, it's going to look like a human. If it looks this way, it may look like a wolf or a deer. So if it's looking at you like this, and it's got the body stature of a person, and then drops to all fours and turns, now it looks like a bear. Now it looks like a wolf. So every time when we talk about shapeshifters, I mean, there are, like with the skinwalkers, that's a little different than what people consider a shapeshifter. But the shapeshifters also always get mistaken because of the way the Bigfoot structure is, multiple DNA. So this side's going to look like this side's going to look like that. This little part will look like the human part. And that's about it.
Just like a cherubim does.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's what, we use that too, because, they have those multiple faces.
Interesting.
They can use that.
So, Tex, what do you think about what we were talking about and what I said about what do you think about all that? What is your opinion?
I think there's several different phenomenon out there, and we're confusing a lot of it.
Yeah.
I really do. I can't say anybody on this panel is wrong. And I would never do that, because you can't go into this field. And that's the problem. We got so many people that's in this field that's absolutely closed-minded that they won't see anything past their blinders. Mm-hmm. Okay. Every time I get a chance to talk to a bunch of different people that's got a bunch of different outlooks on it, I put that in my tool belt for every time I go out. Because if I absolutely refuse anybody else's explanation for things, I'm shooting. I'm cutting myself off at the knees because I'm disregarding any information that might be helpful to me to find out what's out there. Okay, I know. I have all I know is what I have experienced personally. Okay, and what I've seen, and I've seen some weird shit. Okay,
some weird shit out there.
There is. There's physical stuff out there. Can they transform into metaphysical? I don't know. But I'm open to it. You know.
So, Tex, what I'm gonna need you to do is go back to Brown Springs and get us some evidence and bring it to us. That is your homework assignment. I'll have it ready by Wednesday.
Hey, Josh, I got to run, actually. Yeah. I did want to take a second to thank you for your help with the Bethesda charity, man.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You knocked it out of the park. Everybody knocked it out of the park. All the paratroopers, all the hellbenders. For those of you who don't know, the two channels kind of joined together with Blondes and Booze, and we raised, what, $5,000 for
it was over
the Bethesda group out of Oklahoma, which services abused and children who've just had a bad shake at life. So there's a lot of kids like that in Oklahoma, and we were able to do a little good for them, man. So I didn't have a chance to thank you after we closed the charity, so I figured I'd do it tonight before I rolled off, man. So
I appreciate it, and good luck at the conference. There's going to be a lot of cool people there. So
yeah, if anybody in the audience is out there, stop by and say you're a paratrooper. We'd love to see you guys. And like I said, I'll tell Ken you said hey, and we'll have to get together on YouTube one night, man. Now that everything's kind of slowing down a little bit for us, buddy.
Yeah,
so,
as soon as you guys are ready, just let me know. We'll take a time to have you on, or we can go on, whatever you want to do.
Absolutely. Guys, all of y'all have a good night. Thank you for having me on.
You too.
Yeah. I'll see you, Jim. Good night.
So I don't, I'm not going to dismiss anybody's encounter. Okay. Whether it was like what I had or not like what I had. If you do that, you're foolish. Okay. But the thing about it is, and I say this all the time, both sides of both camps, both sides of the aisle, if you want to call it that, need to be willing to go, what if? Because if we don't, we're not going to learn nothing. We're going to be stuck in the mud like we have for the past 50 years. Okay. We need to learn from each other. I don't know what these critters are. Some of y'all claim to know exactly what they are. I don't. I don't know what I'm dealing with out there. I know how I treat it, and it's worked for me so far. But why am I seeing a human-like gray thing scamper up the side of a barn and over a tin roof and not make, and the human size and human shape, and not make a sound? And when I step up on a set of steps that are next to the barn, and somebody else sees a hand come up behind the steps and grab my ankle, and I go head over heels down on the, what is that? Hell, I don't know. I call it a crawler because I don't know what else to call it.
Yeah.
But I know it's in the damn place that I've been seeing, that I may have caught a damn Dogman on film, on camera, So, and that's not Brown Springs. That's somewhere, that's down here in Texas. I was on the documentary that Small Town Monsters did, the werewolves of Lone Star State or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I was featured on that. My Dogman encounter, the three that I believe I had, one I saw, during the day, 30 feet in front of me. It's hard to mistake what you're looking at, The second time, I think he was chasing me because I pissed him off, but that's neither here nor there. And the third time, I think it was him watching my house that I was watching during a storm, But as far as Bigfoot, I've seen them twice during the day, multiple times at night. Had numerous encounters that I think was them. Don't know because I didn't see them. I've got fingerprints left, multiple handprints left on my truck. Fingerprints that look almost identical to the Neanderthal fingerprint they pulled out of France a little bit ago. And if you compare the fingerprints that I've got and the fingerprints of that, and you merge them together, they look damn near identical. So we got something running around. I'm not saying what it is. We got something running around there that was running around 48,000 years ago, if you trust their dating, processes. And something that's got enough DNA in it to have the fingerprints of a so-called Neanderthal, what they're calling it, in 2023 in Oklahoma. Explain that one. Hell, I don't know. I know we got some weird stuff going out there, and I love to experience it. I'll tell you that. But 9 times out of 10, walking around in your backyard or driving down the road, you ain't going to experience shit.
Yeah. Well, most of the time you don't. It's like living in a house that's haunted. Doesn't mean that it's the house of horrors. It's like Amityville every day.
Right.
Stuff comes and stuff goes. I'm going to address this. Verax, he says, you smell that, Tex? Smells like like fear and judgment passed on something we still know very little about. I don't keep company with those who live in fear, and I certainly don't walk with them. Well, Verax, here's the thing. If you want to, you can jump on. You can jump on anytime you want, and we can talk. We can talk like men or women, whatever you are. And if you're a woman, that's fine. If you're a man, that's fine. Whatever, or you're they or them, jump on. And we can talk. I know that I don't live in fear. Maybe you live in fear, or maybe you believe that people are afraid. I don't know anybody here that's promoting fear, but I know what I know. And I guarantee you, one absolute, I've interviewed more people than you. I promise you that. And I can tell you this, a lot of the people that I've interviewed, and many of my colleagues have too, and I've got my finger on the pulse of this community, and I can tell you, absolutely, there are a lot of things out there that do a lot of nasty, scary things. And so it's kind of hard to not be afraid. I'm not attacking anybody's belief. All I know is what I have come to the conclusion. And I don't agree with Jerry 100% either, because I don't know about the spider and all that. I know that that's what they believe and his tribe believes. And that is no knock on me or him, because I don't know. I was not taught that. Now, is it plausible or possible? Yeah, it's possible. Is it plausible? I don't know. But I know this. They do things that make you think that there could be something there that is spider-like. They flatten themselves out. They do things that are very, very, very weird, very strange, to say the least. They spider crawl. Dogman and Bigfoot do it. That's why I believe, Jerry, you have said before that they're the same. They just give a different appearance, and it's all upon what they devour.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you look at the Egyptian Dendro Zodiac, the hybrids are there. If you look at the Aztec Sunstone, it shows you the Bigfoot being made, and it shows you a picture of it. It's got fangs, hooves, horns, red eyes, the mid-tarsal.
Can I say something about that? If you read in the Bible, Esau was supposed to be one of these Bigfoot creatures, right? They pretty much describe him as a Bigfoot.
Yeah.
So he married the daughter of Seir, and he married Elon's daughter from Seir, and all those people from Seir were goat men.
Well, I knew Elon was tied up in this mess somehow.
Right?
Yeah.
So if I don't know if it's the same Elon or not, but if Esau mated with a goat woman, wouldn't that be exactly what you're describing there on the Aztec
Sunstone? Yeah.
Isn't that exactly what you're describing?
Well, whenever you look at it, it's pure black. It's once you look at it, I don't know if you can find a copy of it. I have it on my page and everything. But actually, do we have that Aztec Sunstone? Sure. I'll see if we can. We got it somewhere. It's one of the scrolls we have.
Wow, that's a strange coincidence.
Well, I'll tell you this.
You'll see it.
And I don't know. I don't know what that comment from Varax meant about fear. I don't know if he was talking about me.
No, I think he's talking about us or Jerry. I don't know.
I don't know.
Me.
But I will say this.
Yeah, I think that's what he was getting at, because he made another comment after that, and it's not a big deal.
I will say this. And I try not to be arrogant about this whole subject. I really do, because I am not an expert. But
interesting.
But I do love getting out there and experiencing stuff. And I'll tell you what, there is not a better high in the world than to be out there by yourself and have these critters around you. That is exhilarating. And you talk about a rush. That is a rush. Because I have had that happen numerous times. Before I got grounded by my team, I used to I did years solo research out there in Brown Springs by myself, and I'd spend 3-4 nights out there by myself.
I remember that text. I've known you since 2017, and yeah, you've never had an ounce of fear on you once.
Yeah, but I appreciate that, Dick. I really do.
Yes, sir.
I don't claim to, and I've always said there's a fine line between bravery and stupidity, and I jump across that line every damn day. But,
well, every time you drive on the interstate here in Austin, you take
right.
People ask me if I gamble. I'm like, yeah, I drive on the interstate every now and then.
That ain't no lie. Every time I go to work. But I don't think it's. I don't think any of us, as far as that go out there and do this stuff. I don't, and not only. I'm not talking about just as. I'm not trying to toot my own horn for researchers and stuff. I'm talking everybody that, Bob included. I mean, he goes out and confronts these things. That takes some cojones.
Yeah, by myself. I have nobody to track with, so I was actually mad when I found out what this was when Jerry told me. I went up there with my shotgun and I was blowing away in that stand and everything. But you see, one thing I did before I met Jerry was I read this book. And this is all of the tribal stories from all the tribes and what they thought of this creature. Because I wanted to know what the first people knew about this. I didn't care about what all the rest of us were saying or what our opinions were. And now that I'm talking to some people in the tribes, like I've said this in our tracker meetings, that we got a lot of work to do. These people, a lot of them don't know what this is. One of the ladies I talked to at one of my local tribe here last month, she figured that an encounter with one of these was a blessing. And I said to her, well, that hasn't been my experience. They tried to lure me into the trees at night by getting me to follow some lights. And then she was kind of afraid when I told her that.
Well, I've been talking about this here lately too. And you bring up lights in the woods and all this kind of stuff and being lured. This is the same stuff that was happening hundreds and thousands of years ago, and they just packed on another name to it, and it was called the Fae.
Yeah.
Everything that we talk about is that same thing, folks.
Yep.
Nothing's changed. The
arrival of evil
years ago. This is the same crap, folks. We just putting different labels on it. It's all we're doing. Because everybody in the world calls these things different stuff. But
they're all describing the same phenomenon, just with different names.
But it's not us. It's these other people trying to confuse everybody and trying to divide everybody, so we don't come to a conclusion. So we don't come to a unity.
And that's what's killing us, because, not literally, but that's what's killing the research, because the damn community's so damn divided that none of us are, like I said, one camp won't talk to the other camp because they're not. None of them are willing to go just what if. What if these guys are right and I'm wrong? What if these guys are right and I'm wrong? That's all you got to do is be open-minded, folks. That's all you got to do. You can go out there with your own beliefs, okay? But you may get your mind changed if you're open to it. I'm just, you
see it personally, you'll change your mind.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think once you see one of these things,
I'm telling you, folks, and I've said this 100 times. The first time I go out there and one of these damn things mind speaks to me or disappears in front of my eyes, I'm going to be right back probably on this show and my show both, waving that flag, going, I was wrong. Because I'm not that egotistical, I've been wrong before and I'm going to be wrong.
Yeah, that's one thing about you, Tex. You're not an ego-driven person. I don't think anybody here is, really. I get accused of it because, like Ella so eloquently put it one time, I'm a little mouthy, but I'm okay. I get a little mouthy. I mean, she's not wrong. I do, and sometimes I overtalk. Somebody said that earlier that I was talking too much, so let me be quiet. But let me ask this before we go too far. Tiara, I'm sorry. You came on here and you're just kind of there. Did you want to say something? Do you have anything to say?
I'll tell you what. I tried to bow out almost an hour ago. I'm going to go ahead and take my leave.
All right, Tex. It's good seeing you, though, man, for sure.
Bob, all of y'all. Dick, man, it's great seeing y'all. Great meeting y'all.
Love you, Tex.
Y'all take care, man. Y'all
Tex, you know, anytime you want to jump on, I don't care if I'm over here just retelling encounters or have somebody on whatever you want to co-host. You have an open invitation. Jerry, same thing. Joe, same thing. You guys, always, all of you. Anytime you want to jump on.
Over on my show one of these days.
Absolutely, we can do something over there. I got a lot of stuff going on, and that's why I declined I see all my friends and witnesses flying to Seattle with their and some of them are going to Florida because that's where they're doing the filming. And I'm like, dang. And Jerry, I think you're going to be a part of that too, right? I believe. So
they talked about it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a pretty cool thing, but it's like me, I don't have time. They said, hey, do you want to do this? I said, I don't think I can. I just don't have the time. I have too much going on with my businesses and my ranch. It's a lot of work. And so there, there's all kinds of stuff. I just have a little bit of time, but I always never let it be said I won't make time for my friends. I always will, because that's not me. It's nothing against these people. I don't know them that well, so it's a working relationship. But I mean, I would have loved to be able to do it, and I'm sure it would help build the brand, and I was offered to be on other shows, but I just don't have the time. But for you guys, I'll make time.
Well, y'all be careful. Stay safe out there.
God bless you, Pat.
All right, Tex. I'll see you.
So I was also going to say that they would say I was arrogant, but I'd pull out the maps and say, well, here this is, or I get the sunstone. I mean, all the older ancient tablets and point out, well, this is where the hybrids are. This is where everything changed. The arthropod came before the dinosaur age. It all makes sense. The spider came in and everything changed after that.
Yeah. Your mic is a little bit quiet.
I don't know what's
it'll fade in and out. Okay. For sure. I think one of the things too that people need to understand is I don't think it's arrogant when it comes to like when I coach, sometimes people get the wrong way because I'll tell them, look, you're standing incorrectly. Put your hands like this and right from an angle. And then people get upset because they think that I'm trying to tell them. Somebody's mic is giving big time feedback.
I think that might be Tiara.
Tiara, are you there?
Yeah, I was just trying not to interrupt anybody. I'm not sure what the feedback situation is.
Okay. So anyways, real quick, and then I'm going to get to you. It's just people misconstrue, arrogance with confidence with arrogance. And I tell people I'm confident. That's all it is. And I believe Jerry's the same way. People believe what they believe. My views will change when the evidence points more in that way. And by evidence, I think lots and lots of people telling me the same thing is circumstantial evidence, at least for me, because I have to look at what these people are telling me. And when you have thousands of people telling you the same thing, that's what I'm going to go with.
That would hold up in court.
Absolutely.
Even Melba Ketchum's report, if you look at the report, she's going to say it's got multiple DNAs and they're all mixed together.
Denisovian, which is interesting because the Denisovian, if you were to read the Jewish book of mysticism, the Kabbalah, which I'm not saying that's the final word, but it's interesting that they talk about the demons being from another universe that was compressed. Denisovians, typically the bones that we find, they're very large people, upwards of 20 feet tall, and they're mostly found in the ocean, in areas that are covered by water. What if the flood can, compress them and then they became the evil spirits for all time? And that's what the Kabbalah is referring to. We don't know. It's a pretty mysterious book, But so let's, Tiara, what did you want to talk about?
I think we are on the Sasquatch situation, so I think that's a good one. I did have a quick story. It's nothing big or nothing, but it was interesting. But as far as Sasquatch, I think everybody's kind of pointed on it, and you made me laugh, Wolf, because you kind of touched on what I wanted to say that I've not personally heard a lot of people talk on is I think there's multiple things going on, and everybody kind of talked about it, right? But I also think that a part that I've not heard about as often is, like you're saying, the tulpa or the egregore situation. How many people have had bad experiences with these beings to where there's just that shitty energy going around creating more of it? And I think that could be part of it too. I think that there might be some that aren't completely evil. I think there's a lot of DNA splicing and beings being created, which you've talked on your channel before. I think that there's more than one thing, and when people go into it saying, oh, it's just this or it's just that, it limits being able to see what's actually going on. So I didn't get to say it to text, but I appreciated his input of, he didn't necessarily have bad experiences, but, a lot of people have. I think that there's too much gray area to say it's this or it's that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, when you look at it too, like sometimes these demons, they'll give you a little bit of a good experience so that they can make you have a really bad experience. Anybody who thinks that people are abducted just by somebody jumping out of a van and grabbing them off the street is ridiculous, because in particular, the abduction of women and children could happen very subtly. They could trick them into being like, oh, you know what? What's up? And they always start out being nice. If you notice that when someone's going to do something dastardly, then they strike and boom. Humans do that. Why wouldn't a demon? Why wouldn't something absolutely evil that is created from nothing but anger and hate and malice? Of course, it's going to do what it does. That's my opinion. I don't think that it's going to come out and just be all like upfront evil. Why else would they cloak unless they're going to ambush you or do something to you? The cloaking thing is very pivotal because, like you saw, Bob, this cloaked creature, and you don't know what that is, and you don't know why that is, because if it's something that could just come out and just do whatever it's going to do, why does it need to cloak? I mean, there's something to that.
My experience with this, I had none before I started. So I'm just telling what I've seen, what I've experienced, how they reacted to rebuking. And one of the things I would say with, some people have good experiences, some have bad ones. I've kind of rationalized this almost like it's psychological warfare. It's the good cop, bad cop thing, And if you read about that, what good cop, bad cop scenario is all about, it's about control and power, and it's to keep us off balance. It's to keep us confused, because these predators are skilled at capture. And that is just another way to keep human beings from understanding that they're being preyed upon. Some people will say, "Oh, it's good. I gift it, and nothing's ever happened to me." But that can change.
Sorry.
like, we don't trust every person that we meet on the street. So why would I go out in the woods and trust something that's going to cloak and try to lure me and they come in closer to my house at night. They do things in my yard at night. They do things in the yard in the daytime when I'm not looking. One time they came in the yard and they unscrewed a hook and took the planter, the hanging basket down, laying on the ground. And nobody saw that, but they were in the yard doing this. And then a couple of nights ago, the squirrel chirping in the dark. I think they were trying to get me to come out on the road and come looking for it, but I don't fall for those tricks at all.
Yeah, and if something is good, why does it need to trick you? I mean, like Tony said earlier, like I don't believe it. The same thing you don't believe, Tony. I don't believe they're good. Scott, you've been quiet this time. What are your thoughts on this Bigfoot phenomenon? Bigfoot?
Well, Jerry was talking about the shapeshifter stuff, and, I didn't know really too much about it, but I've researched this quite, not that much, but I got a little story that it's kind of like Jerry was talking about this DNA, this spiders, and I had not heard about this before, but I can see that in the grand scheme of things, with the appendages, so forth. But the story that actually kind of dovetails with this conversation of this shapeshifting, just to get off the subject of Bigfoot for a second, which is really intriguing. I'm intrigued with all these cryptids and stuff. And I joined a group called MUFON, and I was an interim investigator. There's like when you first join this, there's these different things that the information that you sign and everything. And I really didn't want to join a group. I'm not a group person. I'm like a rogue, independent researcher, because when you get into a group, there's all this peer pressure. And what exactly, Mr. Wolf, what you're talking about is, or Bob down here, you want to be diversified and not get, hung up in one, or I think it was the gentleman that just left, Tex, talking about he's very open-minded. And you get in these groups and they're not open-minded. They get, it's like a matrix. They get involved with the matrix, and then the disinformational people that are in there, they just lock all these people up. But let me get to the story. So you can Google map this. The location is Prairie Meadows Casino Racetrack in Des Moines, Iowa. So that's on the east side of Des Moines. So I have a friend that was kind of an amateur astronomer, and we got to talking, and I would, be involved with his astronomy group because he also was very interested in UFOs and stuff like that. And so he told me about a person that he knew, very credible witness, that saw something. You guys will just flip out of this. I mean, this is like something I've never heard or read about at all, but I went and interviewed her, like you're saying, boots on the ground. So this is in 96, 97, and I'm living in, I'm living in a suburb of Des Moines at that time. But anyways, so this woman, she's a nurse at an elementary school, okay? And so he told me about this story about her seeing this, and I'm going to call it actually, Jerry, kind of like a light bulb kind of went into my mind about shape-shifting. I'm not talking about shape-shifting animals. I'm talking about shape-shifting UFOs. So anyways, I went out to interview her, and this is the story. There's a racetrack out there, and her house is like a little south of that. And she's out in the middle of the cornfields, kind of like it's out in the suburbs, no traffic, nothing like that. So she's coming home from the grocery store. And back then, today we have, she was carrying groceries in paper bags. I don't know if you guys remember the paper bags, and she was carrying the paper bags to her house. And she told me that she looked up and she saw two of these, and I'll get to the shape-shifting at the end kind of the story. She saw two of these triangular ships on each bottom. There was 3 white lights on each side, and this was dusk. It was just, the sun was just kind of going down, so she says she could see definition. And I don't know if you know, radar, if you're below 5,000 feet, I believe on this, I worked at the airport a little bit, I'm not sure about this, but below 5,000 feet, if an object is below there, radar won't pick it up. I'm not sure about that, but that's from what I read. But she looked up and she saw this craft. It was triangular, but what was interesting, it was 2 of them in tandem, meaning like if you can picture 2 triangular ships that are hooked together. So one is hooked behind the other one. And the size of these ships or this structure, because I'll get later to about the shape-shifting aspect of it. She said it was, each of these were like, she said a football field long. And she looked up, she had groceries in her hand. She looked up. So I had asked her, I said, well, what color are these? And she said it was chocolate brown. They weren't black, but they were brown, like just like a Hershey chocolate bar. That color, that brown, like burnt brown. And each of these craft had 3 white lights along the side. So it would be 6 lights underneath the craft in tandem. And I said, well, what happened, and how high was it? And she couldn't really speculate how high, but I would assume that it had to be below 5,000 feet or less. I mean, it could be 2,500 feet. It could be 1,000. But when you're getting a witness to, say that, I can't come to you guys and say how high it really was. But she was describing the size of this, and I'm going like, wow, it's pretty interesting. So a few moments later, after she looked up, and again, this is out in the east part of Des Moines, Iowa. It's out in the middle of the cornfield suburb. Back then, it's not like today where I look on Google Maps and there's all kinds of residential areas. But she was saying that where she lived, they had cornfields and all that sort of thing. So she was kind of out in the suburb country. So she looked up and after a few 30 seconds, I mean, it wasn't that long. This is what happened. These craft, and I'm going to use this word shapeshift because I think Jerry is onto something. I mean, it's concerning because it gave me a little like a good word to describe this. These craft, they folded down upon themselves like an arrow. So if you would take, and this is tandem, these 2 of these craft folded down to itself. Now, I'm not saying it was mechanical, but I think possibly the ship was manifesting or shape-shifting its size down. And I don't know the physics of this at all, but it folded down upon itself. And I asked her, I said, well, how wide was this craft once it folded down upon itself? And I had never read anything on these UFO magazines, anything about a triangular ship folding down. I mean, they kind of wink out, but I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to describe what she told me. So it folded down kind of like from the aft to the stern, meaning the front all the way back. It all went systematically like that. It just like morphed down from the first one to the last one in tandem. And I asked her, well, how wide was this craft then? If if it folded down upon itself or manifested, or maybe it was a hologram. I mean, I'm using that word possibly too. And I don't know what reason, why would that I would even use that word, but it could describe something, that this advancement of technology. But again, this shape shifting, could be not just with animals, but what about, it was an organic type ship where this thing was actually shape shifting on the ship, the technology, just not like animals do, but maybe the technology, they have it into their ships even. So I asked her, I said, oh, how wide was this thing? She told me this thing was wide as a Cadillac car, meaning like, what is a Cadillac is what, like 15 feet long? I don't know, guys. What's the length of a Cadillac? And here's the crazy thing. Once this thing morphed into that, like tubular, like a spear, this thing warped out like Star Trek. I mean, that's exactly what she said. This thing just took off like, like that. I mean, it didn't go up high, but it went straight forward, just like it had warp speed on it. And that's what she told me. So I thought I'd bring that up, as a story, and I'm going like, I've never read anything about people witnessing something like that. But she's a credible witness, a nurse, elementary school, not making anything up. Why would, it's not, I mean, and to me, I can't make that judgment, but her credibility would seem pretty solid on that. But I just wanted to throw that out to you guys and, to see what you guys may think about ships. And actually, Jerry, this is, listening to him about, this shape-shifting metamorphosis concept, maybe in that's also included into whoever is making these ships or whoever it is, that it's also incorporated in these craft. What do you guys think about that?
If you watch Mavi777, the guy that's got the YouTube channel with all the UFO, he shows a lot of UFO footage people send him, and he gets picked stuff like that frequently where the craft is changing shape and form while it's flying.
So that's actually something I was going to ask you, Jerry, too, because I don't know if I've ever touched on this with you. We've talked about Bigfoot, we've talked about Dogman and these other the crawlers, but what are your thoughts on aliens, Jerry and Bob?
Well,
you both have very similar views. What do you guys think?
All of the ancient things still tells us that the aliens are actually from here. They're just hybrids.
Yeah,
they look like us, but they're smaller or bigger, just deformed, bigger heads, same arms, same legs, but also some of them still have that more spider DNA, so they'll have multiple arms. But also, if you can take pictures during the day too, and you're going to find these up there in the sky, and they're just sitting on the filament. So when you said those two kind of triangle shapes, I mean, there are some that with spacecraft, which everything that we've seen, they're all military.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, it's especially the triangular ones.
Yeah,
that's what they back engineered.
And back in the day, they've been developing these things,
TR3B.
Yeah, and they've got Area 51. They've got all these other places, where they're developing this. But as far as the aliens, all the ancients say that they're from here because they have our body type, our the same features, just some bigger, some are smaller. Some of them are called the grays. They have different skin, but it's just a different hybrid because it comes from here. It doesn't come from there, but it's also, again, mixed with that spider DNA. So it's got different things mixed in with it.
I refer to this one.
Humans, but
yeah. Yeah, I refer to this one. There was a woman that was abducted. We've talked about it and we've referenced it, but she told us that she was in a we thought she was probably in a warehouse type setting, wasn't it, Anthony? Like, what was it? Can't remember what she said. She was like she was abducted, but she said she was in a craft, and we came to the conclusion that she probably wasn't. That she was taken to like a facility.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And these aliens or whatever they were, they showed her this one. Well, they didn't show her, but she asked about this one entity that she was drawn to, and they were all in these see-through cubes. And she asked about that entity, and it was like legs were folded over and it was hunched over. And they described it to her as having the plague. And it was a cosmic plague, like something that infected everything around, and said if this thing is loosed, it would, basically infect the world. It has the potential to destroy it because it would just transfer it really, really rapidly. What's interesting about that is that, because I went back and I looked up that story. It's been a couple months back when I looked it up again. I found it, and I just read over it real quick. But there was something that I had not talked a whole lot about. I think for the first time I did, and it was they were saying that this thing actually was something that had been here before. You remember that, Anthony? It was like something that had been here before.
Yeah, it was like an ancient being.
And so the first one that had come here that was hybridized, which I believe that's what it was, and then it started the plague, which is vampirism, which I had to think that's what it was. And now there's this one that they had in this facility that's probably been there for a long, long time. Who knows? And that thing, if it were to be released, it would be like patient zero all over again, because I think that it's something that came here they said it was hundreds of thousands of years ago. The people that practice vampirism, they were like, yeah, this is the immortals, but the original was here hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it did all of this chaos and trouble, and then the earth went back to normal. So imagine if another one of that species did it all over again, and then it reignited it, and then it interbred with whatever is already here, which has honestly been diluted and watered down, because I believe there's these vampiric demons, and I believe that they are watered down. But if this thing were to come and reactivate it, and you never know what this could be, because I'm torn between believing that these things could come from the outer cosmos, they could come from interdimension, or all of the above. I don't know. I just know that different species say different things, and you don't know what to trust.
Well, all the different species come from the cosmic spider that came through, but they call them comets and pillars. Before the word spider, they call them comets and pillars, giants. They call them ancients. The three comets that came through and caused a flood, those were spiders coming through. It wasn't meteors, but then it opened up and all the water came through also. So once that happened, they started eating everything and producing different things. So we didn't have predators before the spider. We didn't have salt water. We didn't have the ocean before this invasion happened. But when that came through, that wiped out almost the whole eastern, from Africa almost to China. This side of the world was affected, but it wasn't as affected because we still had mountains that were higher than the flood. But on the other side of the world, they didn't have that. But then that's why you're still going to find pyramids and temples on the bottom of the ocean. It went up to a certain point. And in the Choctaws reaccounts, we're talking about the flood and the second flood of watching these waters rise, to the peaks.
The flood too, that's another thing that people don't realize, that it was more than likely localized, obviously the Levant, because that's where they talk about it the most. And there is some speculation that it could have been the Red and Black Seas that connected and were flooding that area. But there isn't as much of an evidence of it in different parts of the world. It's just in certain parts of the world, absolutely. But there were floods that were catastrophic in nature, and they were in the nature of what they did. and they were all over the world in different times, not at the same time, which is interesting too. But there were different continents that are now gone. Lemuria, obviously, Shasta has one that they talk about, the Lemurians they ended up there because the Lemurian continent was destroyed, and it would have been connected to India. Then you have Atlantis, obviously in the Atlantic Ocean, and so on and so forth. There's all these different places that no longer are here. And I believe that there is a commonality there going back to our ancient roots. And there are connections all over the world. All these different places have the same stories. I believe this. I believe that we all have a common ancestor. I believe that Bigfoot has been with us for a very long time. I believe it will continue to be here. I don't think it's good. That's my opinion, and I don't push it. If anybody doesn't want to believe it, don't believe it. Some people come on the show and they say, well, I talk to them and I do this and I do that. That's fine for you. I'm never going to do that. Puget Sound. Forgot I needed to change it. I said Port Williams. That's in Alaska. Puget Sound. That's where it was. That's where I was traveling all over that area. And there were people talking about Bigfoot quite a bit. I was a young man, and I'd never doubted anybody's encounter or stories. And then there was one guy that actually was talking about a werewolf. And that was in the Olympic Forest. And I was like, I told my friends that I was with, I said, no, thank you. I'm not going to go in there, unarmed in particular, to a state or a national park, whatever it is. And I said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go there. And it was a guy at one of the ports who was telling us about this, was that there was a werewolf there, you know. And, but who knows? I mean, these things, they inhabit the same region. And if you can get a diehard physical person that's a Bigfoot researcher like Ken Gerhard to believe, hey, the Dogman is something different. It's a demonic entity, but they inhabit the same spaces. Somebody said earlier about the liminal spaces. You know, it is something that we don't really understand. We can't fully comprehend it. But everybody who goes into this subject isn't going to come to the same conclusion, right? But if you've had an encounter with something and you know, last night, and I don't know if you know this, I don't know who all on the panel watched the show last night, but we talked about, and we had an eyewitness, Chris Burke, that came on last night too. And one of the stories that went along with Chris, and I had looked this one up before he came on because I know his story because he's told it to me now 3 times going into last night. This person told me that they saw something that looked like a werewolf, but it was weird. It was wearing like these weird pants and these weird shoes. And then it chased him and his girlfriend. Then it veered off into the woods when they got near other people because it wasn't that late at night. This guy ends up going back and telling his brother that this thing chased them, whatever. His brother scoffs and laughs at it. The next thing you know, he starts getting attacked like 2 or 3 times by something that was, you want to sit down? Tony's in the studio. But something that looked like a lechuza, as we say in Spanish. A lechuza being a practitioner of brujeria, or brujeria, whichever way you want to pronounce it. And it is somebody that is a shapeshifter. And they do this through a form of magic. Now, this isn't the same thing as saying that a Bigfoot and a Dogman are very similar or whatever, because a Dogman could be a person that changes into this thing. It may be sometimes, it may not be. Skinwalker, whatever the name term you want to use. There's all Wendilushi. Jerry, you said something earlier about Wendigo, different types of beings. Cannibalistic too. And
we even have a picture of a Bigfoot who's got a hoodie on the top of the head. It was draped over. And we just tell everybody that's urban camouflage. They will put on those dusty jackets or those big hats or you know things to cover so they can get in closer to the cities and homes also.
Werewolves do it too.
Yeah.
So do vampiric creatures, yeah. And they'll even detach their other, but attaches itself. It connects itself to the base of your spine and the top of your spine, and it latches on, and it has a connection with your silver cord, which is something very terrifying because it could cut it if you decide to get out of your body and try to run off. It'll just kill you. Very scary thing, but it can go into someone's house. They can go right through the wall and then do what they got to do and then case it out, and then the werewolf or vampire will go in your house. If this sounds like the stuff of nightmares, it is. If you think this is a horror movie, it's not. I assure you it's very real. And these people do this. Now, my thing is this. If this can happen to us, imagine what a crude vessel. The Bigfoot is their vessel is something that they create. I'm telling you the truth. And what they do is they inhabit like these areas where typically they can move in and out like right angle from a right angle. You can't see them. They could be right next to you. That is a terrifying thing. Wow.
That's a Bigfoot in a hoodie on a front porch at a neighbor's house. And they got lots of Bigfoot around their place. So they do wear the urban camouflage to get closer.
That's weird.
Mm-hmm. And so there have been many, many stories of these creatures wearing clothes, draping things over their bodies, doing all kinds of stuff. We haven't touched a lot on that on the Bigfoot subject. We should, because we have a few stories like that. Just weird stuff, man. Like, the weirdest story I think I got, I don't know, the guy, told me this was absolutely true. And I remember this was probably like 2016. And at the time I thought it was crazy. And I thought, there's no way I'm ever going to like use this story. And I never did. But there was a guy down in Mexico when I was in, not Laredo, I was in Matamoros. And this guy he was selling piñatas. And I remember this at the Mercado, and he was talking about this Bigfoot type creature. Well, he described it as a Bigfoot. And he had seen it down south of Monterrey, which is near where my stepdad's ranch. It was not that far from there. And he was talking about this thing would wear a sombrero and a poncho. Yeah. It's crazy, dude. I mean, like, and so it just, you think about that and you're like, what? And he says, oh yeah, they wear them, dude. They wear those things and they trick you into thinking that they're people, and they'll just hide down with their head down or whatever. And then they stand up and they're like 8 feet tall. I mean, and then there was a guy who literally was telling me that there was a dude that this man was a mechanic, but he told me when he was a kid and he was living in Guerrero that there was a mechanic that had one that would like grab boxes and bring it to, it worked for him, did stuff for him, but it was violent too. Yeah, absolutely. Now, this, I said, there's secondhand stories. I don't know if it's true or not, but somebody said that. This was a mechanic. He used to work for it was our old mechanic down in South Austin. The guy, it's weird because the guy didn't believe in ghosts, but he believed in Bigfoot. And he said that he believed that this story was true, or at least he thought it was. He says, I'm telling you. And he said when he was down, there was a guy who was a mechanic down in Mexico that had one that would bring him boxes and stuff and tools. Didn't do anything, didn't speak, but that it become aggressive. Like somebody brought their dog in there one day and it killed it. And then this guy was like, I'm going to come back and shoot that thing, whatever. And they looked at it kind of like it was a special needs person, but it wasn't a person. This guy was very adamant that it wasn't a person. He was like, that's not a human. Scott, you think it's funny, huh?
No, I know it's not funny, but it's like, oh my God, what kind of world are we living in?
For real.
I don't know. I mean, there are people that say a lot of weird things, man. And I'm going to tell you, the laughter, I used to have that same laughter for people who told me about vampires. I used to think it was funny until more and more people told me what they were seeing. And when we started talking about it and being like it's real, then more people started telling us. And in fact, on the Monday show, we had 3 weeks in a row where somebody gave us a vampire encounter. So
actually, that reminds me of my grandfather. He was a circuit pastor, and so we moved to this town called Atoka, which is about 30 miles from here. And for some reason, he started getting weaker and paler, and And so my mom, one night, she walked into the bedroom where he was, and she seen this dark figure over him. And it turned and looked at her. She seen the eyes, and then it flew out of the window. And so he was losing blood. And then the next day, they went looking around and found a fresh grave in an old cemetery, in that old church cemetery. They found a fresh grave. They didn't dig it up or anything, but they moved, and he recovered his health after that. And they said that was a vampire.
Remember in Dracula, when Dracula attacks Lucy, he comes in as like a mist and sucks her blood in that weird sort of demonic mist form as well. And like I said last night on the show, there's Psalms 30, or sorry, was it Psalms, or was it was 30:20. Well, does Anthony remember what it was? I was talking about the horse leech. And the horse leech in the Bible is this demonic entity.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, it was a demonic entity type that literally does the same thing that a horse leech does, where it comes in this demonic form and sucks your blood.
So, Scott, let me ask you this: you believe in UFOs, right? You believe in aliens?
Well, I've seen them. You know, I've seen them up close too. I mean, not that particular incident, but I got a bunch. But yeah, I mean, I'm sold on all this paranormal. Anything is, yeah. You guys, you know, I enjoy your show, especially that Witch and the Werewolf. Ooh, man, that was a good story. But yeah, what's your question again?
I was just wondering because, you know, and like for me, I don't know if it's true that, you know, that what these people were talking about with the Bigfoot creatures. I don't know. The guy didn't really say it was a Bigfoot or a Sasquatch. He just said it kind of looked like one, you know. Do I know? I don't know. It's somebody that believes in Bigfoot now, but doesn't believe in ghosts. He didn't believe in ghosts. And the whole conversation started because that mechanic shop, there was a guy that used to sleep there, and he's the one that built it for my old mechanic. He died there. And there were a lot of weird stuff that happened. I was sitting in the front one time, and I heard my mechanic call me, and I went to because I was really close with him, so I could go to the back into his area where he worked. Most people didn't do that, and they didn't let people do that, but he did me. And so I heard him, and I went back there, and he was just back there. Real Christian guy, and he had this Christian music playing. He was singing, and I walked back there, and I was like, "Did you call me?" And he says, "No." I said, "I could have swore I heard you call, and you walked out the door." So this guy that used to work for him started telling me, you know, he didn't believe it. He didn't believe in ghosts. He'd heard some things, but he said he thought he could explain it by the radio or something. And I said, "Let me tell you something, man. I saw something that looked like a freaking werewolf when I was 15, you know." And at that time, I didn't have a show, but I did collect stories. And he told me, "Hey, you know, I got a story when I was young. I saw a Bigfoot. If that's what it is, I don't know. Maybe something that looks like a Bigfoot." He was like, it's weird because he described it kind of how Bigfoot Michigan Rob said, and this isn't making funny or anything, but he said it was kind of like it kind of had this like face, like kind of like it was Down syndrome, but it was like 8 feet tall, and it was huge. It was just big and muscular. It wasn't like somebody with gigantism who's really thin. And gangly looking. No, it was big, solid, no neck, you know, and it looked just like it had just not a lot going on, and it could follow commands and pick things up and do things, and it stayed in the back of the shop. It didn't like dogs or cats, and also didn't like many people. And so in his mind, he was young. I was 14. I was terrified of it. It was like, and this guy was always telling me about it, and I went over there and I saw it. The other guy was talking about this thing with the sombrero or whatever. They would hang out by this abandoned building, and they would dress up like people. He said that they looked kind of ape-like, but they were more akin. Now, this is a guy that sells piñatas at a market, all right? But he said they were more akin to like what I would say is a hominin or hominini, I guess is what they would call it technically. More like Neanderthalic ancient people, you know. And of course, they're going to have human DNA, but it's going to be mixed with whatever the heck it is that makes them look that way. Red-haired giants or whatever, you know.
Hey, Wolf, do you think that guy was controlling that Bigfoot through black magic? Did that ever come up?
That is something that I thought about later on when I was talking to my brother about it.
Totally what I think.
Yeah, who knows? But did you want to say hi, Tony? You just jumped on.
Hey, everybody.
We've been working so much, and Tony's off tonight, but he had a bunch of crap he had to go do. And did you get everything done? Good. So, everybody, we're going to sign off now. We're going to jump off. We got things we got to go do, unfortunately, which is called work, because, you know, nobody donates and helps out. If you guys give me donations, I don't have to do this shit.
Give me money.
But it is what it is, man. And let's see here. Somebody says the Nine Angles Magical Group believes it. Oh, yeah. Another thing, too, about that abracadabra, if anybody isn't aware of who they or what they are, we're going to be very careful with those people, because they actually don't care about the devil or Lucifer. They want something that's bigger and stronger, that's out in the cosmos. And they want to bring it across to our world so that it'll rip across. Literally, this is what they want. They want to rip up time and space. That's what they want. And I had somebody reach out to me. They weren't part of the Nine Angles, because I asked them, and they said, no, I'm not part of that. But they do believe that they believe that the Satan, which are bound here on Earth, are weak compared to what they want to do. And this guy was just telling me all this wild shit. And he's like, I want them the elder gods to come and rip apart the world and do all this. I was like, what good is it going to do for you?
That's literally what Geordie Rose with the D-Wave computer is doing.
Because these people that are doing this, that now there are demons here on Earth that are very powerful, high-ranking demons and archons and other things. And do you realize that they themselves want to make deals with these more powerful entities in the cosmos and bring them here? Yeah. So they're using people to facilitate that, to circumvent all the rules, because we have the free will to follow this crazy bullcrap. And there are people that believe this. I know, because I get messaged by them, and they're just like, I'm a chaos springer. I want to do this and all that. Maybe it's somebody that drinks too much, you know, Guinness, and goes to too many black metal concerts. I don't know. But it could be somebody who's, you know, these people are stupid. I mean, there's some stupid people out there, you know, and they want to do some evil, evil stuff. You know, they want to see the world burn.
So, have you noticed that there's an increase in these vampire movies?
Oh, and all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Since I've been listening to you talk about that, I noticed that Nosferatu's just come out. There's a new vampire movie by Luc Besson. All this very scary stuff, like the latest Dracula that's coming out. The trailer of it, if you watch it, it's short, 2.5 minutes, but it says, you know, how he lost his wife, and it actually says in there, Dracula, as he's becoming this creature, he says, you know, my God is no longer, your God no longer has control of me. You know, so it sounds to me like they're trying to give people an option. And when L.A. Marzulli talked about Nosferatu, he said, you know, don't let your children see this movie. So it seems like that vampire cult is really making a move against all of us.
Yeah, I think the cult of ignorance is in full effect. That is always the prelude to the cult of death. A bunch of ignorant people get together and make a stupid movement, and then it becomes, you know, look at communism, look at all these other forms of stupid crap. And it keeps happening. And you have these people who create all this chaos on both sides. You got people who believe extremely one way or the other, you know. And I'm going to tell you right now, that always is a bad thing. It always leads to something not good. Like I said, it's a very ignorant way to be. And people in large groups that are ignorant create large movements. And then that turns into something very dark, very bad, very sinister. Personally, this is my view. I think that the communist movement is one of the most dangerous things on the planet. It's taken on a life of its own, and it's devoured 260 million people.
At least.
That's a conservative estimate, right? But when you stop and look at that, that is the most idiotic, most ignorant form of government that has ever been. And it will continue to be, because it always leads to death, and anything they can use to get us dead quicker, that's what they're going to use. And I don't see why it would be any different if you're going out into the national parks. Do you think that they really give a shit about having preserving nature and having a place for us to go? That is the first question you have to ask yourself, folks. Why would the powers that be give a damn about your recreation, you going out to a national park and having a good time? Do you think all these people that go missing out there, there's like some coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence. They all just go missing. They go out to the woods, and there 7, 8 people are walking along, and one of them vanishes. How about if they were grabbing these people and doing things with them, to them, whatever, and that's just one more way that they can take us. And if these creatures can get us unalive, why? That's just better for them. More power, you know, that these people have that wield, because they've thrown their lot in with these beings.
And also,
they think again that they're going to be friends, but they're not.
I was just going to say that the national parks, they're under the United Nations. It's not an American company. That's why the sheriffs they don't have jurisdiction there. The state troopers, even the federal agencies will be ushered out, and then they have their own people do their cover up. But you don't really look for the missing people list. You look for the presumed dead list. And that's, it's got so much on there. But the missing people list may only have 2 or 3 for, you know, that month or, you know, that week or something.
Yeah. Think about this. I think it was was it in Yosemite? No, wait a minute. No, that's not right. It was in California. Is it Yosemite? I'm trying to think of the name of it. Anyways, the Josh Nanokia did a whole deal on it. And it was about these bear man looking creatures that were attacking and killing people. They had these weird blue markings on their arms. And yeah, it was Yosemite, I believe. Froeson says it's Yosemite. I'm going to go with that. Yosemite, there you go. So, but these creatures were preying on people. Then the government comes in because they get enough of them having problems. So they come in and they act on it. And then next thing you know, everybody's seeing these werewolf and Bigfoot type creatures, whereas before they were just seeing those bear-like creatures. So they get rid of the more aggressive, more terrifying creature and then put those other ones in to kind of fill the void, right? So they'll kill people and abduct people, but not as much and not as, you know, because the bear is a very prolific killer. And I can tell you this, in this area here, just to the west of us, the stories of the bear man are very intriguing, but I don't want to be out there and see this damn thing. I can tell you that's one thing that does scare me. The Bigfoot and Dogman don't really scare me like that. I don't want to go and be cornered by one of these creatures because it's basically like a demonic bear on steroids with rabies. It's horrifying. I've seen a bear with rabies, and it's just enough to give you nightmares. But that would be an awful thing, and it's bigger and stronger and taller than these other creatures. So, and you never know when they could show up either. We interviewed a guy out there by the Devil's Backbone, and he had this encounter that was going on with this. It was a very wolf-like creature. Nothing happened, and then he was out in the woods, and he ran into one of these other creatures. So this thing was distinctly different. Bless you. It was bear-like, and he said, and it was horrific, and it was terrifying, and it was way more aggressive than these other creatures. And these people had dealt with Bigfoot, Dogman, and now that. But they didn't have the problems with the other ones like they did that thing. That thing was just like it's a horrific thing. But, you know, it just, how would something like that come about? Jerry, in your opinion, would that be something that was eating a bear? What do you think?
I would say all those questions, you can find a lot in here, but yeah, it would be either if ate a bear, had a hybrid mixed in with whatever it already had, because they hold on to that protein DNA just like a spider does, so it's still there. And just whatever they eat, it's going to produce.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh, I got a picture of.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. that Abracadabra said. Sorry, Bob.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Bob.
I got a picture of a bear, man. It's one of the first ones I took that I showed Jerry, hiding in the shadows there. It's got, you can see its human-like shoulders with the head of a bear stuck right on its neck.
Wow.
It's the strangest looking thing.
Dude, and I'm telling you, like, we were out there. Where were we at, Anthony? We went out there. We did a little investigating, and I didn't get nervous until that one end of Cow Creek, and I had nature called, right, and I didn't feel anything. I was just like, people have reported Dogman stuff out there, but we get to the end right there, and when you're going right past that area, there's a lot of private property out there, but I'll just say it. It's in between Bertram, right, and Marble Falls.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a cave in that area. And it was on private property though, folks. So don't go messing around. But they found Viking runes in there and bones. Like like they were. And I think the temperature of the cave actually kept some of the artifacts from rotting, whatever. They found this like pouch, like leather pouch. The interesting thing was the leather was nothing. It was a prehistoric cattle that doesn't exist anymore, and it was from Scotland. So that was interesting. And then you have these weird runes, right? And they're all in this little pouch, and then there was some markings on the cave. So these were Nordic. This was a Nordic people that came here, and they dated it back to, they said, the 11th century or something like that. Long time ago. So the natives would have been aware of this, and these stories could go back, because that is what the berserker, the berserker, and the natives were probably very aware that there was this weird contingent of white people. Now they weren't there to colonize; they were probably there to trade, and they just went further and further in. Which from that point right there to the ocean, it's about 4.5 hours. Now, walking, that'd be a lot more. It'd be a big, whatever undertaking. But it's not out of the realm of possibility that they could get there that far inland. And of course, who knows what was really there at that time? If the Tartarian theories are to be believed, who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, Wolf, do you know what scared the Vikings away from Vinland originally?
Communism?
No.
I'm joking. Go ahead.
No, apparently it was Bigfoot. Apparently Bigfoot attacked them in the middle of the night and killed a whole whack of them.
How do you know this? Where did you read that?
I heard that somebody had read the original stories.
From the Icelandic sagas? Is that what that is?
Yeah, from the original sagas. Yeah, I watched a big presentation on it one time.
Yeah, because they've been written and rewritten, and who knows? A lot of it was oral too. But I mean,
yeah. Who knows?
There's traditions of these things going way back. I mean, the Cherokee were they were originally in the East. They weren't from Oklahoma. They ended up in Oklahoma because they were put on the Trail of Tears. But where they were originally from, and some people thought interesting that they were very light-skinned at some of them. So maybe they'd interbred with people from Europe at some point. But there were many different influxes of people.
I was going to say, there's also stories of the Vikings in some of our accounts that's why the Lakota wear the buffalo headgear with the horns up, is because they were trading with the Vikings at that time.
So you think that the Vikings had been coming here for a while, maybe, and getting far inland?
We were trading with Chinese. We were trading with pretty much everyone pretty much everyone.
Yeah, they found Chinese anchors off of Florida, on the western coast of Florida, and the eastern coast of Texas, which is all we have is the eastern coast, but that, off of the coast. And they found them near Alabama. They found Viking, different types of Viking coin and rune. But the ancient Byzantine coin was still used pretty heavily at the time. But so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but they found Romanic coin. And what I mean by that is Eastern Roman. And they found those coins in Kentucky and in different places, in these caves where the Vikings would take refuge. They would they were eager to go into a cave for some reason, when most people were terrified of them. But I think that goes to their roots, because they were still very primitive. but they were travelers, but they were, like I said, they were still very primitive, and they didn't, their weaponry was not as advanced. Like they had iron, but it wasn't as advanced. It was more crude. So when the first encounters they had with like the French and the English in Northumbria in particular, they got their ass kicked because of the English weaponry. But the Vikings were like coming in these longboats with like 18 to 20 people and taking on armies, and the Northumbrians are on their own territory. So the Vikings said, okay, yeah, you got us. We're going to go back and we're going to bring a whole bunch of these boats. And then we're going to see what happens. And a testament to how strong these people were, because they came back and they beat the shit out of the English over and over again, the Irish too, and the Scottish and the French, because they were determined. And these Vikings, they were just bigger, stronger, and meaner than the other Europeans. That was the key. Their weapons were not as advanced and they were outnumbered. So what does that tell you? Probably a lot of hand-to-hand physical combat where the Vikings just broke these people in pieces, because the average Viking was like 6 foot and the average Northumbrian was 5. So there's that. That's a problem.
We also had treaties under the moon. We had moon treaties. After 1491, that's when Queen Isabella from Spain was assassinated. And I know in history it may say that she died, but she was assassinated. And that's when the Vatican and everything right after that came here by with Columbus in 1492. But before that, we were under moon treaties because some of the world was still more moon. It didn't have as much day. And then it was changed to sun treaties, which are basically no good. And that's why the United States and places like that they don't have to abide by the treaties, because they're not really valid. Only the moon treaties are.
The moon thing is very interesting too. I mean, you have all these people who talk about their ancient heritage and how the moon, they talk about their ancestors being here before the moon.
Yeah.
Which is really weird.
Yeah, the moon just showed up one day.
Yeah, it's like well, a lot of people think it's hollow and that it's something. I mean, who knows? And then what you're saying too is how the Earth, a lot of people were living in what you're talking about in parts of Russia. And somebody just said about the Sami right here. Somebody said Sami, the Sami people, Norwegian and Sami, that they are Laplanders. What's crazy though is they live in a region just below the Arctic where it is dark more than it is night or day. It is a weird thing. Parts of Russia too, and in Canada. But at that time too, under the Ice Age, there was a lot of people that were just kind of like, where is the sun? And so, it just kind of like your ancestors kind of give you what you have now, and you go from there. But thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for coming on. Thank you to my guests, Dick Richards, Tony, Jerry,
Thank
Scott,
you, sir.
Bob. Definitely enjoyed the stories and the encounters. And thank you to Tiara, even though she was kind of just sitting there. I felt bad. And I just realized, Tiara's still there. Thank you for coming on and talking. Just come back anytime, Tiara, and tell your encounter. And if you guys are interested, Jerry, show them your book again. The Spiritual Warrior. Yeah. The Predator Bigfoot. The Spiritual Warrior's Path. Check it out, folks. You can get it on Amazon, right, Jerry?
Yeah, you can get it on Amazon. And so check it out. Thank you to everybody else who jumped on. We had Tex from Texas Front Porch, good friend of mine. And, of course, Joe Doyle from Hellbent Holler, Jerry and Ella Williams, these people doing real boots on the ground research. People knock me because I'm not out doing boots on the ground enough. It's because I have a thing called a job, okay? And I work a lot. And so I don't have time to do this, do my jobs and run a ranch and do all of it. I just don't have time for this, too much. But I do try to get out and talk to people and go and witnesses. And we do go to locations quite a bit. We don't always video it because, well, we're just there at the spot. I mean, there's not really anything happening. You can video it and see what happens. But you guys actually go out and you look and you try to find things and you teach people. That's a good thing. It's very admirable.
That's more than some of these people in the community that call themselves boots on the ground. And they're like, yeah, I'm doing boots on the ground. Now you're throwing rocks and calling it Bigfoot. That's not the same. Two different things.
Hey, Josh, I just wanted to say you're a story keeper. You never claimed that you were a researcher or, you know what I mean? That's an important thing too, to keeping the oral stories and being a story keeper.
Getting that information out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it has to be a medium too, that, in between, that does that. That keeps, that's your job. There's a happy medium there, and then you have to do that. Somebody has to relay the information. Not everybody can be running around out there. I mean, it's and people like to knock me or whatever, but the people that are knocking me aren't the real boots on the ground. They're just people that are going in their backyard.
And that's our profession. We're trackers, so we're out there all the time anyway. So.
Yeah, and somebody said, Abracadabra says here, what did he say? Josh is an investigator as well as putting puzzle pieces together, not just telling stories. Yeah, that's it. And that's what we do. And we bring people on in this show. You can come on and talk and disseminate your information. Bob, thank you for coming on. Finish up with me, Bob. We got to finish up with you so you can get your encounters and your stories out. And we've already gone for 4 hours, but yeah. Time flies. Does it feel like time is moving faster? It just feels like it's faster to me.
It is.
Rain.
It's the plasma effect from the sun.
The days are just going through.
It is. You and I were talking about that, Tony. There's not enough hours in the day, and like we go out to the ranch and we'll do some stuff out there, and it feels like like it's nothing, but it's been like 6 hours, and you're just like, this is crazy. Then you're like, oh, it's time to get back and go to the show. You just have to get started and do the show, and sometimes we're late. People criticize me. They're like, you're late. You're always late. Well, you know what? I got a life outside of this. Mm-hmm. This has become a very big part of my life. But if you feel inclined to make me be here more, then you can always donate. And then I'll start considering doing more of this and not as much work. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm going to have to keep doing this because, obviously I have a face for radio. Maybe I should just do radio.
Yeah, Josh, I really appreciate you with this platform because people need to hear this stuff. And like you said, you're talking about the real reality here. And I think a lot of us that are in this, this reality that everybody's living in is going to fall apart on them one day. Mm-hmm. And they're not even going to know where they're at here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because the things we're talking about, like I said, man, this is like the real reality.
Yeah, no kidding.
It's the real reality.
Like I can tell at night when these things are coming in closer because all the neighborhood dogs are starting to get active, and they're just moving in closer to people's homes. I got a lady just over near me here. I still got to investigate her. She got her horses spooked there a couple of weeks ago, and the horse wouldn't eat, and she said the dog was going crazy. I got to get over there and ask her some questions and look around, take some photos, see what I can find there. Maybe give her a few ideas about deterrence.
You know what Bigfoot do to horses, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They do the things to a lot of animals.
Yeah, they do.
Pollute the earth. I mean, that's the thing. They really do. I mean, there are people who will tell you, oh, yeah, I've had positive experience with, but they're very rare. And then there's people who say they don't really bother you. And some of them, I think that they're not really there to bother you, but demons can be the same way. At times they can just be, what is the word? Ambivalent. They don't care, but if you get anywhere near where if you get in the way or you really just catch their attention, then you're in trouble. Because they're like gangs, dude. They're like gang members, dude. I'm telling you, they don't play well with others, man. And this is an unstable animal. If you were to believe that it's a wild animal, then at best you're dealing with a wild animal, which can seriously hurt you. And at worst, it's demonic, which will absolutely kill you. It's just, that's it. That's what I think. So thank you for coming on, guys. We appreciate it. And Jerry, thank you for coming on. You and Dick, you guys come on anytime.
Thanks, brother.
Tony, thank you for coming on. Scott and Bob, you guys are great. And thank you for giving that story. Scott, that was good. That's awesome. And everybody that wants to interact with you guys, where do they find you at, Jerry? Tell them.
Sasquatch Choctaw Tracking, and also Lead Tracker Ease is Predator Bigfoot and Spiritual Warfare. You'll find us both on YouTube.
Yeah, Maddie says that best they tolerate us. Well, Maddie, you're a DeWinde, so you tell us. You're very.
Yeah, well, one thing I was just gonna say, kind of, they're all predators, and whenever people put them into, I heard this. I mean, I used to hear this. I don't know if people still do it, but they'll say this is a class 3 or that's a file 4 or something. I'm going, they're all predators. Why are you trying to make this one different than that one? This one will eat you. That one will eat you. This one will eat you. But I'm not sure how to class that stuff. But
yeah, they were doing that with the Dogman, Jerry. They were
type
like
15,
type this, type that. It was so like stupid, dude. And I know the people who made that too. And I even said it to him. I was like, "What is that?" Like, it's like this gang here will do this. They'll all do the same thing.
Yeah,
bad things. Bad things. I mean, what do you need to
it's so stupid.
And then the term dog man too is just so. What'd you say, Tom?
I said, I wonder if we taste like chicken to them.
We probably all taste the same, like blood. That's what they want.
Blood, probably.
Right.
Blood, And
well,
I mean,
I've got one question. What's the consensus on? Do firearms have any effect on these entities?
Sometimes.
Yeah, you shoot them through the eye and into the middle of the cranium where that bulge is, not straight through because that's the empty cranium.
Okay.
Like skull, they'll go straight through. They'll keep coming, but you have to shoot them inward and upward. Even Daniel Boone did that. He talks about that in his book. And also on the left side, underneath the left side of the arm. And I can't think of his name, but one of the people who is a big game hunter, he got called in to, he was told to put down a bear, but that's exactly where he shot these things also. And one of our other trackers in Alabama had to put one down, and she knew to shoot it in the eye and upward, and she put it down also.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I say sometimes. And that is the consensus that I've come to, because there are people who have shot these things through the eyes. I know about half a dozen people, and two people that shot Bigfoot, and four people shot Bigfoot, 2 people shot Dogman through the eye. And they say it works. Other times they'll hit these things, and this black puff of smoke or goo comes off of them or goes. It's black death, and it stinks like sulfur. I mean, you can't tell me that's a normal animal. I just can't be it. They can't. The guy up in Wyoming most recently, and this was south of the Wind River. No, it was south of the Wind River Reservation. He and a guy from there was in Arapahoe. They shot one of these things on horseback. They shot from their horses, right? The thing ran up and caught up with the horse, like literally, and unalived it. But when they shot it multiple times, it was nothing but this. What do you say? It looked like gunpowder, right?
Yeah.
And we've talked about this multiple times on the show. I don't know how many times we've heard them say that they've bled too, but they don't really. Nothing happens, and the blood sometimes looks like black goo,
like a spider.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they can get down and flatten themselves out. I mean, there's all kinds of weird stuff that happens here. I can tell you, man. Hopefully some of these people will make the cut and then they can get on that show and they can talk about some of the things that have happened to them. I gave them a ton of witnesses to see what happens. But then some people, it's kind of like people that in the fight game, they're good at practicing. When it comes to the fight, they get hit and they're like, oh, they don't want to get hit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen fighters, I've trained them, and they're like, this guy is athletic. He's like Jean-Claude Van Damme, he's got hands like Tank Abbott, and he's got a chin like Don Fry. And then he gets in there and there's certain intangibles, man. I mean, there's guys that have that fight fortitude and then guys that don't. And there's guys that'll talk a big game and then they'll go out there and they'll encounter something. They're like, oh my God, what do I do? I'm not even joking. I had people call me in the middle of the night. This thing is burning trash. And then because I couldn't tell him what to do, just in that moment. No, you're a piece of shit. They hang up and then they tell everybody you're You know, well, this guy doesn't even tell me everything. He's just a fraud. He's just on there talking. I'm not the Ghostbuster, dude. What do you call me for?
Amazing.
Yeah, call me because what? Well, say it in the name of Christ, rebuke it, and shoot it in the eye.
Yeah.
You know, what do you want me to say? I mean, that's pretty much it. But you giving it bags of apples doesn't help. You know, I mean, well, in this guy's case, it was apricots. So what? Same thing. He was like, well, it was from a tree that they would have got to anyway. I said, did they get to it? No, but you gave it to them. You gave it to them. You gave them bags. It was right here in Elroy. I told him, I said, this is crazy. You call me at 1 a.m. and cuss me out. You know, I mean, his wife apologized. She was like, I'm sorry. He was drinking. He was mad. And we saw this creature again. And so what do you want me to do? Do you want me to go out there and death in the long grass with a 308?
That's our also one of our book called Bigfoot Gifters.
Gifters. Yeah. Gifting Bigfoot is a very bad idea because you're out there burning your trash. It comes to get the food, and it's late at night. You know, what do you think's going to happen? There's no food here. I'm just going to eat you because they're going to eat whatever. They devour everything. You know, they're in search of energy, like most things. So, anyways, that's it for tonight, guys. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to click you guys out of here. Good night, Jerry.
God bless all.
Scott, Bob, Tony. So, Dick, I'm going to talk to you for a minute here. Do you have any plans on going after the show and going to eat at Tim Hortons?
No, I don't eat that goy slop. I will not be eating that stuff ever again. No, sir.
This guy, dude, you just love some Tim Hortons, right?
Right. I'm telling
you. Seen that Saturday Night Live skit where it was about Willie Horton? You know,
okay.
The one that Bill Clinton pardoned.
Okay.
You ever seen that?
I don't. I'll look it up after the show.
It's hilarious. Chris Rocky's like, nice shot, Willie Horton. And the dude gets mad. Quit calling me that. Because that's how they busted him, I guess. Because the guy said his name or something.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's from the 90s, man. It's crazy. Like that really happened.
Really?
I thought it was funny, man.
Yeah, Tim Horton was like some hockey player that made a couple of I guess a couple of coffee shops after he retired, and it just took off like the plague. So
use his name.
Yeah. Hey,
he's big up there, eh?
Do Canadians really know what's in their coffee?
No.
That was literally their commercial last year.
Yeah. Oh my God. Are you serious?
I swear to God. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Do Canadians really know what's in their coffee?
Probably don't.
No. I'd be terrified if we did.
Abracadabra says good for him. The thing about that though, Abracadabra, is it's way, way overpriced. We have one.
Oh
here.
yeah, it's crazy
expensive. And it's not even that good.
$3.65 for an Americano right now. They just raised it again another 25 cents.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stuff's and it's garbage food. Like it's garbage food. The donuts aren't good. It's just mass produced crap.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
But boy, do they ever
crap,
Oh yeah, but boy, do they ever do well.
Well, people don't know what's good and they don't know what's good for them.
Yeah, I've noticed there's a lot of overweight people walking around in Canada now as well. It never used to be a big Canadian problem, but it sure is now.
You know, in Mexico, about 15, 20 years ago, they were considered one of the healthier countries,
Yeah.
Like in the top 10 for health.
Absolutely.
Not heavy. And then the United States, during the NAFTA deal, started just pouring products into Mexico, and they began to buy them in mass. And then what happened? Over the course of 15, 20 years, they became the fattest country on earth.
Crazy, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they engineer all that food specifically for the people too, because they know what their blood type is and they know how their metabolism works. And they've got it down to a science.
Yeah, and they do. And another thing too, like I said before, you get these foods from South America, Asia, other continents that are supposed to be, not as whatever, and of course Europe, and you'll eat that snack and you won't feel awful afterwards. And it's not just loaded with sodium. It's not loaded with sugar. It's got about half the salt and sugar of what we eat over here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna freaking die every time I eat a donut from there.
Don't eat a Snickers bar or any of that stuff because that chocolate. Another thing too, our chocolate. Have you noticed? And Tony, you've been eating the Universal things for what, a long time.
Yeah, a couple of years now.
Yeah, and you were the first one that told me about the snacks and how good they are.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big sweets guy, but like definitely snacks from other countries are just 100% better.
I'll tell you that mustache sure is sweet.
I'm gonna
go
look at it.
The Stan. What is it?
Stan Marsh.
Yeah.
Integrity Week.
Remember?
So the sugar there at one time was piloncillo. It was this like sugar cane, like brown sugar. And then they started putting refined sugar and everything. And used to, you could get a Mexican Coke up here in Texas.
Yeah, it had cane sugar.
It was cane sugar, and it was unrefined, and it would have less sugar, and you wouldn't feel like shit after you drank it. And then 2 or 3 months ago, we were at one of these places, this chicken al cabon. There's like this, I forget what that one's called, Pollo Regio.
Yeah.
And so we went to this Pollo Regio, and they gave us this Mexican Coke. And they gave it to us for free. The lady was nice. She hooked us up. And I drank a drink, and I was like, what in the hell? It tasted just like a regular Coke. And then you look at the ingredients, and now they're using high-fructose corn syrup in it. So it doesn't.
Amazing.
That's it.
Yeah.
There's nothing left.
You're toast. I
don't really drink Coke anyway. It's probably the one Coke I've had in 6 months. I don't drink Coke.
So do you know what the CO2 alone in pop does to your blood? It goes
kills white blood cells.
Yes, it goes through your white blood cells for 5 hours and just pops them like little balloons. And the white sugar, and then the sugar also cuts off the white blood cells by a serious percentage. So you pretty much give yourself an autoimmune disease for a few hours after every time you drink a pop.
So by that logic, though, should I not drink one of my 1877s because it's a carbonated water?
Honestly, so when we exhale, what do you exhale?
I know this one.
Everybody knows.
Air.
Okay.
CO2. Go ahead.
CO2, right? Because why? Because it's poison. So by that logic, should you be ingesting poison in your drink?
But what I was told, now I heard this years ago when I was lifting weights, and I don't want to get into a long deal here, but that you drink a Coke, that it actually helps to facilitate the putting the protein into your. I forgot what it is. Not the protein. What is it? Is it the nitric oxide that goes into your muscles or something?
Yeah, but you can take out carnitine and arginine and stuff like that instead.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the nitric oxide, you want to get nitric oxide, just take spirulina and chlorella. That stuff will just jack your nitric oxide.
Chlorella it removes heavy metals.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Should we talk about that real quick?
Go for it. But I don't want to talk forever. I got to go to work. But go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry. But remember, I was going to give that detox protocol. So if you want to get the crap out of your system from certain interventions, can you see my intervention? What you want to do?
I know what we're talking about, sir. Go ahead.
Right. So you can, if you want to go the supernatural, like I don't mean supernatural, but the actual natural method, do the chlorella and spirulina thing, because spirulina is such a small cell that it actually gets deep. It's almost on a nanoparticle cell deep into your cells. And if you take moringa leaf with it too, that'll clear you right out. Yeah. Sodium citrate as well has this crazy flushing effect on the blood and on your system alone. And I was watching these two scientists who were taking sodium citrate and then measuring the load of the nanoparticles in their urine and feces, and they said it got it out by 3/4 just in like 3 days or something crazy like that. So the zeolite that I was talking about is called Masterpiece. And it's MASTERPEACE, and that's a nanozeolite, and that will actually get right down and flush that out. Apparently, it's taken these crazy MAC addresses these people have out of them, and the the electronic internet of bodies, it's kind of shutting it down in people when they take it. Yeah, exactly, Rain. So if you want to, but what you got to do too is you got to recharge your mitochondria, right? If you want to detox the heavy metals, because we're all full of heavy metals too, I would suggest using the zeolite, bentonite clay, and activated charcoal, because it works as a binder together, and it's sort of like a 1-2-3 punch. If you're fighting somebody, you don't just hit them once, you got to do combos on them, right? So that is fantastic. Like I said, zeolite, bentonite clay, and activated charcoal. But then you want to rebuild your mitochondrial support. That BPC 157, the peptides work real good. NMN, and I know you don't like methylene blue that much, but it really reactivates the mitochondria. And
hold on. No, you're speaking, and when did I say I didn't like it?
Oh, sorry, you said it at the start when I made that Alex Jones. You said it was. You said it was a stimulant. Sorry, my mistake. You're right.
That particular methylene blue that he's selling.
Okay.
He'll give it. Get this, because this is what he did. He said, and Alex probably the kind of person who'll come on and argue with me. Okay, I've known him for a long time. I mean, because he did his show at the same place we did ours. It was the cable access guy. We're not best friends. We don't. I don't know him that well. Okay. I just know he was there multiple times, and he kind of mocked my friend's show.
Amazing.
Well, yeah, because my friend was talking about real shit, and he didn't. He was talking about his stuff that could get him put somewhere. Like, oh yeah, I can. If I ignore the real people, I can go around it, then I can be heard. And then when you start talking about the real shit, and you're in his position, then they're like, oh, he's a threat. So that's what they did to him. So I feel bad for that. But he does say and do things that I don't really agree with, and one of them is he'll let people try this shit in the methylene blue, and then he'll be like, "You feel it? You're feeling it?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, I feel something already." Oh, bullshit. Okay,
yeah,
the real methylene blue doesn't work like that, and you just start. Let me take a sip of methylene blue. Let's see what happens. Oh shit! I feel alive for the first time. I can't believe this. It hit my mind like a landmine. Dude, what the? You start rapping. Like you're just all of a sudden you're up doing like the Cabbage Patch and shit. Like I don't. What the fuck is he talking about?
Yeah,
that's not how it works. I've never taken chlorella and been like, oh, I just feel like all the heavy metals. I'm pissing them out, man. it's amazing, dude. I feel like I'm a heavy metal singer.
So push up and turn into a Greek god.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me see what I can. Look at what methylene blue has done for my pecs. Look at that shit. It's bouncing everywhere. Before that, my pecs just sat still on my chest, like limp birds of prey. Now they're this giant eagle. Look at it. See that? You see it? Take a look, folks. See, when you do shit like that too, then people go, "Oh, okay." People like me are gonna.
Yeah, no, they see he's a clown. Yeah. So
now people like my brother are like, I'm going to order that now. He's like, it's my brother right here with his bad eyes. I'm making fun of you, D. Yes, I want to order the methylene blue. It's amazing because Alex said so. Anything you see on the interwebs has got to be worth buying.
Absolutely.
Right? I bought a baby stroller the other day just because I wanted to mimic being a crackhead downtown. There seems to be a trend now. Me and Anthony were driving down Lamar, and there was a guy pushing baby stroller. There's a little bit of stuff in there in the baby. There's like a baby there, but it's not a baby. It's just a bunch of clothes swaddled together.
That's something, eh?
Yeah, it's pretty jacked up. So I don't know how long you take the methylene blue, and supposedly it takes like what 4 to 6 weeks or something to do anything.
Yeah, about that. That's probably how long I've been taking it for consistently, and I feel a lot better.
So how do you take it?
I take
time and start doing jumping jacks backwards. How does that work?
Nah, it doesn't really work like that. You sort of take it in the morning when you're taking your sort of morning up and goes, and I take it with NMN and TMG. And vitamin C, but I just squirt like three half dropper or 3 or 4 half droppers, so about 40 drops in a glass of water, and then off to the races you go.
And so many people they want an instant quick fix.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. Nothing works like that.
So you shouldn't advertise like, go give it to somebody on your show, and then you feel it. You feel that tingling in your head.
Yeah, you can't undo 43 years of mitochondrial damage in 4 weeks.
No, and ephedrine will do the same thing. Take it, and it'll make your head tingle. Also, make you have a stroke. You know, there's something else that makes it do that. Caffeine.
Yeah.
And so, I don't know. You need to. If I were you, I would take those ingredients and have them shipped somewhere and let somebody look at it. Don't tell them what it is, and just send it to a lab. Don't you have labs here in Canada you can send it to?
Probably not.
Probably. What do you mean? Probably not.
I should look it up. Yeah, they don't like you. They don't like you testing things in Canada because then you're going to find out stuff.
Drops it off.
You send in a Tim Hortons donut and find out what's really in it. I know.
Is your coffee really coffee? We'll figure it out for you.
Dude, I couldn't believe that. Do Canadians really know what's in their coffee? And they said it like that, too. It's like, yeah, okay, tell me there's nanoparticles in my coffee without telling me there's nanoparticles in my coffee. Like, come on, man.
Well, if they tell you, they don't have to take responsibility for it.
Yeah, that good old esoteric law, eh?
Yeah, right, sure.
Yeah, thanks, Satan.
It's just the devil.
I know, it's crazy.
Well, here in Texas, we have real things where you can go and test things.
Yeah, Canada sucks, bro.
Yeah. I promise you, if Texas was its own country right now, we would not have 1 million ingredients in our cereal.
No, for real.
I read the ingredients of a cereal from it was not Britain, not Germany, Netherlands. There was a box of cereal, and I read it. It was at my friend's house years ago. They had like 4 ingredients on there. You read the back of a box of cereal here, and it's like a damn. It's just tetrahydrocannabinol. What the freaking heck is all of this, dude? It doesn't need to be all of this. And then there's this other sweetener now that they were talking about. They started putting it in everything. It's xylitol. When do you guys look it up? Xylitol, but I think it was actually there's another one. It's like xylitol, but it's something else. Xylolitrol, or it was an R in there. Look it up, Tony. See if you can. And because Anthony's doing something for work. But there's this study. I just put it. I know what I have it on my Facebook, folks. You got to hear this, and then I got to run. I got to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at the ingredients on the sliced cheese today, and there was like 4 types of microplastics in it. Or they're 1 molecule away, so they're actually a food.
It's a precursor.
Yeah, it's a cursor, all right.
See if I can find this.
But yeah, folks, start detoxing. Get that crap out of your bodies. We're all filled with it. They spray it in the air and put it in all our foods. What is it?
It says, well, there's a freaking ad that started popping up right then. Dude, get out of here. Okay, common sweetener found to significantly and immediately boost. And then that starts popping up, dude. Good grief. Stroke and heart attack.
I know what else increases strokes and heart attacks.
Cocaine. So here it says sugar-free treats have taken over the shelves. You've probably seen, here it is, erythritol.
Yeah.
Erythritol. Yeah.
It's listed on sodas, protein bars, and even toothpaste. It's everywhere, almost 0 calories, no sugar spikes, and perfect for keto, which keto is not good either, I'm telling you. Sounds like a win, but maybe not. A new study from the University of Colorado Boulder has cracked open a side of erythritol that few expected. It's not about weight gain or tooth decay. It's about what this sweetener does to your blood vessels. It may elevate the risk of stroke. It says our study adds to the evidence suggesting that health consequences. So it says here, erythritol in particular is a sugar alcohol found naturally in some fruits, but it's typically produced in bulk from corn or wheat starch. So that's not good right there.
Yeah, it's in all the protein bars too. That's where I know it from. Yeah,
it tastes sweet like sugar, but has almost 0 calories. Doesn't spike blood glucose. Sorry. But it says here, That said, it's not without controversy. Some recent studies, including this one, have raised concerns about potential links between high erythritol levels and cardiovascular issues like heart attack and stroke. So what it does is it says here the researchers did not yet test this in people. They went straight on the cells that line your brain's blood vessels. These cells regulate blood flow, keep inflammation in check, and prevent clots. The cells were exposed to erythritol for just 3 hours. The amount used was equal to what you would get from one sugar-free drink. That was all it took to cause noticeable changes. The cells got stressed. They flooded with free radicals, also called reactive oxygen species, or ROS. These unstable molecule damage proteins, DNA, and cell membranes. In response, antioxidant defenses went up, but not enough. It was like the cells knew they were under attack and tried unsuccessfully to defend themselves. It says here the blood vessels started misbehaving. That same short exposure changed how the cells produce nitric oxide, a molecule that helps blood vessels relax. Less nitric oxide means tighter vessels. That's bad news when your brain needs steady blood flow. The total amount of the enzyme that makes nitric oxide didn't change much, but its function tanked. It stopped doing its job well. Erythritol messed with the enzyme's activation at two specific sites. One turned down, one cranked up. The result was about 20% less nitric oxide production. This sets the stage for constricted vessels. Constricted. Wow. And then it says the same cells started pumping out more endothelin-1, a protein that tells blood vessels to tighten up. Compared to normal cells, the erythritol-exposed ones had a 30% increase in ET1. They also had more of its precursor, big ET1. It says here that's a double whammy. First, blood vessels lose their ability to widen, then they get signals to squeeze even more. Big picture, if your vessels are more constricted and your ability to break down blood clots is lowered, your risk of stroke goes up. Yep. And it just goes on and on. It said blood clot, blah, blah, blah. It just says here 25% in treated cells of what's happening next, 25% boost. Goes on and on.
I think these things are meant to work hand in hand with another thing that's causing those sorts of things as well. And that one is meant to set the other off.
Yeah.
Or at least increase your risks of that sort of thing happening. If you're already compromised and you get that crap into your body, then what does it do?
Yeah.
10% here, 20% there, 50% here, all of a sudden you're at 100%.
Don't drink erythritol.
Apparently.
It's in most sweeteners.
It is. I mean, it's in a lot of
monk fruit sweeteners.
Oh, it's in the sweeteners?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my gosh.
That's so crazy.
That's a shout out to my brother there. Stop drinking that monk fruit sweetener. Stop drinking that stevia. I can't stand stevia.
It's horrible for people with diabetes. You're not supposed to drink it.
Nothing good about that. Those sweeteners ain't worth a shit. Just the best thing you can do. And that's for people who have to have sweet in their food.
Mm.
I mean, they have to have that flavor. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not addicted to that flavor. I don't need sugar. Yeah. I could go months, years without drinking sugar, eating sugar. It's not a big thing to me.
I was badly addicted to sugar for years, bro.
You were?
It almost killed me. Yeah. Like I had like bad insulin resistance. I had like pre-diabetes, all sorts. Yeah.
Were you heavy?
Oh yeah. I used to be like 260, bro.
260. How tall are you though?
6'1". Oh, I was a fat. No, I was a fat mofo, bro. I had a big turkey neck on me, and yeah, I know. But I'm telling you, intermittent fasting and just stopping to eat the garbage food works. You don't look like crap. Like I got a 6-pack now, for crying out loud. It's great.
I don't know. It sounds complicated. Not eating. I don't know.
Tony Romo over there, folks. So it's easy for you to say you're like you on that no money, no food diet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that helps too.
Yeah, no money, no food diet. I lost a lot of weight a couple times from that.
That helps too. Yeah.
Then you'll eat a gas station burrito off the ground if you're hungry, because you're just like.
But I'd rather.
You know what happens though once you stop eating certain garbage stuff and you stop drinking the certain sodas and stuff like that?
Yeah, you wake up at 3 a.m. thinking about cookies and cake.
No, I never had that. But you'll. What happens when you stop doing it?
Yes.
And then you've off of it for a while, you drink something that's sugar, it'll make you sick.
Literally, yeah.
Make you sick.
Yeah.
You can't stand the taste.
Yeah.
Then you feel like you're dying afterwards. You literally feel like you're dying afterwards.
Because you are.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you are.
Touche.
Yeah, because and what happens is you're so used to that, and then your body is not used to it anymore. Your body's like, oh, now we're back on normal, eating like a normal person, drinking water, like this, drinking whatever. And then it becomes like, yeah. Because like this, I had a coffee earlier. It had cinnamon. This had cinnamon, and it had cream and non-fat milk.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, it's better. I mean, it's just it doesn't have a lot of sweet to it.
I've been drinking butter coffee. I think it's fantastic.
You put butter in it?
Oh yeah, look up butter coffee.
God, you're such a weird dude, man.
Oh, it's so good for you, bro. It's so good for you.
It's so good for
you. I try that
butter.
sometimes. I mean, like I've tried it before.
You've tried buttered coffee?
Yeah, just like a tablespoon, like in a cup.
Is it non-salted butter or is it?
Oh no, salted all the way.
I mean, I just use non-salted.
Yeah, I can't eat a lot of salt.
I've tried it. It's not like a regular thing, though.
There's a guy that wrote a book, and it was called Sugar, Fat, Salt. It's the other part of the book is like how they got us. I don't know how to say it. You can look it up. But that book, that guy, he talks about them people that work in the plants where they had I'm not going to say the name of this very large chip company.
Mm-hmm.
And these potato chips, right? And they salted them so much that the salt would pile up at their feet and they would be in danger of like tripping.
Really?
There was so much salt that just and I know that there was another guy that I looked up on YouTube a long time ago, and the guy was talking about how whatever it says on that bag of chips, times it times 4.
Yeah, no doubt.
But that's not really, that's way more than that.
You know how
some of these chips, man, there's one particular corn chip that's they have a bowl that they use for a bowl game that they sponsor, right?
Okay.
But they're so salty. If you were to make like some queso, I don't really eat Velveeta, but let's say you use Velveeta and you ate those chips, you'd probably have to go to the ER in a couple of hours. Your blood pressure would be so high.
Well, you know that they don't ever talk about potassium, and that our cells are literally sodium potassium pumps. Every cell in our body is a sodium potassium pump that needs 4 parts 4 parts potassium to 1 part sodium, and that 1 in 1,000 people get enough potassium. Like a full-grown male, like the 4 of us, should get 4,800 milligrams a day. The average person might get a couple of hundred, and it's the #1 leading cause of heart disease as well. Women should get about 3,500.
People say, well, you can eat bananas. Bullshit. A banana.
Bullshit.
You have to eat about 30. You have to eat about 30 of them. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, you got to either supplement. And I understand now why those people are so regimented in their diets where they're eating like huge salads to themselves every single day. Because that's like the only way you can get it. Or like 4 or 5 avocados.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I take a sodium pill. So.
Yeah. I've been taking potassium pills for years.
It's really good for you. Yeah. So anyways, everybody, you need to do what Dick says and just go out and be like a Benedictine monk.
I am a doctor, by the way.
Don't try some meth. I think that's what he said.
Yeah, I am a doctor, by the way.
Boy, somebody got really mad at us when we talked about the skin tags being
parasite nests. They are.
Parasite nests. Yeah. They got a particular YouTuber up in Oklahoma got very angry and he lashed out. And that's when he called you all kinds of names because you made comments about his skin tags. So that was he got real pissed.
I was trying to help the guy. Why would you get mad at me for trying to help you?
Well, I don't know that you were trying to help him.
Stop drinking all the Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
Because that's what feeds it. And do something about it. Like, some people's children. Some people's children.
They have a drink that's a poppy. It's a poppy, right? Hey, go grab one, Tony. There's this poppy. It's called poppy. I don't know how I feel about it now that Pepsi's bought it, but they say we have a couple months before Pepsi starts pumping them out under their label. Because who knows?
What is it, like actual poppies in it, like Turkish poppies?
No, it's just called a poppy.
Oh,
that's the brand of it. But
it sounds delicious.
They paid like $2 billion or some crazy shit for this company's drink. Let's take a look at the.
They're gonna make sure they can poison it.
Yeah, that way they can put mRNA in this shit. Right?
Yeah, no kidding.
What are the ingredients here? What do you got here, little can? Sparkling water, cassava root fiber, organic cane sugar. It has actually some sugar in it. Very little, 5 grams. It's only 30 calories here. It says organic apple cider vinegar, apple juice concentrate. And that's not good.
Wow.
But that's how you get the sugar. There's 5 grams of sugar in it, right?
No wonder they want to take it over and turn it into slop.
And then it says here it has stevia leaf extract. What does that do? And then
Makes
it's got,
gay.
yeah.
Yeah, it actually sounds like it's not an unhealthy drink.
No.
Yeah.
But then who knows what's going to happen once PepsiCo gets its hands on it.
But yeah, I know.
Probably have the shot in there.
It's freaking believable, man. Is it good?
Yeah, I order it. I get it on delivery from Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Anything from the big blue penis is always good, don't you think?
Yeah, no, I just got your books from a big blue penis, actually.
That's where it comes from. The blue, they think it's a check mark. They're like, look at the happy face. Really? Yeah. Why is it only on one side? Why does it happen to just look like a phallic symbol from the Khazarian Empire?
Yeah. Osiris's wiener strikes again, eh? Dude, they in my small little town.
Song that we sang when we were kids. You remember?
What's that?
I'm an Oscar Mayer wiener.
Yeah, exactly.
Sing that. I know you do. If you're 40, you probably remember that. They brainwashed the shit.
I literally still sing that to today. I was just singing that song.
So before the show, he's humming. I'm an Osirian wiener.
Right, dude.
Worship me, boys and girls.
I didn't go home for about a year to the town I grew up in. They redid the park where they took down the bank and put up a wiener of Osiris there.
Oh god, you gotta be kidding.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, dude. I was flabbergasted.
If folks, if at home, if you haven't noticed, and damn, I'm so behind, I gotta run. But if you haven't noticed, they come out with this weird stuff. Everything is these, dinglings. It's everywhere. Yeah. If you notice on TV or on a movie or shows, they never show the woman's vagina. Never. It's never. It's always a man's dingling, and then they'll show some breasts.
Yeah, who's that?
You can't tell me that's not by design.
Yeah.
Like
that goat with breasts and a penis, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Baphomet.
Amazing.
Yeah. But that freaking Baphomet, whatever. I call it Boff. But it's just it's horrible, dude. And these people, they're running the show, they're worshiping this.
Literally. Yeah, I think that thing comes out in their big meetings and stuff like that. I think they have those things walking around.
Well, and I think that Baphomet is it's one of the pantheon of devils that they worship because they're not monotheistic. Another one is Moloch.
Yeah.
And he looks like a minotaur. So you have this goat man, this minotaur, and then these people change into a wolf. I mean, they're obsessed with bestial whatever.
The Moloch, how can I say this without saying too much? The Moloch worship that's in our culture today is probably worse than it was back in those days. And the actual ritual to Moloch that they do, just in our modern iteration. Do you know what I mean by that?
Mm-hmm.
Certain.
Because
planning of parenthood.
Back in those days with the giants and all this stuff that was going on, we're actually more evil now.
Yeah, I believe we are. We are.
We are because we're living in the Kali Yuga, not the Dwarpa Yuga. The Dwarpa Yuga is not nearly as bad as the Kali Yuga.
And we've got this thin veneer of normalcy and it's insane.
1 in 3 people are actually good.
If that, do you think?
Or
is that what it says?
It's supposed to be in the Kali Yuga the 25% morality.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. So look at how many people you think are good people, and then they always do something nasty and wicked.
Oh yeah.
And the people that get elevated, not all of them, but a lot of them, they can't do all of them because it would be too, whatever. But you notice that most of these people have some sort of weird psychosexual thing going on with them. These people that get put in positions of power because they need to be able to blackmail them.
Oh yeah.
Blackmail is the biggest way that they can get people to do whatever. So think about it. All these people who have all this talent and they never make it. And they're like, well, why didn't I make it? And you would wonder that. Why don't they make it?
Right.
Well, it's because you're not a sicko. You're not attracted to little girls and boys. You're a grown up and you date grown people.
Yeah. You didn't go through the rituals.
And you're not putting on latex and I'm not knocking people who do this with their spouse in the privacy of their own home, but you're not doing all kinds of sick, weird crap. And, because they need you to do that stuff. They need you to commit adultery. They need you to commit whatever, weird sex acts with people or whatever they're doing. At this point, who knows whether they're people, animals, or children, or whatever the hell. And I'm just being honest, folks. It sounds vulgar and weird, but it's the truth. And then they're able to pin you down and say, oh, look what you did. And these pictures will never see the light of day, or these videos, as long as you do whatever we tell you.
Yeah.
So it's like you'll get money too. You'll get whatever you want. But if you go against us, you get the pan hardcore. Exposed and up to and including death.
Yeah, they'll just off you. Yeah, you'll just be part of the 24 club or whatever it is.
Yeah, because that's what happens. But if you don't play ball with them, you might not make it. You may not be some big time buddy of the presidents and senators and whatever. You may not have the biggest talk show. You may not have the biggest this or that. But at least you did what was right. Right? And sometimes people do make it. They don't always stick around a long time because they're not, Look at this thing about Stephen Colbert. And I don't give a shit everybody's saying it's Podesta. I don't think so.
Vaccine.
So there's a video and it's on my Facebook. You can go look at it. And it's basic, and it's also in the conspiracy group. What is it that Nelly has? There's a
Mandela Effect and Conspiracies, I think is what it's called.
Go check it out. And it talks about that video that came out of Colbert, and he's singing that song. I can't remember if it's Sting or who sings. I don't remember who sings that stupid song, but he's singing it. And there's a little boy terrified out of his mind up against the wall.
So do you remember the end of Tropic Thunder? Go back and watch Tropic Thunder again. And at the very end scene, the tall blonde guy that's in the movie who plays one of the managers, I can't remember. He's one of the real famous guys. I don't remember any of these idiots' names. The very last scene in that movie, he's in a private airplane and the stewardess comes out and he's sitting next to a little boy. And that little boy is like looking all like something just happened very bad to him. And the real hot stewardess comes out and hands him a drink, and they tell you straight up what's going on in that. It's the very last scene in that movie during the credits.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, they love that. It's crazy, man. It's crazy what our society's degenerated into.
Yeah. So, to me, Colbert lost his show, which, think about it. If you were to put a real number on it, probably about 70% of the country is awake to this, at least to some degree, what these people are doing.
Mm-hmm.
There are 30% who are willfully ignorant. But who the hell was watching his show?
That's what I don't understand.
For so long. All it was basically attacking the right, which there are a lot more people on the right than there are on the left. So his numbers had been down for a long time, right?
$120 million a year is what it was costing.
Mm-hmm. And they kept him going because he was one of them. That's why.
Yeah, it's money laundering.
Ugly fucker's weird. He had weird ear. He had that one ear that's all like weird. Like, they don't hire people that are to sit there and look at a camera all that are unsymmetrical like that either. because it's not appealing to the average person to look at somebody whose face doesn't have symmetry.
Symmetrical. Yeah.
Yeah. So they don't put them on there. They may end up on radio, but you look at this guy and you're just going like, come on, are you serious? I mean, he's not funny. He's just obnoxious. And then when you look at his face, somebody took his face and they turned it sideways like the video. They took the picture and you could tell it's his face. They try to say it's Podesta. I'm like, no, Podesta got a big old nose. You can tell. Well, it's him. A lot of people are like trying to say it's not, but I'm not going to argue, but they don't know. You know what I mean?
He doesn't look like the original Stephen Colbert that was on the Late Show either, or on the Jon Stewart show.
You don't think it's the same guy?
It might be, maybe. I don't know. I just think they swap these buggers out so much that who knows, man? Who knows?
So you think that that the original Colbert might have been a decent person and that they didn't like little boys? And now this one is.
He at least was a half decent comic when he was on there. He at least told some. What's that? Yeah, he at least told some funny jokes. Not like now.
Well, he's not funny at all.
Not even a little bit.
No. And in these people, and eventually they'll just do something to you if you say stuff that they don't like, and that's what they do. I mean, it's inevitable. But every time they do something like that and somebody good goes away, like what happened to Chester. You know what I'm talking about?
Chester who?
Chester Bennington.
Okay.
You know who he is?
I don't.
Do you guys know?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who is he?
Podesta's son.
Who is he?
Also the singer of Linkin Park.
Linkin Park, right? Yeah. And he looks just like Podesta. So Podesta got really, really drunk and became a heterosexual non-pedophile for a little while and did something with a woman. How it happened, we don't know because that's not his thing. He's a sicko. And I'll say this too: there's a lot of them that are that way, that are gay. We're not supposed to say that. It's like we're supposed to be like, oh, a lot of them are serial killers too.
Did you ever see where the guy brought the Grindr app to the Republican convention? No. And it was like a full-on quarter of the people in the Republican convention literally had a Grindr account. And it was like 4 feet away, 26 feet away, 17 feet away. Yeah, they were all. It was insane.
Yeah,
it was something. Yeah.
So I would say probably how many of them would be doing that in the Republican Party? You probably have 60-70%, and I bet 90% of them are in the
100. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Chuck Schumer. Somebody said Chuck Schumer. Look at Adam Schiff, who people have claimed him shape-shifting into a werewolf and a reptile. Evil.
Who was the one guy that told the demon to get out of his chair in the Congress? Remember that?
I have no idea. Who was that?
Yeah, it was the guy that they call him the Penguin or whatever. What's his name? The short little guy with the stubby legs. What is it? I can see him as plain as day. I can't remember his name right now. But yeah, he said there was a something sitting in his chair, and he literally tells it to get out, and he's like yelling at it. So an invisible person that nobody else could see,
which is probably really there.
Absolutely, yeah, I believe it was.
Yeah. They'll just try to say he's crazy, but that's not really what's going on. See, that's the added advantage. If you have the information and you already start with something like us here at this show, you've already got the spiritual part of it. You already know. So you look at it through that lens. You know what I mean? That filter cap that you have. Yep. And you have to sit there and realize who these people are. And Dee says Chuck Schumer's husband is gross. And then look at Macron. They're now saying that was not wrong to call it a man. What was it they said?
Oh yeah, lost the court case. Yeah, I saw that. Case. Yeah, amazing.
It's a
Brigitte, wasn't it Brigitte Macron? Isn't that the name?
Yeah. Somebody asked me one day, they're like, "You really believe that Michelle Obama's?" I said 100%. I 100%.
Me and Michael.
Michelle Obama. They got pictures of it. This ain't Photoshop. Those pictures were going around when he first started to run. They were going around.
Yeah.
That was way before that shit. I mean, that you could do it. I mean, the Photoshop wasn't as good though.
He had the Freudian slip where he said, "My Michael." like 3 different times.
Yeah. And those pictures came out immediately, like boom, 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 like people were, and then they were, because what got me though is not the pictures, because they still could be photoshopped. It just wasn't as prevalent. But yeah, there were people that could do it. I remember people that could do it very well. But it wasn't. That's when what got me. What got me was when those people testified before Congress.
Yeah,
that's what got me, because I watched it, and I'm sitting there going like, okay, how many of these gay men are going to come out and say that they had sex with Michael? I mean, Michael with
Barry.
Barry.
Yeah.
Barry
Satoro.
And his parents were in the CIA.
Yep.
Come on, dude. And then there was some guy in Hawaii that claimed he had some long-term relationship with him. He was some old, sick, pedophile old man.
The kids belonged to his campaign manager.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Michael was really Michael. Was not Michelle. It's a sick bunch of people, dude. I mean, that's what
they like a linebacker on him, eh?
And then we end up getting this person as the president. I disagree with the people though that say all of this stuff started with him. No, bullshit. It started way before that, dude. He was just the steward of it. He just kept it going and put us back on track with it.
Who was the guy in the 30s that they got for dressing like a drag queen? What was that president?
Not the president. You're talking about J. Edgar Hoover, the head of the FBI.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Dressing in women's clothing.
And then he denied that the mob existed. You know why? Because even though the mob had a bunch of Goombas, they had a few people that had brains, and they actually, I'm talking about La Cosa Nostra, they actually got some videos and pictures of this guy being a gay dude, whatever.
Good for him.
You know? Yeah. See, that's what I told my detractors to try to say I was hanging out the Iron Bull, but, you know, or the Iron Bear. I said, where are the photos of this shit?
That's so funny. I mean, it's not funny for you. It's kind of, I mean,
funny to me because I don't give a fuck. I've never been there in my life. I've never been inside that. I've never even, that place has been other stuff, and I've never been inside that building. I mean, it's just there. And they're like, oh yeah, he's hanging out there because Roger from the LBL, the biggest liar in the community. Well, there's other people challenging that crown. Freaking bug. There's other people challenging that crown now, but dude, I mean, he's over there lying and saying all this shit. And I'm pretty sure he made that up, and then Barton just pushed it along with it, you know, and said, oh yeah, let's just go with that. Yeah.
That was the ex-Mormon guy or no, the ex, what was he?
He's not a Mormon. He's not anything. He's just some psychopath that supposedly lives up in Iowa. And he talks like this. He's a goofy bastard. Apparently, he's on his channel all the time talking shit about me too. I don't know because nobody gives a shit. Nobody looks at it. So, but he was. I think it was him. And then they told Barton that I was the Austin Hammer or whatever the fuck it was. They all ran with that. Yeah, they all ran with this narrative. And old fat ass Lion Larry and morbidly obese Clough, who, dude, Clough, go get yourself checked because you probably are 90%, in your veins. It's probably just Crisco running through your veins.
You know that all that fat stores like crazy amounts of toxins too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and when you lose a bunch of weight, you start to feel sick because of all the toxins that are flowing out.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you very much have to detox.
And him talking about me, and I'm like, dude, he's been at the gym with me, and he couldn't do anything because he's just a lard ass, and he was talking shit. There's people that in this community that are so toxic and so ridiculous. But the point is that that's what they did. They try to say but where are the pictures? Because if you're out there being a gay dude, somebody's going to take a picture of you. They're going to be somewhere, they're going to have, but there's no proof of none of this at all ever anywhere. Because I'm not, and I don't. And they were like, oh, yeah, he was with the Iron Bear. They keep on throwing that out there. You stupid fuckers. Where's the pictures at? You could at least Photoshop some shit and make it. But they would have to actually go into the Iron Bull, the Iron Bear, to take the pictures, probably. Because then it's like, oh, you had to go in there to snap the photos or whatever.
They could just replace your face with Vito from The Sopranos.
Yeah, I was joking with Nelly. I was like, I got to do a skit where I actually go in there. I don't know if they dance around in there. It looks like a bar to me. Like if you drive by, it's like on the corner of 6th and it's on 6th Street. It's on 6th. It's right there by what used to be the Bank One building. I used to work at that building years ago. It's right across the street from it. What street is that? Lavaca. It's on Lavaca, right? Is that Lavaca?
I'm not sure.
Or Lavaca's the other one. Lavaca's the other one. Shit. Anyways, it's right there. I can't remember the name of the street. I know it's not Lavaca. I think it's something else. But it's on the corner of 6th and something. But you can kind of look into the building and you can see there's a bunch of guys standing there at the bar. You know, because there's a bar, right? I don't know if they dance or whatever, but I thought about that, like, because I wouldn't be able to find an outfit of me that's one of those leather, so you just get the little hat and just show this, without a shirt, and just be there like dancing, and then have Nelly, Tony, and Anthony walk in and be like, "Oh, it was just a joke. It's just a joke,
guys." Dressed up in the biker outfit with that.
Yeah, because it would be funny though, because I'll do anything for a laugh. I don't give a shit, man. And then when I'm walking off, just show some guy's butt hanging out, like assless chap thing, going.
Just make sure you don't go to the bathroom in that place.
Yeah, exactly. Get up with some real mRNA. Yeah, Scorpion says Colorado or Guadalupe. Maybe, I don't know. It might be Guadalupe. I don't think. No, Guadalupe runs this way, so it would be. Maybe it is Colorado. I think it might be Colorado. I don't know. But anyways, folks,
you would know if you've been there.
Well, yeah, obviously, because I don't know where the fuck it's at. I know where it's at. I'm not going to lie, so I don't know where it's at, because when they started talking about it, we found it. But it's the building that is down the street from there. I actually worked security at, but that was back in shit, man. I can't remember what years. I worked it twice, 2003, and then again in 06. 06. No, wait, yeah, 06. Yeah, 06. So but that was way before the Iron Bull was there. That wasn't there. And now it's that, but there's a bunch of gay bars around there. And why they picked that one was because when Barton and them were here, him and Letitia had taken a picture of it, and I didn't even know that they had taken it. I didn't even know that they were paying attention to it or whatever. We just drove by it because they were all, wow, a real gay bar. Well, they had just seen 2 or 3 others when we were driving through the warehouse district. And I don't know why they keyed in on that one. I guess they saw it on the corner, and that's when, they noticed it or whatever.
The name of it, maybe.
Yeah, maybe the name of it. I don't know. But I just know that when they started trying to pin the iron, or not the, they started trying to pin me as the Austin Hammer. And that, I think, was Roger and Larry and Mike and them created that. And then that's when he latched onto that, and then he started talking about the Iron Bear or whatever.
The Austin Hammer. That's
why would you call you so corny shit, dude? That is my hand to God and the Bible. I've never been the Austin Hammer. I've never used that handle, and I've never been into that freaking bar and done anything. I'm not that guy. But if I was, I'd just be, this is who I am, but I'm not that person.
Exactly.
So it'd be a lie, And they were like, you need to come out and tell the truth about all of your sordid past. I've said a lot of things.
Yeah, I think you've been pretty truthful so far.
I'm pretty open and honest about what I am or who I am. But anyway, the whole narrative was a bunch of bullshit. But these people, they're determined to make, But like I said, I'm not these people that are in our politics that go around doing all this crazy shit, because I'm not them. I'm just not. I don't do that. And Madeline says, well, isn't the one who got a tattoo for a guy? And it is all the ranting and raving he's been doing. And I'm talking to you, Fluffy Fluffington. I know you can hear me. You're always stalking me, you weird fucker. Let me tell you something. Okay. Why are you not talking about that? You've talked about everything else. It's just like Mike not talking about the fact that he's a registered Democrat. He still won't come out and talk about it. You guys will not talk about those issues. You will talk about all this other shit. You were running your mouth attacking Joe Doyle recently. You're attacking him because of what Larry said. Larry went and made a meme about guns and crap while he was arguing with Joe, and Joe has a very valid point. He goes, he made a meme, whatever. So here's the thing. Why don't you talk about the guy, the tattoo? Say something about it, you fat ass. Stop calling me fat, dude. I can take my shirt off and you can't. Right? So shut up. Just shut your mouth. My titties don't look like they're, some native woman that's just been breastfeeding 18 kids. All right? Shut up. You fucker.
Gyneclomastia is a heck of a situation, eh?
He has it.
Yeah, it's where all your testosterone turns to estrogen, and you literally develop breast tissue.
And there's another condition that's where these people have gynecomastia, and they have a small wee-wee.
Because they have no testosterone. Yeah, that would make sense.
But I mean, not just that. I mean, they do have testosterone. These people, there's a condition. I forgot what it's called. You can look it up, but it goes hand in hand with having a small wee-wee. I mean, I could say some other things I wasn't going to say, but, like his own wife was like humiliating him in front of us.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, it was horrible, dude. I mean, and he's like over there because he's a cuckold. And so in my opinion, that's what you are, Clove. You can say what you want. It's a free country. When it comes to free speech, you can say what you want to a degree. But I think that's what he is because, she
I mean, when your own wife says that she can beat you up, and
she wasn't joking either.
And there's not a hint of irony in her voice, dude. Like, yeah, I mean, if you just accept that, obviously it's like, why would you accept that unless that's something that you're into, which is just, I mean, if that's your thing, that's your thing.
Especially if you don't refute it. Like, you just sit there like giggle. Like,
yeah. So she wears the pants, obviously.
Yeah, if I say she can't, she'll beat me up again.
Yeah.
I mean, and so he has completely spun out because he was a character assassinator, and that's what he did, and I never liked him. And Tony, you and I talked about that, not liking his character.
Especially when he tells you all that weird stuff as you're trying to make breakfast in the morning.
I wasn't making breakfast, they were.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what I mean. As you're waiting for breakfast to be made in the morning.
I went to Tim Horton.
Oh, God. Dude, the lineup starts at like 4:30 and doesn't stop for like 5 hours.
It's nuts.
They make so much money in a day serving that filth to everybody. It's unbelievable. Like, they're probably making 20,000-30,000 a day easily.
Yeah.
Easily. And that's just on a semi-busy one.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what they do. Accuse your enemy of what you do.
Yeah, exactly. And they've never even read the book. They just comes to them naturally.
Well, the whole thing with adultery, they've accused me, they've accused what's his face? Abe, they've accused Tex, they've accused all of us of being adulterers. But Club is the one that wanted to commit adultery. If he didn't, he wanted to.
Yeah.
Who knows what he's doing while he's out there driving a truck? I don't know. I shudder to think of what he does do and what he doesn't do. I don't care.
Keeping them lot lizards employed, eh?
Yeah, Larry's the one that had bunches and bunches of pictures of young girls on his phone. Larry, don't try to lie. We saw them. So did people that work for us. Okay. Another thing that they seem to be confused. They're going around saying that he's not the owner of a Marshall, or I heard Marty's the owner of Marshall. Who paid you? That's what's funny to me. They keep saying, "Oh yeah," and then they talk about how they worked for me. How did you work for me? If it wasn't my business. Obviously calling Marty and trying to get a job after everything that went down. Do you think he's going to give you a fucking job? No, he told you to ask me. It's pretty simple. Like, everything that these people say is easily refuted, and it just goes to show, because I'm an open book. I don't hide anything. They always think they had some gotcha moment on me. I don't give a fuck. You don't got me because I have a superior show. I'm on here. I've been on here way longer than I wanted to. I might as well say it. I mean, you have been beaten and you don't know when to quit. You continue to rattle and rant and rave. And at this point, it's just sport because you people don't know how to stop. But it should be a lesson to anyone in this community. When you mess with decent people who aren't doing anything to you and minding their own business, you deserve what you get. None of us did shit to you. And you did what you did. And you kept on and kept on. And now they're where they're at. In the trash bin of this. But wait a minute, folks. You're wrong. Abnormal got 10,000 views on some random show at the beginning of the month.
Oh, sure.
So once a month, they get a show at 10,000 views after they get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welfare check.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And then a channel, I think the Jessica has like 100 subscribers. He's probably get more than that, maybe a few hundred. I don't know. I don't look at her shit. But they were bragging about how she beat me with 10,000 views on the channel. You're not going to get 10,000 views. There's only like 4 comments on there. Dude, stop wasting people's time with your nonsense. It's freaking hilarious what has happened to these people because of their bullshit.
Yeah, it's driven them mentally ill, eh?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Mentally ill people, and they do evil things, and then they moan and cry after they get exposed, and then they're like, oh, exposing the lies of PRT, and they'll have 100, 200, whatever it is, people in there, and half of those are fake profiles. It's not even real people, or people that are from our camp that are just looking at it to see what the fuck they're saying. But I wish you people would stop doing that, not because I give a shit what they're saying, but because you're giving them views. You know, it's just giving them views, man.
Yeah, let them buy everyone they get.
Oh, they'd all be in there. Larry, all of them. In my opinion, you'd all be in there. It's nuts. The shit that they do and say, it's all nuts, man.
Damn Reagan.
He did that.
Shut them all down.
Yeah. Anyways, I like to poke at them because that's all they do is attack us constantly. And they say the most horrible things about good people. They have a woman that's so deranged. I'm not going to say her name. I'm not going to give her any attention. She's mentally ill. Pray for her. But they use her as a hammer, and she says horrible, vile things and then says in Jesus' name, basically. She's praying all these horrible deaths on us.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's nuts. I read that.
Nuts, man. So that's what these people do, folks. They need prayer. They need prayer. And one of them definitely will never, ever. I don't think any of them will, but one of them I know in particular, he is a very vile person. He will never, ever repent. So you can waste your time praying for him if you want. At this point, I think they're all so demon obsessed, possessed, whatever. There's nothing that's going to help them because they have an entire life that's built around hatred.
Yeah, hatred is a demon too.
Yep. And this should be a lesson to everybody in the community. What happens when people go down that road? That's the road to perdition. Seriously, it is a just of what not to do, who not to be, and how not to be. You know, that's why we even acknowledge it, because it does need to be said. And here at PRT, I think we've done a good job of exposing them to the point where they can't troll like they used to. They can't just tee off on people like they used to. So
good.
Yep. But anyways, they're a microcosm of the problems at large.
Yeah, really.
Lunatic people, you know, that run amok, and they take advantage of freedom.
I heard somebody break that word down today, and it's literally parasite from because it's a tick. And that remember you were saying that the parasites go crazy in the lunar cycle?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. I heard a doctor today say that. I heard a doctor today say that. Yeah,
they're parasites for sure.
Yeah,
and if it's to be believed what you're saying about the skin tag, you know, then yeah, that would make sense. Bunch of parasites all over them.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for listening. Thank you to my haters for always showing up and listening and paying attention. You don't learn anything. You obviously don't learn anything, no matter who's on the panel and who's talking. And they hate half of the people that were on the panel. At least 4 of us, I know they hate. So they're not going to learn anything. They're beyond redemption, folks. These people are beyond redemption. I still pray that they stop what they're doing. But I don't really pray that, you know, I pray that they change their ways, but I'm not going to pray that they're going to just repent and do whatever, because I've been praying for it for 2 years and nothing's changed with them. They're just more and more dug in and evil because they have to want it, folks. They have to want it. God helps those who help themselves. And if they don't want to change, they're never going to, you know?
Yeah, they are the stumbling blocks, eh?
Mm-hmm. Agents of the really
evil. Yep.
Yep. All right, guys. So I'm going to run. Dick, thank you for showing up. I appreciate it. Thank you to everybody who's been a part of the show. Good night. Peace.
down to my knees. Please, Father, set me free. I know you see all the pain inside me. Rosary, Mother, Mother Mary, can you help me? Please, God, don't forsake me. Remember me, remember me. Holding on tightly to my rosary. I'm a sinner, from cradle to grave. Jesus, I hope it is I that you save. The tears I've cried regarding my life. Please, Lord, don't cut me out of the book of life. Rosary, Mother Mary, can you help me? Please, God, don't forsake me. Remember me, remember me. Holding on tightly to my rosary. My repentant heart bleeds, my spirit cries. I'm completely dying inside. My sins are great. I've dread the fire lake. Forgive me. What will it take? Reach for me, oh Lord, in my weakest moment. All of thy own. Rosary, Mother Mary, can you help me? Please, God, don't forsake me. Remember me, remember me. Holding on tightly to my rosary. I am guilty. I am guilty and filthy. Forgive me, take this pain away. I know I stray. My soul is tired with heavy burdens, no clergyman redemption. I stand alone, my sins ingrained into my bones. Heaven or hell, where will my soul dwell? Eternity is waiting for me. Jesus, I beg, have mercy on me. Rosary, Mother Mary, can you help me? Please, God, don't forsake me. Remember me, remember me. Holding on tightly to my rosary. Mother Mary, can you help me? Please, God, don't forsake me. Remember me, remember me. Holding on tightly to my rosary. Rosarium, Mater Maria, potens nemi Juve.